No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back. Bring me to life. Stop to my side, tied to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to You bring me to
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself 'cause I know that I can't deny
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Five seconds remaining.
All right, boys and girls, we are finally ready to go for our grand finals of ESL 1 Malaysia qualifiers for North America. It's Quincy Crew, it's TSM FTX, and it is a best of 5, just the way that Dota was meant to be played, right, Avery?
Its purest form, distilled down. When it's all on the line, you hope it goes to a game 5. No best of 3, no best of 7. Although that one best of 7 that one time was pretty hype. Best of 5, that perfect middle ground. It's beautiful. You love to see it.
Did you actually watch that best of 7? I feel like it's a bit of a legend in Dota, but
I did. It was legendary. I'll tell you that much. I don't ever want to see a best of 7 again in my life, but I think doing it once was pretty nice. So
I think I watched the first game, and then I went to sleep, and I woke up and saw that it was the reverse comeback, and yeah, that was pretty nice.
Quincy Crew's turn.
it's your reverse sweep today. You never know.
True.
What we are seeing is the God of Thunder first picked, TSM Zeus, and then a TA from second pick, amping up the stakes. This is Quincy trying to assert their dominance in the series meta that's going to develop here. Because this is an unconventional hero to just take 2-3 like that.
Do you think that's
You're
always the
opening yourself
case
up.
when you have like an unconventional pick, especially in the pick order that you're talking about? Is that always the case that teams are trying to be like, boom, we're really good with this hero, and you're going to have to ban it? Is that kind of like what the setup is here for this best of 5, or what?
Sometimes I think it's more they have an idea that TA is going to be really good at what TSM wants to do, or it's going to help them do what they maybe struggled with. Because remember, TSM 2-1'd them in that last series. One of the big problems about that series for Quincy was I think they had this Nature's Prophet Nyx combo both games 2 and 3 that really made it hard for them to play the map. They were getting their lane shoved in. The Nyx was finding the pickoffs, especially on that Yalwar Alchemist in that game 2. TA is a hero that can help alleviate some of that map pressure. She tends to shove waves. She gives you map control to the traps, early Roshan. So maybe it's something about Quincy playing the vision game, getting lanes in. They don't want to fall into that same situation, and feeling that the Razor Viper bans are enough to put TSM in a position where maybe they don't want to just take a Veno or something here, and they're going to snatch up the DP, which has traditionally been a pretty good answer. Also good versus the Tiny, and probably more in Saberlight's alley than that Veno route or something. But maybe Quincy just feels like, hey, we're just going to jam this TA. We've been winning with it. It's good versus Zeus, which I agree with, and it'll make them react, you know?
5 seconds
Now they're going to have
remaining.
to play this whole draft thinking about what is this TA doing, what do we want to do versus it, instead of
Quincy
whatever they
Cruz
were planning to
turn
do
ban.
versus a more expected opener.
It definitely did seem to throw a wrench in TSM's idea for drafting. They went pretty deep into their reserve time already, trying to react to obviously a scenario that they hadn't planned for, right? Because normally, like, if you're gonna plan this
10
out,
seconds remaining.
you're
Undying's
looking at like,
turn to
okay,
ban.
if we get ban this and this, or like here are our opening heroes if we get first pick. This time they opted Zeus. Like, you should be being able to like read what the response is, but I feel like nobody's going to be seeing TA second pick. I mean, you don't even get to go immediately into the ban phases, which
10 seconds
Quincy Crew, when they were
remaining.
first pick, they took up the TA on the 8th spot, and then
5
immediately went
seconds
into the
remaining.
bans and got a bunch of protection for that TA pick.
Exactly. Now they're going to get 3 more bans for Wyvern taken out. Probably one of the better supports versus TA. I mean, DP is nice versus Hero, but it's not game ending, you know? I wouldn't view it as, all right, DP just destroys TA's game. You have good interaction, you can get the Roche for yourself. You're pretty tanky for a lot of the game. So it's a solid pick here, but by no means is it, well, I mean, this TA can't do TA things, and I feel like Quincy's pretty happy if they get away with this TA doing what they want it to do. Like, they have looked pretty dominant with this hero. And like I said, I think this hero's very good versus Zeus. It kind of dissuades you playing Zeus core at least a little bit.
Quincy
In terms of
Cruz turn to
the
ban.
jump on the trap vision, even the TA shard later on silencing the Zeus randomly, it's pretty annoying.
Yeah. The flexibility that Quincy Cruz specifically offers of being able to play it mid or carry and look really good either way. Last time they did ban the Terrorblade and
10
Dusa
seconds remaining.
to protect the TA. I would expect at least
5
TV to
seconds.
be a priority ban.
Undying's turn to ban.
But maybe not. All support so far.
I don't know if Tomato's the TB type player. It tends to be more of like the CK Morphling route, though those heroes have fallen off a little. I still think Quincy should think about this Furion, because I think it was just doing so much work for TSM in that previous series.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
They need to at least think about it, and TSM might be thinking about what is Fada going to
5
play,
seconds
because they've
remaining.
almost always taken Fada's hero out of phase here. The Wyvern's out, the Dazzle's out, the other one is that Phoenix. Outside of that, what is he going to pair with this Mojo Tiny? We saw Grim, I think, once, and we've seen Snapfire. I think something like that looks pretty solid, so maybe it's just not worth banning these heroes out. There's too many that are going to fulfill the same slot.
Meanwhile, on the Quincy
Quincy
Cruz
Cruz
side,
turn to
the
ban.
TSM are
Maybe
actually the
Furion.
win. Yeah. Just you think
Alright.
it's just because they don't have the first pick coming out of this ban phase?
Maybe. They might be worried about Quincy taking it, and then they can play 3 or 5, or even 1 with the TA mid.
Yeah.
And I agree, it
10
looks a little
seconds
spooky here.
remaining.
I mean, you have to
5
protect this
seconds
double
remaining.
intelligence hero opener a little bit. You know, you don't want to get zooed on with these types of heroes. It's very dangerous. So we see the Lycan and that Furion band. Quincy's not really a Visage team. I think it like Lelis does play it, they'll pick it, but they're not going to play it on their other 2 cores, so it's not super scary early on. I think Lycan, Beast, and Furion, Lycan, Beast being the 2 big ones for Lelis you have to consider here. And I think TSM definitely needs to think about this Beastmaster down the road. You do not want to get caught in a position here where they get that Beast on that return pick in the second phase and you don't have anything for it.
Right.
I think we saw what happened in that Nouns game too when that happened. It was not pretty.
No, it wasn't. It was a pretty rough one for them. I
Wouldn't
guess
be
the
surprised to see Phoenix snap out of phase here though.
Yeah, I was
Hopefully
going to
it's
say
all
Phoenix would be the other hero that we've seen have a very high pick ban priority for these teams. And I guess Quincy Crew deciding for a long time what their final ban is going to be, working through that reserve time pretty heavily. Both teams not left with too much.
One thing I've found interesting about Quincy's draft in this qualifier is I feel like it's a little different than what they were doing previously in the major and stuff. I think the major was more in line with what I've seen from Fada historically, which is some weird picks here or there. He like flexes some early carry pick. Maybe he plays it. You know, he plays these weird fives. And I feel like this tournament, it's gone much more towards like Quincy's preferred style, which is this more well-rounded drafting, like balance out the support duo, make sure you have like ranged and melee balance, you know, some team fight, some catch, and then just rely on the execution, which is kind of interesting. It makes me think maybe they had some discussions about what they want their drafts to do or where they want them to go, because pretty much every time, you know, it's been this, not formulaic, but, you know, Fada's been playing these ranged fives with a Mojo Melee 4 pretty much every game.
Yeah,
Whereas in the major calls, it was like 5 Razor, 5 Sen, you know, some weird stuff going down.
Yes, there was some weird stuff going on with that one. And they've also been, like, Fada's also been in a pretty decent farming position when it comes to playing these fives, so Enchantress should feel pretty good in that regard. It's just something that offers maybe a little bit more consistent results and outputs, though that consistency didn't work the first time against TSM FTX, who was going to go for the Warlock and Tusk. So we are still looking at a Zeus core, apparently.
They're just not scared of this Beastmaster? Or what? Like, because I don't see much doing. I mean, they played versus it with the Pudge, right?
Yes.
Maybe they're just super confident that this Warlock +1 can ensure multiple carries here versus the Beast if it comes out. And maybe they just think Quincy's not that confident with it, because that game was kind of a beatdown. I still think the Beast is doing a lot for you here, though. I mean, the vision game between TA and Beast, the summons game between Ench and Beast. It looks formidable.
I mean, last time they had Nature's Prophet, and they had, I think most importantly, they had that Bryle Dawnbreaker mid, who won his matchup against Quinn and was super dominant, and is a pretty good Beastmaster answer, both with the Primal Roar counter with your ultimate, but also the AoE physical damage you do. Chaos Knight going the way of Quincy Crew instead. Do you think that's UR's hero, or is there a possibility of offlane?
I think there's definitely a possibility they put this TA mid and they put this CK in one of the either side lane here. Even just looking at it, though, like, I can see this CK doing some work in this game. There's not a huge amount of illusion clear if you think the Enchantress is going to shut down this Zeus, and I mean, you have like Warlock, Bonds, Golem, but there's not a lot to play off the Bonds outside of the Zeus. So it's a big question of how much is the Zeus putting out versus how much does he get shut down depending on where he goes. Maybe that's what Quincy's banking on. Like, they're going to bank on TSM has to show where the Zeus goes, and then either he has to play into a TA with Enchantress ganks, or he has to play support Zeus into an Enchantress that might shut him down. And then what's actually killing this CK? Not much. So it's an interesting pick. It puts a decent amount of pressure on this DP. You know, if she gets pulled into this rift with the illusions, some TA meld hit, and Impetus throws in, gets absolutely exploded here.
Yeah. Alright, some problems to address. Quincy Crew are now going to ban out the Terrorblade.
And I still think this Beast is lurking. Like, what you don't want to do is pick some carry that's bad versus it, because you think Quincy's showing their lanes and then get caught with the final, you know, CK carry, TA mid, they pick another offlaner. Because Quincy will always think about this last pick cheese offlaner if they get it. It's very much their style. And yeah, there's the Beast ban. So Moon is thinking about it here, which I think is good. And I think that was a very important ban for them to get. It's going to free up their carry pool to address the TA-CK dual core. It's a question of what do they want to do that. I think Medusa is an interesting option. Gives them the AoE, some more BKB control, something to stand the ground here. They could go for that Pudge route again.
I don't know if I like the Pudges much this time around. TA, Chaos Knight, that doesn't look like the easiest.
There's Alchemist too. but I don't know how confident you are in securing the Alk
10 seconds remaining.
as part of the map this game.
Quincy
Whatever it is,
Crew's
it's got to
turn
deal with
to
an intense amount of physical damage, and Alchemist, you know, can build up the pretty quick AC considering how fast he farms, so...
I mean, the Alk pick, it makes some sense to me, you know, like, it works well with what they want to do. It's just a question of...
10
I'm just not sure who they're
seconds
setting this off lane and who they're setting mid, right? Is it Zeus mid, DP off with the DP
5
Tusk? Or is there
seconds
some
remaining.
potential of, like, a Tusk core coming out here, spicing it up? Either way, it's going to be whatever they feel can secure this Alk side of the map, because Quincy has a decent opportunity to invade here. Slardar, we've seen this one before.
Yeah, we certainly have. Leslau's been kind of feeling it for this qualifier. It didn't work against TSM FTX, but it destroyed the hell out of Nouns earlier in this qualifier. The last time they did this, a last pick, Slardar was against the Juggernaut pick. I think Slardar does even better against Alk than Juggernaut, but you can correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
I mean, I think this is an absolutely nasty Slardar pick. I'm not gonna lie. Looking at it, like, who is doing anything to this amp right now? Well, I'm not seeing it.
Somebody's corrosive hazed, and Chaos Knight gets his reality rift
Yeah.
on somebody, or TA hits him with a meld strike. Like, they are just going to explode. We're gonna need some like very nicely timed snowball saves from Moon. You're gonna need some like I don't even know, like plenty of Ghost Scepters for at least Saberlight. I'm not sure if Bryle is gonna have to consider one too, or if he's just gonna try and keep his distance. Either way, it definitely feels like Quincy Crew is gonna hit a mid-game pressure that is gonna be tough to deal with.
I just see this Enchantress Tiny like running over the map for his Tusk Warlock, and then you're gonna have early traps because TA is gonna free farm mid versus Zeus. She's gonna be very high level. Early traps are gonna come out. You invade the jungle areas with the traps plus Enchantress Tiny. Who is combating these heroes in these open areas? There's no way Warlock Tusk is doing it. And then all of a sudden, like, Quincy can do Roche very early. This Alchemist might find himself without the camps. I can see this game going very wrong very fast for TSM if they do not like dodge the early momentum very well. I'm worried for them in this game one. I also think TSM's a team that they sometimes just drop game one, like it happened in the Quincy series before.
Yep.
Where the game one was rough, and then Moon's like, all right, I learned what I need to learn. We make the adjustments, and then game 2 and 3 look very different. I could see that being the case here. I think this draft is pretty Quincy favorite if they play this early game well. They have a huge chance to just blow this game open, take advantage of the kind of slowish support duo coming out, and a Tricore that isn't really initiating anything, right? Zeus DP Alk. He's
Yeah.
pretty farm heavy. I mean, okay, DP can exorcism a tower or something, but who's backing her up when she does it? Like, pretty much nothing. So, I'm a bit concerned about how they're going to deal with this pretty fast minus armor lineup that's going to come online from Quincy. I think it's in their hands to win this game one. Matter of execution. Is it there? Is it crisp enough?
30 seconds to
Well, that does mean that I'm sure Quincy Crew is probably thinking the same route as you, which means if they do drop this game, they're probably going to be feeling very bad about the start of their best of 5. Not only do they think they have a draft advantage, but they couldn't actually execute well enough to end it, but we'll see if that happens or not. There's definitely going to be some serious momentum riding off of Roshan, this much physical damage and minus armor. There might be a bit of momentum off of an early
the
first
battle
blood,
begins.
but maybe not. 2-2 split, nobody fighting, and we can break down some of the lanes, I guess. We're going to have a tiny Slardar, which is pretty dangerous as a kill combo, toss back into a Crush against a Warlock and an Alchemist. So Dubu's got to be pretty careful with his positioning here. The mid lane matchup, TA versus Zeus. And bottom, we've got a Chaos Knight Enchantress against the Tusk Death Prophet. How do you think TA, I mean, you already talked about it a little bit. You like TA versus Zeus, right?
Yeah, the more I see this, the more I like it. I think it's not so much about the lane, it's just about that mid-game. Like, you have vision for the Zeus, which is a huge thing for your team to jump him. Your refraction blocks so much of his, discrete burst damage that comes in chunks. It's just a very nice interaction. I think the way the timings match up, you have a big window to abuse this Aegis and take over the map. So for me, this is like not really about the lane, it's just about getting TA to her thing, which Zeus can't really stop. And I think Quinn's going to be feeling pretty good about it. Like, you know, you stack up the triangle for this TA, is Zeus contesting an Ancient stack or something? Not really. It's just not the hero's MO.
Right.
And so I think it's kind of like outgreeding the greed that is this pure damage-oriented Zeus hero.
Well, on the first wave, Bryle did very well for himself when it came to the denies, using that Zeus's high base damage against a refractionless TA. But looks like the top lane, Equilibrium, did get pulled back. I'm going to assume Mojo probably did some pulling behind the tower or something to get it to this position.
I think it's just bonds. I mean, this is a pure shove lane. Warlock, Alchemist, at some point you're going to be bondsing them up, pushing them in with Acid Spray. You definitely want to try and get as many pulls and stacks off as you can. Early kill, the impetus.
A little bit curious why he didn't go Acid Spray if you are going to go that kind of style with the bonds and just pushing in the wave immediately. But yeah, we did get our first blood. Unfortunately, missed out on that one. The Death Prophet. It's kind of a squishy hero against the Chaos Knight. You got to play the sustain game, and Fada has already shown how deadly this Enchantress can be in lane with these impetus shots against a ranged offlaner.
Even went Blight Orb here to try and amp up that early damage, so paying off. First blood to Yawar, right? No, Fada took it.
No.
Oh, that's kind of sad. They'll still be happy with that. Can ferry out some extra regen to make up for the impetus investment. I think this is the point where the DP can get killed past level 3. This lane's probably going to be pretty self-sustaining for him. So if they can get the early pressure going, it bodes well for CK to be able to stay here longer. And maybe even pressure the DP later on with like a good edge creep or something.
Right. Bit of pulling shenanigans going on in this top lane. Dubu managed to get the hard camp pull, which Quincy crew will return the favor with a hard camp pull of themselves. But Tomato is more than happy to farm some skeletons, that's for certain.
Oh yeah. Early summoner camp, 6 skellies, extra 15 each. That's a value point Grievel's Greed right there.
Yeah, that is. He's
swimming
already
in
up
it,
to
actually.
2,100 net worth.
What the hell? What a monster.
All right, Mojo did have his rotation scattered out, this high ground ward. He knows about it because the tower shot him from behind the trees, so knows their high ground vision. Bottom lane, Fana looks like he's going to be dying here. TSM FTX do manage to get a little bit of revenge, but unfortunately for them, the Satyr Mindstealer is still sticking around, so another 30 seconds of mana burn for them.
Yeah, that death is whatever, you know. He traded full resources on 2 heroes with the mana burn. He comes back with full impetus, mana. You are still free farming. The most important thing for this lane is that CK free farms and Enchantress picks up the extra levels whenever she can.
Yeah.
Like, trading like this is, I think, totally fine. As long as you're not giving early earn charges or something, which Saberlight is rushing the phase boots for the extra armor.
Moon
You're not
doesn't
too
have
concerned.
Snowball, so he doesn't have anything to dodge that stun, and he
Here's the
will
payback.
pay the price.
You know, the most efficient regen is a free trip to base. So,
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, for sure.
Bot is putting it to use.
I've seen a lot of alchemists get the early unstable concoction. Why is that nowadays?
It's just super high damage value point with very little cooldown. 150 physical early on is a lot for most heroes. And
It's gonna get
as
the
we
kill
see.
here.
That's example of why. I mean, Slaughter is just getting chipped down. Even with 10 sticky used, he still goes down to the Shadow Word plus the concoction damage. I mean, this is one of the highest damage level 1 nukes in the game.
Yeah,
On top of a stun, so
only costs you 100 mana as well. Pretty cheap.
yep, very efficient spell. On top of the fact you can amplify it with Acid Spray.
One more impetus
Very,
shot.
very efficient nuke.
If Fada sees him, be able to get the kill, but he does not. Tusk gonna have to walk back to base. Maybe he's coming mid. Oh, he's got Tranquil Boots, that's why.
Wants to try and prevent this tiny gank. Sniffs it coming. Quinn is 6 though. You gotta be a little careful here. DP pays the price for Moon's rotation.
Here comes that gank,
And
though. MSS.
Not even gonna save him.
Nice toss back. We'll be able to go into Bryle here, but Moon Meander is here now. And they're not going to chase too deep for that Bryle kill. The Heavenly Jump still Too much mobility. Maybe he can secure the 6-minute rune, tries to block him off with the shards, but that's not going to work. Fada actually intercepts and misses out on the Centaur Stomp, so Moon will at least get the bounty rune, but Quinn is going to be the receiver of a regen.
Most of the lanes going solid here for Quincy outside of this starter lane where this is the double melee lane versus Warlock. You're not expected to win this one, and I think Tomato has taken pretty decent advantage of it, killing some of these small camp stack that Duwu's done, killing that summoner camp. He's definitely propelling himself pretty fast, and he's going to have to do some heavy lifting this game. I do not think this is a game where you can just AFK as Alec until 3 or 4 items and you're unstoppable. He's probably going to have to fight somewhere around that Radiance BKB, which, you know, I mean, that's normal in a lot of Alec games. I just think this one is mandatory because Quincy is going to up the pace with potential early Roshan, potential CK rotations that can come out towards this mid lane. Like, the tempo is in their control if they want to push it.
Yeah, you talked about their lack of initiation on this side of TSM FTX. The one hero kid that can do something is the Blink Dagger Alc. So it'll be interesting to see how quick he gets that one. Fauna is going to be blocked out by the Ice Shards here.
Ooh, TP bottom.
It's going to take a lot, and looks like the slowdown. The Warpine Raider hit Saberlight, slowed him down just enough. Nothing's going to come of that rotation.
They really want to use this Exorcism. That's why Duwu's here.
Yep.
To try and help Saberlight push the tower. This is like that one combination, you know, they don't have great initiative on the lanes in terms of playmaking. It's pretty much this Exorcism pushing an objective with the supports behind him. If they feel like it's enough, they can force it.
And Quincy crew seem to be accepting of this upcoming push and instead are just trying to pressure the Alchemist.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, a decent trade-off if you actually stop him farming some camps. Quinn's stealing some of his jungle. Well, Lau cutting the wave top, so he'll get decent pressure on the tower here. Mask of Madness completed.
Oh, runs right into
CK
Yawar.
rotation.
A kind of weird rotation you're not expecting. He worked his way back from the safe lane through the jungle and then rotated for the 8-minute power rune. Finds a free kill on the Zeus. Great setup.
It makes sense. I mean, he doesn't want to stay bottom alone versus this Exorcism push that's coming through. He knew the supports TP'd bottom. This is a free rotation mid for him. Gets a good kill into a double.
A double damage for Quinn plus the chain set of MSS, and looks like they're going to be getting a mid tower, so they will get the better of this trade-off, right? Mid tower is much more valuable than that safe lane one.
And this is the tempo Quincy can control right now. Like, they can collapse early with this Enchantress strength. Their CK easily willing to join these types of fights. He's a great hero to do it. Meanwhile, Lau gets top for free, so very little invested for another tier 1. Full jungle access opened up. And now this is the portion of the game. Alright, you got your tower with Exorcism. But what happens after this for TSM? They don't have a huge amount of moves they can make. They don't have super easy ways to kick Quincy out of their jungle unless they invest heavily in doing so. This is where Quincy can really take more resources off the map. I mean, look at how far Yawar is up right now. 9 minutes. He's farming the enemy mid hard camp.
Yeah, you're almost never going to see a carry somewhere in that position. And Lesal's acting as a semi-carry right here with his Mask of Madness build, just continuing to farm between lanes and jungle camps. And you already know where TA is going to be resting half the game in that triangle, farming up Ancients whenever she can. Is going to be rushing out the Blink Dagger as opposed to the Deso, which is kind of interesting. The Deso would obviously give them even faster Roshan potential, but maybe they already have enough of that.
Yeah, they have a decent amount. The Blink can do some serious damage here. If he plays with Enchantress on the traps, they're gonna destroy supports, destroy the Zeus. There's not much that fights him this early on. Only this DP is the real threat. You don't want to overextend this Exorcism with like a golem drop. Outside of that, though, you're pretty happy to take any of these like 2-on-2, 1-on-2 type skirmishes. Tomato, he's trying to get the efficiency going with some Ancient stacks. It's just their map is contracting pretty fast here.
Yeah, not having the Radiance means that he is not able to make these fast rotations around, pushing out lanes.
Straight into the Roche.
Corrosive Haze plus Meld, even if it's level 1. We were talking about how much physical damage and minus armor they have, and you can see they make very short work of Roshan.
Ooh, is smoked here with Golem. I don't think they were expecting it this early in the game. And the pace has been amped.
Tower is under attack.
He's out. You are. Gonna pop the Phantasm every single time it's off cooldown. Maybe he doesn't find a kill. Maybe he can't hit a tower, but he can just farm efficiently. And you're right, this map just seems to be getting smaller and smaller. Tomato is having to push out a little bit more because there's just losing areas. And it doesn't really seem like this opener that we're talking about, the Zeus Death Prophet. There are some serious weaknesses to it, and right now it just looks like there's no real playmaking potential.
I mean, they just don't have it. Like, Warlock is one of these supports who needs cores to initiate for him. He provides pretty much nothing on the map without it. He's a dead hero at this point in time. Tusk is, in theory, one of these 4 melees who can start stuff. It's just hard for him to run into these cores. I mean, these are some man-fighting cores, you know?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He doesn't have the help outside of Exo and Zeus ult, which is like, what, are you going to run in and shard some dude for an Exo? It's just so awkward, so... This is what I'm saying, this draft is really just... TSM is going to have to wade through this period, farm it up on their Alk, and then hope he carries them through some fight. And if they lose that fight, I mean, this game is going to get grim real fast.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, well, the Radiance
Dire's bottom tower
is finally going to be finished up soon, so the farm can start accelerating a little bit more, but in the meantime, the final Tier 1 tower is about to fall on the TSM FTX side. They've got no response to it whatsoever.
Drum Enchantress, drumming up the rallied skeletons.
Dire's bottom tower has
That's a
fallen.
solo tower.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. Tusk looks like he's going to be tossed back into his death, potentially, as Moon Meander actually does end up going down. The MSS is going to be caught by the Golem, though. Quinn's going to take a decent amount of damage on his way out, but he should be fine. Fada running into Saberlight here. He's got Leslau nearby with the sprint to the Mask of Madness, so he may not have the blink to initiate, but Death Prophet's still got to be careful.
Still 3 ults for TSM to get a tiny, and they're losing their triangle. Is not going to feel amazing about that. They do have to take advantage of these overextensions by Quincy. If you don't have the ability to drive into them and make something happen, the next best thing is baiting them to overextend. Try and get those return fights off the back of a Bond Zeus ult, which, I mean, it looks cool. There's such an early Aegis, though. It's not even really a fight you can take, and now... Again, just where's the next play coming from TSM? It's gotta be a bait or an Exo. It's pretty much their only choice here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this trio right now. Moon does have a smoke, but like, what would you even do with that smoke? With the Zeus Warlock? Especially without Thunder God's Wrath. It just seems pointless to try and make any sort of offensive move, and they're not going to. They're going to hold their high grounds, see if anybody from Quincy crew walks into them. If not, they seem to be at least somewhat content with Alchemist farming away. He has his Radiance, is going to be going AC second item here.
They are getting jungle space. Quincy's giving them a little bit of breathing room here. And like you said, I mean, they are happy to farm to some extent. Like, Alk is Alk and Zeus is Zeus. And they're very good heroes for farming it up and doing a lot with the network they get. I mean, the damage output is still going to be significant. So if Quincy does overextend at some point into a bad fight, it can turn this game around very fast.
Death Prophet coming in from the side. They're going to be able to catch Quinn. He linked into Moon Meander, but Moon Meander actually didn't have enough stuns, it seems. Didn't even throw out the Walrus Punch. Maybe they were just felt like they were going to be overextended.
Yeah, I don't think that's the fight, and I think Moon's right. Like, you're going to kill TA Aegis, he respawns, you still don't have Golem. Is that a fight you really want? It just sounds terrible, so... Instead, choosing to maybe bait Quincy around and try and go for the other side of the map here. This is a good find if they look for it. Nope, just snagging bounties.
I don't think they're looking for anything. Quinn's looking for something. He's got to be able to find Dubu. Saberlight bumped back, tossed backwards into Fada, and the
he
crush.
got the silence.
He's got it. Saberlight, he'll prolong his life with the Spirit Siphon. But he will eventually die.
He did rush that plate mail. Pretty tanky.
Yeah, it's not the only one. The Alchemist already has his plate mail. You are. kind of got baited into this fight between Bryle and Moon, and now with the help of Tomato, they get that kill on the carry Chaos Knight.
Bait it up, hook, line, and sinker. That's your best play this game, is try and get some Quincy hero alone or in a 2-on-3, bait him in. Then your Alk is happy to join that type of engagement and help you clean it up with the Radiance damage.
I mean, that just felt so greedy. You had TA getting kills in the triangle. The bottom lane, they were getting the kill on the Death Prophet. It seemed kind of unnecessary to be forward at all.
Definitely a bit of an overextension. Gonna cost Quincy a little bit here. Push Alk towards an AC seconds, and he has it. This is a strong item this game. Quincy's damage is a lot about this armor differential. We've already seen TSM itemized for it. Early plate mail into Lotus for Saberlight. A buckler on Dubu, which you can turn into Wraith Pact later, but still a little extra armor. AC on Alk. Suddenly there's, 7 armor aura coming out here. Pretty significant.
Yeah, pretty good, but that only offsets the Desolator that's about to come in for Quinn. So, on top of that, he still has his double damage in the bottle. So, I would be, well, maybe if they find the TA by herself, TSM FTX with the 4-man smoke, Quinn, blink away, should be totally fine. They just don't have anything to stop him.
Yeah, he's uncatchable this game. As long as he has blink and refraction up. I mean, you're going to need a smoke in to jump Alk stun when he gets blink. That's your best bet.
Ooh, they've got the bash prepped up. They're going to go for it. Avalanche and chain stuns.
Oh.
Easy.
To the dead zone.
No miss chances for them, and I'm not sure they were going to have damage for that. They actually just crushed him, huh?
Quite literally.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
What, you don't respect my pun game or
Dire's
what?
top tower is under attack.
I'm just never sure if you're doing it intentional or not.
Always intentional.
Always. I don't actually believe that, but okay.
No, alright, well. We'll
Bryle,
discuss that later.
he already has the shard, he's got a Kaya, and he's gonna go for the E-Blade, so no Aghanim Scepter. I do think an E-Blade is really value when you've got 3 physical damage minus armor cores on the enemy team, so I like that choice.
Seems decent. He can save himself from a jump or a rift. Pretty big. Ideally, he's not in a position for that to happen, so...
Maybe he could save Saberlight. I mean, Saberlight's going to be going for a Lotus Orb, so it's a nice choice, but when push comes to shove, Quincy Crew can just focus him down. But the right timed E-Blade could do a lot to be able to win a fight.
Can definitely turn something around. I like TSM's itemization here. They have identified kind of Quincy's draft's focus, like the one thing they can do, which is hit you hard, really hard, So you itemize to prevent getting hit really hard, and every little piece of armor, every little piece of physical mitigation they can get, prolong the fight is how they're going to win them later on. Because later on, the fights become easier. They'll have a blink on Tusk. They'll have this blink Alk who can get multiple stuns off. They'll have this DP who can man up a bit more and just run in the fight with the siphons. There's, of course, Zeusol bonds, some upheaval maybe. You have a bit more control that you can play with. They just need to get to that point. Get there at a reasonable spot that one fight that can turn the game around happens in a favorable position for them. Because they're not too far behind. Quincy did give them some space here. They had some nice early tempo and it petered off a little bit.
Turn around, just Golem thrown, but Quinn blinks out of it.
Interesting attempt.
Has been denied.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe he thought his blink was CD, or he didn't have refraction up or something?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Even if he hits him with a stun, if the refraction's up, he's probably still going to blink away because, again, TSM FTX do not have those immediate stuns, not even to follow up a Golem.
I mean, it's farming Golem,
Yeah, true.
He's not doing much more with it at the moment anyway. Plus, I think this level 1 Golem, honestly, instantly dies in the fight anyway.
That is definitely true.
So, it's not the worst. Not the worst. He's scouting Roche with it. I mean, you'd rather have it up than not. Not the end of the world, though.
Well, they do now have a follow-up stun. Fast reacting one. Moonmeander has the Blink Dagger on Tusk. You pointed that as sort of a integral part of TSM FTX's team fight as the game goes later on. So we're going to see that in action soon, but Quincy crew seem not concerned at all. They are very happy to just keep farming, and it looks like they're gonna hit this timing where all three of them get their BKBs within the same minute.
Yeah, I think both of them are flying out except the TAs. And BKB, there's some BKB interaction for TSM, so it's not anything crazy. Still, very strong timing is going to come out for them, preventing a lot of the Zeus damage, and more importantly, debuffing that Bonds. That's the annoying thing for Warlock. Spell immunity and debuffs, or dispels, really just hinder this hero. It's one of the biggest downsides. That's why we saw like Legion Abaddon picked up a lot when he was popular. If you remove Bonds, what is this hero offering?
Right, yeah.
Almost nothing. I think Upheaval will be good in this game way later on. They can hold their ground. And right now, it's not doing anything. So, it's a Bonds or bust. Like you said, triple BKB. You don't even get the chance. Big smoke. Mojo finds
forward,
Tumineva.
nice toss back. They're going to be able to get the chain stun pretty easily, and Leslau immediately goes for the backline. Dubu's going to be first of the backline to fall. Moon tries to escape with a blink away. Nice shard block off, but there is a little gap, and the toss forward will ultimately lead to Moon Meander's death. 3 down on the side of TSM FTX, and the game just got that much darker.
I mean, it's pretty much the easiest jump of Mojo's life. He's just going in, stunning multiple heroes. The second that happens, the BKBs get popped, and the team fight's pretty much over. Alp gets insta-popped like a pinata. I don't even think he existed for more than 3 seconds. AC or not. He is just not survivable at all versus minus armor. And there's not much that's helping him. Even if you snowball him there and reset the fight a little, he still just can't man-fight these 3 cores.
Trying to catch Quinn, but he got a fresh refraction off, so not going to do anything. Blink away, Tomato's going to stun himself. Fortunately for him, Quincy crew is all backed off to farm up neutrals, push out some of the side lanes, and get map control again after doing Roshan. They did give the shard to TA, so watch for that trap silence. Could be really effective against some of these heroes, the Tusk and Zeus in particular.
Power of Templar Assassin, you get that second Roche early. I mean, they did the first one so early. This is an insanely early shard for her. There's just so much free net worth, honestly. It's hard to fight. And TSM won a fight. They're getting multi-trapped. They just can't really start it.
Yeah, they won a fight because, I mean, the game's not going to get better for them,
Dire's
right?
bottom tower is under attack.
Not sure
Try
where it's
here, the
going.
initiation goes out. They do have the counter initiation to be able to save Saberlight. Inside of the snowball, Dubu's going to die as Yuar just rallies him with a bunch of
How strong
Phantasm
is Death
illusions.
Prophet?
Look at that, the Death Prophet
Not at
just
all.
gets popped so quickly. As soon as they turn their attention onto the Death Prophet, she just explodes. Too much minus armor, too much physical damage. And Moon isn't actually out of here, blinks away. Avalanche doesn't catch Brawl either, so they do not lose anybody there. Tomato's gonna go for it.
Dire's middle tower is under
Very interesting. The fact that they're opting to fight into the 5-mana Quincy crew, even with an Aegis,
bold.
even chasing after the Aegis. There's no way Tomato's strong enough to be able to deal with this. Now the stun, they caught the Zeus, they get the silence in there as well. The E-Blade once again
Nice
bailing him out,
bonds.
and then really nice bonds is going to be able to burn through Yuar. Yuar's just going to fight to the
shredded.
death. Quinn is also going to get shredded here. Tomato might just be the strongest hero in this game now as he's going to turn. Bada's finished up, the stun gets
Save the
thrown.
stun for him.
Quinn is going to die a second time. What a turn from TSM FTX. That looked like a disaster in the making, and somehow they managed to turn it all around.
No BKBs. That's the secret. If they overextend, I mean, no BKBs on 3 cores, you're fighting into this bonds. He gets it on 4 heroes with Acid Spray, Arc Lightnings, and the Radiant Burn going to work. Alec is survivable enough, he can take that fight if Slardar doesn't feel like he can man up. Suddenly, Quincy find themselves stuck in a world of pain. That might be the one fight that turns this game around.
Radiant's
If they
middle
get
tower
if
is
they get
under
1 or 2
attack.
more of those without the Quincy
Radiant
BKBs,
structures are fortified.
suddenly you're looking at a different situation where if DP's survivable enough, if Alec's survivable enough,
Radiant's middle
don't
tower
underestimate
is
this
falling.
late game lineup. It's a Zeus team. We know what this Zeus can do.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times. E-Blade immediately paying off. Now he's going to start working towards an Aghanim Scepter. Quincy crew, I mean, they shouldn't be too concerned about that last fight, right? They're like, okay, just have to make sure we have BKBs up. And don't get, like, the full team fatal bonded. That probably would help.
That will do a decent amount towards helping them win a fight. I want to say, like, how often do you see Solar Crest in this meta?
Oh, yeah, you're talking about Dubu's choice?
Yeah.
I saw that earlier.
This is a rare item to build nowadays. Pretty much never. And again, just emphasizes the fact that TSM, they only care about Quincy's physical.
Yep.
Like, they don't care about anything else except keeping their cores alive versus physical damage. Every little bit they can get, even Talisman Rush on this Death Prophet that will go into the Halberd.
Do you think the fact that Quincy Crew's lineup is one-dimensional in that fact that it will cost them going late game? Because all three of these heroes do scale, but it's all the same kind of damage.
It definitely makes it hard late game, I think. I think these types of lineups tend to eventually fall off just because items are so powerful and, you know, you understand what they want to do and it makes it very simple. Every physical detriment you add to the table is just worth that much more, you know?
Right.
And whereas Quincy, they have to think about a lot more stuff. They have to think about this Bond's Dispel, the Zeus magic damage, the DP hybrid with the Exorcism and the Siphons, Alk physical burst with the Tusk tag team. Like, it's a lot of random stuff they have to think about and not as straightforward. So it just makes your idea of how to play the fights cohesive, and that's why a lot of times teams opt for multiple sources of damage. The strength of these Quincy lineups is it's like a spearhead. You're very focused, and if you ramp it up and drive it home, it's incredibly powerful and synergistic in terms of bursting a single hero and taking the numbers fight.
Yeah, like
That's where the snowball save is super huge too.
Yeah. Anything to be able to reset these fights. Yawar is going to be going for a nullifier, so we will try and counteract these Ghost Scepters and E-Blades and such. Tier 3 items, so both teams are going to take a bit of a breather to farm that up. But I'm expecting to see some action sometime soon at Abyssal Blade complete for Tomato. They have a pipe on the Enchantress, so Fada actually getting really farmed. He had the Force Staff early with the drums. Now a full-out pipe as well. Leslie almost has an AC of his own, so they're going to be able to offset Tomato's advantage that he got super early.
I think Quincy needs to get to their next round of items here. Like you said, that AC, maybe another damage item on TA even. I think it's actually pretty scary to fight into this TSM lineup now, in terms of going on them. I think the Golem drop plus some snowball save, he has a Ghost Scepter on Tusk, is enough time bought for this Alk and Zeus to, you know, wait out the BKBs. It's a lot about the jump. Like, Quincy really wants the vision in this game. They want to play on the traps, play on the wards. See a core, jump, burst them, and take the fight with the numbers advantage. Because once their BKBs are out, that's go time for TSM.
Right. Which means it's a far different game for TSM to take a team fight on the other side of the river like they were kind of thinking about there, as opposed to right next to their Tier 2, which is where the last big team fight happened.
Oh, TSM would love if Quincy ran into him. Like, they're begging him, you know?
Yeah.
Like, come at me, bro. I'm happy to take a defensive-oriented fight where my Warlock gets free spells and we can use the towers, maybe even a buyback to wait out BKBs. Like, that's their dream. Jumping into Quincy is still going to be tough here, I think. Unless you have some crazy Alk initiation.
Mojo. Toss back into the crush. One shot. Oh, look at that fatal bond. So with the unstable concoction, what a combo. Jesus.
What the hell just happened?
They were instantly ready for that. Damn.
Quinn didn't even get BKB off. He got golemed into the Nimbus and absolutely evaporated. That clump. You cannot clump like this versus lineup, man. It is devastating, the Bond Zeus combo.
That was just unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen like a combo like that operated so efficiently.
I mean, that was absolutely nasty. What was that, I mean, it was a 4-man golem for sure, maybe even a 5-man.
It was, yeah. And then the Fatal Bonds on top of an Unstable Concoction that I feel like hit too. I think you're right, the Nimbus Chain Stun off of the Golem on the TA. So he had an Illusion Rune as well. So there were multiple things that he could have done to dispel if he could use his spells, but...
Deleted him and his keyboard in that play. I mean, it was just absolute destruction. And again, what was the name of that game? Them getting baited on this Tusk. That's what set it all up. Like, they see this Tusk. Okay, cool. We'll toss him back. We'll go on him. That's vision of everybody for TSM. And Tusk is, like, probably the least important person in their lineup.
Oh, God. Quinn's tilted now.
Is he?
He lost. I mean, they just lost 2 team fights in a row, and then he accidentally canceled his TP out.
All right. Well, let's not jump to conclusions. And Quinn's a formidable player. You know, they can afford some setbacks in this game. They still have a lot of damage. And remember, Golem's on cooldown. So 60 seconds now, Quincy can make an aggressive play and feel better about taking this fight at least. No... Actually, there is Zeus ult back up. So the benefit of Quickening Charm. No Exorcism, though. TSM's missing some key spells.
The long wrap around. The Thunder God's Wrath. He was thinking about it. If he pops it, they'll know. There's the smoke. Saberlight needs to get out of there. He's actually putting himself on the front lines. He wants them to initiate. They've got the high ground ward and everything.
Let's have the Lotus bait. Sees them all. Let's see one Roche.
Well, that Roshan's going to happen real fast. They still don't have the Golem for 20 seconds.
Exorcism
Nimbus
back up.
gets some vision. They immediately pop the BKB with the Yawar coming in from the side. Doesn't actually get the save from Moon Meander. They're going to turn around and go for MSS, but Roshan's already dead. Looks like Leslau and... Quinn feared. He didn't read that one. That's going to be an Aegis burned once and possibly twice. Let's see.
There's no BKB.
Yawar's coming back in. He's got a Blink Dagger, but they call it quits. They're going to leave Quinn behind. Well, Mojo apparently didn't get the memo. He jumped in and will die. A dieback, in fact, for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty much a disaster of a team fight for Quincy. They try and force this Roche with the cooldowns coming up. Saberlight just runs in with Exo. Nobody wants to man fight him. They're trying to jump the back line. They do take this Warlock out. One of the more important pieces of this puzzle. And then they just focus Roche. The damage gets split. None of these cores are that easy to bring down anymore, it feels like. And Zeus is just going to town. The fear on the TA. He used BKB to finish the Roche. He gets the Refresher Shard and the cheese. Trying to backpack it, though. He doesn't get any of it in time. An awkward engagement from Quincy.
I feel like this is really showcasing TSM's greatest strength. They always seem to, I think very similar to, say, Spirit and OG, have very good read for how they want to play team fights and execute very well in that regard. And I think that's like why TSM is a team that isn't super reliant on the laning phase, is because they play these mid-game team fights so well.
100%. They're a team that their focus has been on that mid-late game period. It is historically different than a lot of NA teams, and it's probably what has proven well for them.
Managed to nab a double damage away from Tomato, but they still don't have the damage. Not even Leslau there. Tomato turns around, kills him. Now it's going to be Yawar in trouble, stuck inside of the Ice Shards. A beautiful throw from the Moon Meander Tusk, who isn't going to be able to do anything about Fauna. Still looks to be able to chase down Quinn, but won't be able to catch him either.
Spiraled out of control for Quincy. I don't see them man fighting this out anytime soon. He is way too tanky, way too out of control. This DP is, I mean, he's not the squishy DP of the early game. He's got Plate Mail, Lotus Orb, Halberd, and a Blast Rig. The armor has come alive here.
Thoroughly impressed by TSM in this game. And, this is going to be one hell of a victory if they can close it out. But Saberlight does get tossed back an awkwardly far distance, and now the snowball in as well. TSM are going far too deep. Fortunately, the Ghost Scepter is there. Saberlight is going to have to deal with Quinn sticking on top of him. Actually, Blinks tries to go for Dubu, another Ghost Scepter. Now you see the problem
When
with
that
all of
second
this.
BKB.
He's going to pop his BKB and turn around, go for Saberlight, but Moon Meander knocks him up in the air. Fada, Snowball coming out for him once again, all the way into the fountain. It's going to leave Quinn behind, though. Even the fountain, they're having struggled to be able to get these kills, but they will finally kill the Death Prophet. Moon Meander is quite low as well. Bryle covering his tracks, though, making sure nobody blinks out of the fountain.
Are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has
Alk
fallen.
feels invincible. I don't know how they're touching this guy, man. He's getting solar crested. He's getting shadow worded. There's random dispels and Nimbus is flying out. It's just Quincy cannot focus a single target, bring him down, and get the numbers fight they want with all the disruption that's happening in the fight.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're just getting bonds at the end of their BKBs and destroyed by Zeus. Quinn had 2 BKBs that fight off the refresher shard, and it still didn't feel like enough.
Still has that cheese. Is close to EMKB that he's been working at for a while. Scotty now complete. Another big upgrade in stats. We also have level 25 coming in soon, so the plus 50 chemical rage regeneration is what most people go.
Zeusel trying to find a target for this Alk stun. Quincy, bail the hell out of there.
Oh, he goes to
Dang it.
movement speed this time.
Oh, he did.
Why though?
I guess he just feels invincible.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just ending the game, surely the movement speed isn't that valuable, right? Where do you need to run to?
The one interesting thing about it is you can sell boots and feel a lot more comfortable.
Oh,
Because
okay.
between this talent and the Swift Blink, when he blinks in, he's basically hasted without boots, which means he gets another slot while
Okay.
keeping haste and move speed. So that part of it makes sense to me. Like, if you're not worried about getting bursted or killed, I mean, I don't think Quincy has tried to even focus him in a long time.
Radiant's top
May as well
tower
just deal
is
more
under
damage,
attack.
which is basically what this talent ends up doing.
Yeah, no, that does make sense.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, this is a scary 6-slot out. I mean, he's got 4,000 HP, Scotty, Swift Blink, Paladin Sword on top.
Radiant's
They need a
top
couple
tower is under
MKBs here,
attack.
quick. Quinn has 1. That's about it, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting that second one. I mean, they went for the
Dire's
nullifier on the
bottom tower
Chaos Knight.
is under attack.
Leslau, he went for the AC, and they've just been losing fights ever since those items, so. Also, just a side note, how incredibly good it is when you have an Alchemist on your team to get Paladin Sword.
It's a little nice. It's a little bonus, you know.
Yeah.
He's not gonna complain about that one in the post game. I'll tell you that much.
Five-man,
They got
no
some good
smoke.
items overall. Like, they got Ninja Gear for Zeus, which is amazing. They got a Trickster Cloak for this DP, extra evasion.
That's true.
They got some good stuff coming out. Even aesthetic cap on this Tusk. That's pretty much what Moon's been doing. Run in and tank some jump.
A soldier's fortune.
Thunder God's Wrath did show that Quincy Crew was outside of their base. Now, Quincy Crew backed up, but it looks like they want to re-hold this area around their vision. And of
All the
course,
courier on a trap.
TSM
Quincy knows
FTX,
they're here.
something similar. Smoke is going to break. Shiva is walking forward, and Mojo actually does go for the toss back on a Saberlight, and they're going to try and blow him up, but again, the Golems come in. A beautiful setup with a snowball save as well, and they cannot get the blow up they are looking for. Quincy Crew is just going to get destroyed, as not even the Death Prophet can be finished off on this. A GG called Quincy Crew. They had a nice tight hold on this game for the first 20 minutes, but it seems like they may have underestimated TSM FTX's ability to go late game with these team fights.
The map control fell apart. That one fight around mid, they get baited on the Tusk, 4-man, 5-man rock, bonds into Zeus ult. Then the game's just turned. That's the issue with some of these lineups. If you throw some of these fights without building up a sizable lead, again, you're a spearhead-focused team, all in on the minus armor, all in on the physical. The items start coming out. Every little bit adds up very fast, and suddenly you find yourself in a situation where you can no longer take the 5-on-5s.
Look at that win percentage, favoring Quincy Crew so much from the 20 to 30 minute marker. but then just an avalanche. It all comes down in the last 10 minutes of that game. TSM FTX, they just had a better read than Quincy Crew. They had a better read than I think you or I did. They just seem to.
Well, let's not push it too far here. No, they understood what their draft was designed to do.
Yeah.
Just play very patient. It's not going to be an easy game. It's not going to be some game where you can make a lot of moves. The game where you play for that overextension and you punish that overextension incredibly hard that 1 or 2 times, and that's what's going to win you this game. And they did that to a T.
All right, well, we still have a very long day ahead of us. This is a best of 5, and I do not expect Quincy Crew to go down without a fight. And should be able to bounce back from at least this first game, but we'll see what happens. We're going to take a quick break, come back with Game 2, Quincy Crew versus TSM FTX.
In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you. Oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you. Oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you. Oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. under when I'm crumbling. Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
never did. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it.
As Game 2 begins for this best of 5 grand finals for the ESL 1 Malaysia North American qualifier, Quincy crew is currently in debt. Avery, they are sitting at 3 losses in a row to TSM FTX. They matched up in the upper bracket final. They took the first game, lost the following 2. Now in this best of 5, they lose the opening game. This has gotta feel really bad, mentally speaking.
It's not a good trajectory. I also think that's a game where it kind of shifts the paradigm for the series. I think Quincy came out, they said, we're going to take it to you, we're going to play some fast Dota, do a super early Roche, take over the map with TA traps and Enchantress, a classic Enchantress style game. When you lose those styles of games, it kind of dissuades you from going back to that, you know? You feel like, alright, whatever the situation is, we're not executing well enough to convert on that type of scenario. And I think a lot of times that happens, teams tend to go back towards the heavier team fight, heavier scale, that they feel more comfortable. All right, we're just going to be able to win the fights later and, you know, out-team fight him. So I would be very surprised if Quincy go back to this Enchantress-style lineup. I would lean they're going to go more towards
10 seconds remaining.
a harder carry for your War, plus maybe one back to, like, the Spirit fight starters for Quinn.
Yeah. I mean, he was definitely feeling himself earlier today on the puck. Of course, that was like 4 hours ago at this point, thanks to the long break we have between series.
10 seconds remaining.
Quincy crew with the first pick. They've got no Zeus available, but
5
there is
seconds
Tiny,
remaining.
Puck, no Marcy. Dawnbreaker feels like she's fallen out of favor for that first pick area. It's Razor.
There's some scale and flexible laning from first pick, which is always nice. Interesting to see this Warlock banned as well. I mean, I guess they just felt like Warlock was too big of a problem, and it felt like he was. I don't know if this hero's first phase ban worthy. Maybe they're having issues getting lanes versus it. Maybe it's also a... If Mojo's going to always be on a melee 4 hero, they feel like the Warlock's too lane security. And there's just this Furion mix, Furion Tiny. So there is a Puck response option. I just don't know if Quincy want to pick Puck into Furion Tiny. That seems a bit greedy.
Yeah. It feels a bit more likely that they would just grab their 4 position here. But, I mean, I guess they were willing to open up 2 cores last series as well. And
you know, I mean, they're back to playing against Furion, which was giving them problems earlier. I don't know if they found a super amazing solution to it. They want the 4, there's like Earth Spear or something.
Winter Wyvern.
Alright, Wyvern, I like that. I think this hero's strong, and I think it gives you some extra lane shove. A mobile support versus Furion that he can't really like solo kill too easily on the map. And then, you know, TSM, they've already shown some physical with this Furion Tiny coming out. Tiny, if he's support, is mostly magical, but Wyvern's happy to play into that hero with the Arctic Burn and like the counter initiation, so I think it's a decent pick. Decent pick. Can always go mid too.
Yeah,
never know.
It's a possibility, though. I don't know. Have you seen Quinn try that out?
I have. He won me a pub with it.
Really?
I doubted him, and he carried, so...
Okay.
I think it was on... Maybe he was smurfing with... I don't know. I mean, nobody smurfs, of course, but...
Of course, yeah, of course. Speaking of this 3-game losing streak against TSM that Quincy Crew is currently on, what was the longest losing streak you ever had against a single team?
In official matches, or what?
Either
Or
way.
scrims included? Or
I
what?
mean, there had to have been days where you had some rough
5
scrims
seconds
against
remaining.
a team back-to-back. I mean... I've heard some of those situations. I've heard plenty of teams, you know, like, we're currently 0-14 in our TI scrims right now. You know, like, I've heard those situations.
There's a couple periods that come to mind. I remember this TI, not this TI, Animajor was that time we scrimmed VP a lot on the early days because they had, like, the most slots open. And they just, like, 10-0'd us or something. It was just like, all right. Time to lose to VP again. And we played him at the very end, and we took like a game off him, and that was the best fucking victory of the entire boot camp. Let me tell you that. We were like 0-11. We won a single game. We felt like we won TI. Just like, all right, we're fucking back, boys. So it feels you get some redemption. I also remember playing. There's a period it was old Liquid, one of the Kuroki liquids. This was like back with the Resolution VGJ or something. I think we at a random boot camp we played them a bunch, and
10 seconds
they just destroyed us like 8 times in a row or something.
Yeah.
It happens.
5
Sometimes some
seconds
team just is
remaining.
ahead of you in the meta. They have some matchup advantage. That's what scrims are for, though. You know, it's good to get beat down. It makes you fight through your problems. So Quincy, they're getting beat down a little bit. You know, 3-0, no sweat. They have it's a best of 5. You can even lose one more and just figure out what's giving you problems and figure out a solution. That's what makes you a better team.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the performance at the Arlington Major is more important than going to ESL 1 Malaysia, probably in their minds. So, for them, finding what the problems are and hopefully coming up with some solutions in this best of 5 could be really integral to their growth heading into Arlington. But we're going to have our second round of bans here. They are going to ban away the Dawnbreaker on the side of TSM FTX. I was curious just because we've seen a lot of Dawnbreaker Razor, but also I imagine you kind of like the global power against a Nature's Prophet as well, right?
I think it's pretty decent. Pretty fast wave clear, a physical fighting carry with global presence. Sign me up. I think Quincy should think more about this mid game, how the team fights progress, how the map progresses. Like, those are the 2 biggest priorities to me in terms of playing versus TSM squad. I wouldn't care about the lanes at all. Like,
10 seconds
who cares?
remaining.
I mean,
Sure.
TSM does not care, and they seem to win games.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, every team cares in a sense, but they're not like TSM's not here to dominate you on the lanes, you know?
Yeah.
So you just don't overthink these lane matchups and this kind of stuff. Focus more on putting yourselves in a good position where you at least understand how you want to take fights and how they're gonna be good for you. And I think you'll be doing much better off. So, you know, again, that Enchantress gets banned. I did not see that. I did not want to see that hero come out again. I didn't think it would. And Phoenix as well. So I think Fada's got some stuff up his sleeve here. Maybe some Monkey King Wyvern action. Might be hard to just jam with 2 cores left, but it is good versus Furion, I think. It helps you play the map, gives you some team fight. Some hero like that just fills those slots, I think will be Gucci. All right, how many
His
times?
third pick Dazzle, it just keeps on showing up, man.
I mean, Wyvern's out, Phoenix is out, Warlock's out. He's the next best thing, you know. maybe even the better version seems to always scrape through and get picked on that third slot, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
The disciple of Dazzle, Avery.
5 seconds
Very
remaining.
happy to see this man again.
He's been looking pretty good. I don't know, like, I'm telling you, people sleeping on him. The Purple Priest. The Priest in Purple.
You
get a
also
nice little
feel
save
underrated
for Wyvern first.
like Dazzle?
No, I was pretty appropriately rated in the dumpster. And I do not hide behind that at all.
Quincy
But
Cruz, turn
the Purple
to pick.
Priest is underrated.
Ooh, that's something different. We have not been
I
seeing
told
a
you he
ton
had
of
something
Io.
up his sleeve.
Yeah, he did.
It was a little ball light.
Okay, so what is your IO pairing here? No Bristleback. There's still
Undying's
Chaos Knight.
turn to
There's
pick.
Leshrac and Storm still available. They go Leshrac.
This is the Quincy Classic, right? IO Lesh.
Yeah, it
There's
is.
a period they were just spamming that first phase, thought it was unbeatable. A little bit of a throwback here. Pretty interesting to go for it versus what
10
TSM showing, which
seconds
is
remaining.
a mainly like physical fight you type lineup,
5
which traditionally
seconds
Leshrac
remaining.
suffers versus in some sense, you know, like these types of Drow Ranger heroes, if you think about it, like some long range physical that he has to gap close with no armor. It's an interesting idea. IO obviously changes the presence of the hero a lot, helps him fight through a lot of that early game and get him to his later items where, honestly, IO Lesh late game probably doesn't care about anything. Just an absolute monster. So, again, I like this because I think it's giving them abilities to play the map with the reload, and then giving them a bit more robustness, I'll use it here, in terms of the late game scaling, making them feel more comfortable, you know? They're not on a timer or anything.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it is going to be a very run-at-you lineup. Leshrac and Razor like to be able to just get on top of heroes and stick in the middle of fights. So what does TSM FTX do to respond to that?
Invoker comes to mind.
Yeah, just any sort of
Crosswise
disengage,
Invoker.
right?
Yeah, anything that's hard to run into that's going to dissuade the Slash, getting mana burn, getting stunned up,
Quincy
Ember
Cruz,
Spirit,
turn
these types
to
of
battle.
heroes. And yeah, that one was just that was a gimme, I think. Because TSM love this Invoker Lesh matchup. They used to pick it versus us all the time. They really like this Crosswise Invoker in general. It's not a super popular hero right now, which is why it
10
kind of fell off.
seconds remaining.
In a game like this, though, where you want a Vessel Buyer for the IO, you want some early
5
disruption
seconds
for the
remaining.
2 cores that want to run at you. It looks pretty juicy. Bryle's happy to pick this up.
Do we have an idea where this
Undying's
Razor is
turn
going
to battle.
yet? Are you leaning one way or the other?
Generally, Quincy would prefer not to send him versus Furion. The problem is they're not going to see, so they're not going to have a choice too much.
If you can't
10
choose,
seconds
would you
remaining.
rather downgrade the Furion or the Razor then? Or just say,
5
okay, just
seconds
make it a 3?
remaining.
Then
really
again, that,
depends on what you're pairing him with, I think.
Quincy Cruz, turn to
yeah,
battle.
because
Go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say that I think there are more offlaners that pair with IO, at least left in the pool.
Yes. I mean, you could take like a Legion here or something.
Mhm.
You get the Dispel for the poison, fights the Furion on the lane, Dispel for Invoker. Seems
10
pretty nice.
seconds remaining.
And that Legion IO is really strong. I
5
wouldn't mind seeing that at all.
remaining.
And I think that you're happy to play that game because Legion, like, then you're Tricore scaling really hard. You have the Wyvern backup, the IOs pumping up these heroes. They're going to ban Razor or Void. I think you just play the carry Razor and you pick something that makes this carry Furion dissuading. Like, they'll throw the Furion in the offlane and pick another carry. I think I would lean towards that, personally. It's up to them. It's up to them, though. It's always up to the players, you know? What are they more comfortable with? What are they more confident with? Maybe
10
Fada has a
seconds
specific
remaining.
vision for the game. He feels like he needs more pickoff or more team fight or something.
5 seconds remaining. Undying's turn to pick.
Admiral Kunkka.
The
A little bit
Kunkka.
of both.
So, do you think that this Kunkka is going mid against the Invoker and they're doing side lane or carry Leshrac? Or
That's
is this
what
carry
it looks
Kunkka?
like. I can see a world where they just want this Kunkka Invoker matchup. They want to
10
dodge the
seconds remaining.
annoying presence he's going to bring in that mid lane. and then just play the
5
side lane
seconds
cores here with the
remaining.
2 sustainers. Definitely a possibility. I can also see a world where they try and force the Kunkka side lane matchup versus Nature's. I think that just gets like super awkward in lane dodging, and then TSM's happy to have this Invoker mid. So I'd probably lean towards there, or want to just send the Kunkka mid here. Say, screw your Invoker counterpick, I'm gonna counterpick you.
Yeah.
And you can't dodge it because you're Invoker, you know, so...
TSM, they had... Okay,
That's
they
a
had an
spicy one.
off lane and a carry position available. And in the end, they chose to go with a core Undying as their last pick. Now, are you a believer in this, Avery?
I am. I am a believer.
Really? Okay, we
Yes.
see eye to eye on something. I'm also a big believer of core
Oh,
Undying.
you believe? Well, I mean, I think it has some problems, you know, now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
No, I believe in it. It's a sleeper hero for sure if you get it in the right game. I think he needs to be versus a melee carry to really shine.
Yeah, that's the weird
In
part for me.
theory, he is though, right? Yawar on the Kunkka.
Okay.
So he might get his dream here. I think the rest of the lineup's pretty awkward for him, like Razor Lesh with a mobility IO with some extra attack speed, and then a Wyvern with percent burn. That's not looking great to me. But this hero's pretty strong. If he has a good lane, he gets to like, you know, fast Echo Saber +1 or whatever you want to go on this hero these days. He is tanky, he hits pretty hard, and you can always take fights around the Tombstone. Like, Quincy does not have the best Tombstone hitters. That's what they have going for them. Because you have to imagine going into a fight and hitting this Tombstone through tornadoes and deafening blasts and some Dazzle Hex and a Sprout and like random stuff, right? And I don't see that happening. So in that sense, it's an interesting Undying game. Again, what is Quincy's motto? If their motto is we want to run into you with this Lesh Razor tethered, Undying's pretty good at taking those fights when you run into him.
Yeah, as long as he gets the setup. Which, I mean, I guess in many ways, TSM FTX are always going to be favored when it comes to the initiation of these fights, right? They've got Tiny, Quaswex Invoker, and then obviously just getting out a good Tombstone. So, Quincy crew, meanwhile, I mean, their best way to start fights is like X. Other than that, it's just kind of running into you.
Pretty much. And I'm still surprised they didn't put this Kunkka mid in the end, especially after the Undying pick.
Yeah.
Because you know TSM's lanes. Like, they're not going to swap that up. And then you had an option to get the Kunkka versus Invoker mid, and then a Lesh lane versus this Undying, which... Undying, there's no way he can be too happy about that, you know? Playing versus double ranged hero. So I'm a little surprised they didn't go for that. Maybe just the hero preference and what they want these heroes to function as. They also might be lane dodging, which is another reason they would have done this. Trying to get the Razor versus the Undying and the Kunkka versus the Furion, which was the matchup they wanted. Very smart and very good if they get it off. Will TSM think about it?
It does mean they might have to give up some bounty rune potential here. They're going to just focus on one bounty rune, go for the other one, but the treant's already in place, so should be able to deny it. Go for the deny. He's got it. So that's going to be a 2-for-1 to the favor of TSM FTX, but it does mean they're going to be walking into lanes that they probably don't want to have.
Not at all. And a defensive rune ward from Quincy, they didn't show any cores, so doing the proper steps here to try and ensure the lane matchups, and they will get them here. Now the question is, what is TSM going to do with their supports when these lanes get revealed? Do they tri-lane this Razor and try and force the tri-lane back with solo XP safe lane Furion, or do they just try and TP around and get something going?
Moon, I think, was hoping to surprise this top lane by like cutting down a tree, running behind them, and tossing them back into the poison touch of the Dazzle, but a plasma field revealed his position, and they seem to be kind of stubborn about this. They're going to keep their tri-lane, and I mean, there's no reason to go down to bottom lane right now. Tomato has the creep wave underneath his tower.
Yeah, he's just getting shoved in. He's happy to get solo XP. I think this is smart. I think they can't really pressure Furion on the early levels. Meanwhile, they got full equilibrium for this Undying. Drops level 1 Tomb.
Level 1 Tomb. Leslau.
This is deadly.
Mojo is definitely dead. That's going to be your first blood. The question is whether or not Leslau, but Tomato actually TPing in. Really cool play.
This is smart. This is really smart, right? Because he can TP back.
Yeah.
And the Razor has to TP somewhere now. I mean, he can walk to a lane. He's not going to feel good about it. So now, TSM getting the lanes right. The level 1 tomb off the tri lane.
Yeah, but now the Razor... I kind of want... What do you think about the Undying just staying top until the Razor shows somewhere?
Yeah, that would have been the even next level play. Him, like, immediately TPing bottom, I think, is not great, because now he just has to battle this Razor again.
Yeah.
The flip side is you can still play this Nature's Prophet game where, like, you TP bottom and kill the Razor a second time, right?
Something Leslau and MSS are going to have to be very careful about. In the mid lane matchup, we do have the Quas Exort Invoker against Twins Leshrac. Toss. They do manage to get it. And they got a really good shadow wave off of that, too. Nice body blocks from Moonmeander as well. And Leslau is dead again. And he will not have TP when he's back up. He's going to have to walk out to the lane.
They're really abusing Quincy trying to get these lane matchups and the fact that they have a Fury on. Mojo even tried to salve him through that, so a lot of extra regen burn on this IO. He's going to get forced off the XP here, too. Tombstone, aggressive.
Yeah, really nice ideas all around. It's not like the Wyvern can... It's not a good hero for pressuring solo offlaners. Or solo carries in this place.
It's good if you have, like, a kill carry. You know, like a Monkey King or a PA or something.
Yeah.
Then you just chase the dude down. Kunkka's not amazing at it until he gets later levels. So some smart early moves coming out from TSM. They are outmaneuvering Quincy here now. Still zoning him off this tower.
They are.
Another double Ava poison.
And the poison touch, that'll finish off MSS. The toss from Moonmeander secures the kill. That tower has already taken well over 1,000 damage. Moonmeander, okay, that might have been a little too far forward, especially given the fact you have a cooldown on all your nukes. Did he just give away to kill the Leslau? He did. Experience back into the favor of Leslau. Not really a good reason for that one, I think.
Why'd you run into the tower? He could have just ran to the side. Oh, okay, well, going a little freebie back their way. I don't know, maybe he wanted to send a message, you know? I don't know what the message was, but it got sent.
Nice deny on the water rune. Bryle doing a good job controlling that. And Dubu took the other water rune, so no refill on Quinn's bottle, which is important because he's doing really well in the mid lane. 21-11 compared to 16-7 from Bryle. Is this expected against an Exort Invoker? I feel like Exort Invoker can contest Leshrac CS.
He should do better as the lane picks up. It's also interesting he went this Exort, right? I was expecting Quas Wex because traditionally... One, you're the vessel buyer for this IO Lesh Wyvern heal lineup. And then two, you're a lot more disruptive to this Lesh in the early game with the mana burns.
Hey, they're finally going to go for the punish onto Tomato, but the TP out is not good enough. Vada had one more hit left in him before the TP completed, and it was just enough.
Good punish. He will have the TP out of lane when he respawns, so look for him potentially ganking somewhere. If Moon wants to try and set it up. Baiting a little bit, maybe.
He has Avalanche, but refuses to use it. A lot of damage being stolen by Leslau. Saberlight's now going to come in.
TP.
Vada is going to come in from the side, but it's not going to be enough to offset Tomato TPing in. I don't think, anyway. The Soul Rip keeps the Tombstone alive a little bit longer. The double, ooh, the decay, and the Splinter was almost enough. Leslau is actually getting healed up by the healing salve, and they're going to be able to walk away. Vada is stuck in the trees right now, and he may end up being the only victim of this. But no, Leslau is able to push them back with another plasma field. They all live.
That's huge for them. I mean, what a committal from TSM. Another Tombstone drop, another Fury on TP. And Quincy just walk it off? Y'all are sitting in an empty lane.
And now Saberlight wants to go for that matchup, but it's not the same anymore. He's 2 levels behind this Kunkka. Moon, saved by the shallow grave. They don't time the plasma field, but they do get the vision to get the kill.
Your name in the Book of the Dead.
Well, what was turning into a really good early game for TSM is turning almost into a disaster off the last minute or two. It's just so much XP and gold fed back the way of this Razor, and especially Yawar, who got an empty lane and is level 6 and 3/4 now. Very early bow coming out. I also have not felt the impact of these Sun Strikes, even though there's a lot of skirmishing. They just don't really have the stun set up for him early. Exor Invoker is going to pay off later in terms of scale and the physical he'll bring man fighting this Lesh when he tries to run in. I just wonder if his team is kind of feeling the lack of Aquas Wex to fight around right now.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the lack of Vessel is going to hurt him too.
Yeah, I mean, going the Midas build up just means you're going to have a slower game for sure. But then again, TSM FTX seemed very comfortable with that in game 1 too. So they just kind of had this mantra of like, we're going to be able to outscale them and outfight them into these later game team fights.
I think it's a fine idea. I don't think this Quincy line is presenting some super fast, like run you over idea. I think Exor Invoker is Gucci. Just not having a Vessel this game, someone else has to build one, I think.
Ooh, Tornado comes out a little bit too late. He gets hit by the Split Earth, trying to run him down, but the Avalanche. Toss back? No, toss straight up in the air. Sablelight's here, though, and he's got the Undying. Nice drop of the Meatball, too. MSS does have Tether. He'll go back to Yawar, kill the Tombstone, but a big kill on Quinn. Great counter rotations all around from TSM.
And a big tip. Tip him up. The mental game in full effect here. I mean, Quinn's a value tip, you know?
Yeah, you think like as a former teammate of Quinn, I always just kind of assumed the tips weren't really like it happens so much. I didn't imagine it has effect anymore. You know, back in OG, we're really setting that meta, sure, but 2-3 years later, I feel like everybody's just shrugs off tips now.
The thing is, I don't think it does anything to Quinn. Like, I don't think Quinn cares. You know, he definitely doesn't let it affect him. I think it's like a morale boost for your own team, you know?
Oh, yeah. You could be like, he's mauling right now, guys.
Yeah, exactly. You can just make up this idea of like, hey, guys, I'm tipping Quinn, he's mad. Everybody's like, yeah, Quinn is mad this game. In reality, he doesn't care. He's just playing it 100% all the time in a competitive grand final.
Yeah.
It's a boost for your team, you know? That's why it's a good tip.
I see.
The tips are for, you know, it's for your compadres beside you. Not necessarily the damage inflicted. You gotta think about it both ways, Cap. You know, there's a whole mind game going on.
Yeah, I guess I've just never thought about the complexities of tipping before.
It's very deep in historic meta.
All right, well, we've got stack farming on both sides. We're watching Leshrac stack for himself with the IO. They got a little bit of triangle action going on here. We see the Undying. This is something that I believe used to be more effective. They changed some of the damage algorithms off of the zombies. And I believe they ended up nerfing the damage to creeps, but does more damage to heroes. If I remember correctly, that was the outcome.
I'll trust you on it. Still make short work of it. And Tomato needs a little bit of catch-up time in this game. Which, if you're going to have a hero who takes advantage of that, it's definitely Furion. He's a little low on levels, and his early game was kind of rough. He had to TP around a bunch. Some of those didn't work out. Fell a little bit behind. Of course, he did not go for the Midas.
Yeah, why not? If your game is being limited by your aggressive moves early, I feel like the Midas would get you, experience-wise, back to where you want to be.
Maybe he feels 2 is too many as Invoker has one, and taking a ride on the ghost ship.
And it's not a very fun ride for Tomato, and, well, a little bit of splash into the area, catches Saberlight as well. Now, TSM is going to try and pressure the mid tower while that's going on, but Quincy crew will see if they get back in time. It's a siege wagon with Alacrity on it, so the tower is actually getting chunked down pretty quickly. They are going to lose it.
Gone. It's a high-value pickup in this game. Normally it's Furion who captures this mid tower and converts on it. Instead, it was his death top that made the space for Invoker to take it. Yeah. So they at least get something back. I still think this double core death top was just a way overextension by them. Like, they should recognize the position they're in this game and understand, like, this is not a game they're just going to run Quincy over, you know?
Yeah.
They messed up the early game a little bit. Quincy made some good moves. They came back. This Kunkka's very strong. This Lesh with early Hood and Io behind him is very strong. You're not just going to be able to bulldoze these heroes over, so you got to kind of gear up for the mid game, which is another reason why I thought Mono might go for the Midas, because if he has that read, this is a game that I think is going to go a decent amount of ways, and I think Midas would have paid off for him here. Perhaps worried about getting run over with too many. And Exort Invoker is he's a Midas buyer. He's a, little immobile hero in the early game.
Scanning.
Yeah, I guess I could see a world where the Leshrac just by itself, because he's got an IO Kunkka behind him, can sort of force towers. And they would need more of that early game action. I mean, they don't want to be losing a bunch of early map control against an IO, right? Then you start really being exploited for the map.
Yeah, this IO Lesh is going to pick up a lot of steam, because he's having a pretty good game here. And like you said, he's got the IO buff, he's got the boat buff, he's got a Wyvern Embrace. There's a mostly physical lineup. The one saving grace for all the sustain is that Undying Tombstone lasting the full fight. Take advantage of the the long fight that Quincy wants to take around this Leshrac. That's where that strength of the pick can come in. But the Tombstone has to live, which normally if you're behind by a significant margin, almost nothing keeps it alive, because you have enough net worth to just sit there and right click it down.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the situation we're getting to almost. Like Quincy, 3k gold lead. This Kunkka already has BKB. This Lesh has Arcane Rune, of course, and Hood.
He's going to be going for the Kaya Sanj build-up.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant's middle tower
Saberlight, we haven't actually talked too much more about the core Undying since it was drafted. What is the general item build you're expecting to see on a off-lane Undying?
I think it's mostly Phase Echo. And then you're either going some just like snowball-y damage item, maybe even drum, I don't know, some BKB, Sange and whatever, I don't know. Who really knows? Ags at some point can be really good in certain games. You feel like you get a lot of stacks off. I've even seen people go the Shard on this hero.
Yeah,
Just
I think
the cooldown and the zombie is nice.
I think both the Shard and the Blink Dagger are kind of underrated items on Core Undying. Because blinking as a Flesh Golem on top of somebody and getting that initial hit, I think changes so much of a team fight for you.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. So, he's already building the Echo. I expect the Echo Shard, something around this category. Rely on the Dazzle heal to keep you in the fight, and just make space for your other two cores, right? His job is not necessarily to do all the damage. It's just tank up a bunch of spells, control the fight, set up for Exort Invoker.
Ooh, that BKB goes off just in time, and Moon Meander, well, he is going to be fine. He received the full combo, but backs away.
Alright, Cap. This game is heating up,
Yeah.
and I'm going to warn you.
Uh-oh.
I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm here, so if I drop out, the cast is on you, brother.
It's okay. I already dropped out of our day one cast.
Yeah, I'll make it up to you.
One game, so.
I'm
Three-man
just warning
smoke up. They're trying to go for the ILS rack. MSS spotted first. That's exactly who they need to kill
strike.
first.
Bam.
Quinn TP's out pretty quickly, though, and they had no more stuns left, so. Not too bad for Quincy crew, considering it was a smoke gank.
Yeah, they'll accept it. The big timing for them is going to be the double BKB here for the Razor and the Leshrac, which he is going. He has Eternal Shroud. It's going to make him pretty tanky in these early fights. TSM does have a decent amount of physical to punch through it, but a lot of it's on this Invoker. So if Quincy ever find an opportunity where they can get on this Invoker and kill him without the Grave causing too much disruption, they're going to be super happy in these engagements.
Yeah. We see once again the continuing trend for Quincy crew where Fada is doing a lot of farming. He's got Arcane Boots and he's working towards a Blink Dagger. So he'll probably have that around 20 minutes, which is quite fast for a 5.
I'll say it again, man. I think this is a game he can get Ags at some point. It's going to own. It's really good versus TSM lineup.
You haven't been watching the qualifiers with us. SVG really likes Ags Wyvern. Really nice Avalanche. And he is outside of the range of the plasma field, so Quincy
Here's him looking to turn.
missing that kill.
2 and
TSM
1.
is still looking for it. They have the tombstone ready to go with the
Nice
curse. Beautiful curse. That's going to set up into a 2-man stun, 2-man boat as well. Bryle, no way he gets out of this. He hastes his way out of there. It falls apart pretty quickly, but he did get far enough away to get out. Saberlight is going to be pulled back into his doom. The sustain coming from this lineup from TSM was looking like it was going to perhaps prevent some deaths, but 2 people do go down on the side of TSM. Oh, that would have been a really good Sunstrike. It might have killed Leslau.
100% would have killed him there. He was below the threshold. Off the mark a little bit. Very awkward engagement from TSM. They were not expecting this pincer action from the Wyvern coming through the mid. They were pretty much focused on those 3 heroes in the upper river. Just a beautiful curse on 2. That Invoker's the best target. Auto bit off more than he can chew, maybe.
Yeah, he got baited and trying to go for Leslau, but the Cold Embrace bails him out. A stun onto the Dazzle. A perfect kill to start this fight for Quincy Crew, but once again, Moonmeander does land a really good avalanche. Hops himself farther with the Tumbler's Toy. Nice Sprout block, but there's a little squeeze through that they're able to get to Moonmeander. Fortunately, Tomato with his Atos. Oh, they got the vision. They're going to be able to get the X. They are just running down hero after hero. Quincy Crew, they may not be able to have the best way to just bulldoze towers, but they can just run at you.
This lineup's designed to do. Run at you and run at you hard and no cares in the world. And I think TSM have tools to take these fights. Quincy's just catching them off guard, honestly. Like, if it was a true 5-on-5 where you drop a tomb and Invoker's full and you can fight back with BKB alacrity, I think these engagements look different. That's sometimes the power of IO. Like, you're faster on the map, you get places a bit quicker. Even a few seconds makes a huge difference. Quincy taking advantage of it, propelling him into a nice mid-game advantage here, 7k.
Yeah, very nice lead. Indeed. I mean, we talked about earlier how the initiation aspect of things should probably favor TSM FTX because they do have so many different ways, but Quincy Crew seems to be making it work, and that last Winner's Curse that was so good from Fada, that was without a Blink Dagger. Next team fight, he's going to have that same kind of initiation, if not even better, for future team fights. Dubu trying to go for D-warding. Quincy Crew always ready to protect their wards. We'll be able to get that kill. But on the way back, though, look at Fada. He's ready to go to protect this TP back. They spot Bryle. He pops his BKB. Tries to go for the kill on Fada, but is going to be covered. The Winner's Curse on the neutrals as well, so it's going to burn out most of the BKB. They do have the Tombstone on the side, but they really want to get the kill on Bryle. They're going to focus on him first. The Tombstone goes down. Leslau looks for more, as does Yawar. Always looking for those +1s. Moonmeander does TP out successfully, and Saberlight was not spotted by the company.
Your admiral is on board.
Flesh Isle's powering up, man. This is not a lineup you want to feed away some of these random kills to, especially with your long duration BKBs, because as we saw, like, this Invoker's BKB's out. He is chopped liver, man. He's gonna get evaporated in these fights by this Isle-Lesh. I don't know, this lineup is not panning out in terms of the game progression for TSM at all. I think they are significantly behind. Obviously, the net worth is not advantageous, but I think they missed a lot of the early windows with this Undying Invoker in terms of getting them to a position where they're gonna scale into the late game. Like, I don't see this game being like last game, where they have some crazy tools to just win a fight out of nowhere, you know?
Yeah, certainly.
Tombstone's cool, but it's not a 4-man Bonds, Golem, and Azuzel. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and if Tombstone wasn't winning your fights early on, it's not all of a sudden become this crazy powerful tool that you're talking about later. As he is just level 11. Is going to be going for the Shard next. Drop his ward sentries. Invis Fada is kind of ruining this smoke. Drops sentries. Saberlight. He could have. Still has the chance to do something. Slows down Saberlight and calls it quits.
You gotta be careful these Wyvern ults. Like, you get 2 or 3 caught, Quinn's just gonna run up and split earth you out of it. And then you get boated, you get torrented, it's absolute decimation. But this is a game where Fada can aggressively ult. He's definitely looking for him.
Big reason why this IO Lesh was so favored by Quincy Crew is the Shard upgrade as well, right?
Yep.
For the IO, and we're going to see that pretty soon for MSS.
This is a strong shard with these intelligence carries. Spell amp, spell lifesteal. You're sharing it. It gets added to this eternal shroud, and suddenly this Leshrac is just an absolute raid boss. Like, how do you bring him down? And he is gigantic this game. I mean, holy cow, man. 6-1, 300 CS at 20 minutes. He is well ahead of the pack. Reload
Curse on top of the Forge Spirits, a full duration Winner's Curse that leads to the IO relocate. Really nice setup, but look what's going to happen on the other side here. Once again, TSM FTX are going to go hunting for the IO post-relocation, but they couldn't find it.
Pretty far back. Mojo instantly TPing out too, looking at the Roshan. Some beautiful map play from Quincy. Using this IO reload to the max with the Wyvern setup.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Does seem to be
Roshan.
very appropriate response to the Nature's Prophet.
Yes. Like, this is the exact type of game you want to have versus Hero, where he's on the back foot. I mean, if he's on the back foot, even better, but even if he's not, put him in a position where he's just scared to show in these lanes. You have multiple lane shovers that can aggressively show, and you're not worried about them getting picked off. Like, there's no Nyx in this game that's preventing this Lesh Hour from going ham.
Yeah.
And even if there was, he's a lot tankier than that puck in the other game who's getting picked off. Like,
Dire's bottom tower is
these
under
Quincy
attack.
cores are just not threatened at all.
This Gleipnir has really not shown to be super effective for Tomatoes so far.
I think it would have been nice in those early fights if they were in a better position. You imagine Tombstone getting dropped with some Forge Spirits and you Gleipnir someone, and yeah, this Quinn Lesh is not a go. Like, this is a bold move.
Yeah,
He's
and
can't
a
even TP
BKB, he's going to go for the Invis TP out, and they have no detection. Very smart move.
Proves me wrong, and where's the dust? It's on Razor, his backpack.
You know what that was? Somebody said, I have dust, and everybody else went, okay, not my problem then.
Sometimes it happens.
Oh,
Nice curse.
the Winner's Curse. That didn't get to be used on the Invoker. Instead, it claims Tomato's life.
Ooh, show too.
Now he's going to be run down as well. The Tiny with the Razor. This is... I mean, we saw a great comeback in Game 1 from TSM FTX. Quincy Crew was controlling the game pretty well, but it didn't get to this kind of levels. And you also emphasize the fact that they don't have the same kind of heroes that can have those dramatic teamfight change-arounds. So, Quinn, you could see him. He is not afraid of anybody at this point in time. I mean, nor should he. They're struggling just to be able to put a dent in his HP, and that's only the first life. He's got a second one ready to go.
Radiant's middle
There's that
tower
net
is
worth
under
mana up on the tomb. Doesn't even care.
Yep.
Aegis to boot. This is just IOLesh. They get rolling and he's this far ahead. Just becomes a god. A pantheon of his own. Untouchable.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You are looked pretty okay there, but just in case, MSS does relocate him out. Now, they're gonna try and bail on MSS, but I don't think anybody can get close. Oh, they're actually
Hates
gonna
him.
bring him back. Yuar said, keep me here. And they're gonna go for this fight. The rest of Quincy Crew is gonna be on their way. Fauna now here. Moon Meander looks like he's gonna be burned down in exchange for MSS. They do get a really
link.
nice link onto this Invoker. Refresh it up. Drop another one, and down goes the Invoker. 2 dead for the side of TSM FTX. Somehow Moon Meander did manage to get out. A Torrent
did he?
spots him. Oh, beautiful stuff from UR.
Beautiful caster curse. And sends him to the depths.
You know, I'm just trying to, push Quincy Crew over the edge here to even up the series,
And that's what we all want to see, right? A nice, close North American Grand Final.
Well,
That's what it's looking like it is.
this game has been
Radiant structures
anything
are
but close,
fortified.
I would say. For the most part,
Radiant's
it's
top
just
tower
been
is under
Quincy
attack.
Crew. Ever since, it looks like the 10-minute mark, they've just been running away with the game.
That is what IOLesh tends to do. They literally run away with it.
Is that just as simple as that for you? That like they're playing up against IO-Lesh and they just didn't execute some of those early team fights well enough, and now TSM's just too far behind?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable summary. I think you just have to play that 10 to 15 mark well. Like, what happened for them is they just fell behind, and then all of a sudden, they don't have the damage to take the 5-on-5s and the both IO anymore. And you're going to get out-farmed on the map.
You're going to leave behind an Undying with a Tombstone and Flesh Golem out. That's how little they regard these team fights. They're just not anything that they can take on. Moon Meander's just trying to cut some waves, get caught in the process. You can see Tomatoes doing something similar here with the setup. Bryle runs into Leslau, and Leslau doesn't back away. He's got the BKB still, so. Base Boots back up. Searches for him, doesn't find anything. TSM FTX really want to stay out on the map. They also don't have a TP on Bryle yet, so.
They can rat this game out a little bit. You know, Furion can always split push with the Greater Treants. He can take away the enemy triangle pretty safely. Forge Spirits in another lane. Bots and Invoker running around. They're not going to out-farm Quincy. They can stall it up. I'm not sure what they're stalling for. That's the issue. Like, this is a crazy hard-scale Quincy lineup. I mean, it's like I said, you can get an Axe Pyrite. You can get a full-slotted Razor who's just running your Invoker down.
Oh, he popped the dust before the BKB.
Yeah, it doesn't want to TP out. It wants to stay out on the map here. Be annoying.
TSM's doing a very good job of this. I mean, I think Quincy Crew has pretty decent answers to the split push, too. They've got Kunkka, who can always do the X-Mark back plays to push out creep waves. He's also really good catch. And they've got an IO, so they've got some options, but TSM is doing a really good job. They're losing heroes sometimes, but that's to be expected when you're down, 18,000 net worth. You gotta throw away a couple of heroes to get everybody else farm.
Yes, there's going to be some casualties. Your supports are never going to get another item until you win a fight. Way later, you're just going to hope that your Furion Invoker eke enough out on the map to get some sort of rebuttal to what's happening.
Curse, kill the
Byron's
ward.
a little out of position.
Curse just keeps on setting up Leshrac rotation that's pretty free. Tomato actually TP'd in here, and they're going to fight around this Tombstone, but it's now gone. Mojo getting a little bit low, and it looks like Moon Meander will have to toss back. Tomato will be able to finish him off, but Tomato's quite low, and his BKB is wearing thin, too. He's got the Shallow Grave. Just turn and fight, my friend. That's the best he can do. Tries to run away, but the X pulls him back to his doom. Quincy Crew handedly win that fight, and will take some more objectives. The Tier 2 in the top lane.
At least they got 2 supports out of it. And they got something for their trouble. 3 cores winning, you're never happy to see it. Even more gold towards these. This tri-core, which pretty much only gets scarier. I mean, this is not. You got 3 carries effectively.
Yeah.
So a lot of problems to deal with here, and not a huge amount of solutions. Pretty much Quincy waiting for the next Roche to end the game with. Not a lot of threats on the map either. Like, TSM can smoke out, try and burst a single core they find. That's about it.
Why is this the current trend in the meta? Basically having 3 what I would call like semi-carries, basically. They're not like the hard carries of the past. But having like 3 scaling heroes instead of just 1 guy who scales really well.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
I think it's a product of supports getting stronger, utility, like these utility items being strong. There's a lot of ways to prolong fights, damage mitigation, keeping cores alive. If you have only 1 source of damage, it's very easy to just kite this guy around, prevent him hitting a dude, and then you win the fight in the long term. Whereas if you have multiple damage sources, high damage cores that can pump it out, okay, you can kite around this Ursa, or you can kite around this Leshrac, but then the 2 other guys are just killing you. It's like, it just seals the game off nicely, and the way the map works, creeps are worth a lot. Seems like everybody can get the farm they need. So why not?
Fada just has Bryles' number in this game. He's hit so many good Winner's Curses to set up for other heroes to rotate in, get that kill. We saw it there with Bryle just now. Then they relocate, get the Moon Meander kill. Now they're going high ground. Nothing to challenge them. You can see Tomato. I don't think he plans on fighting until at least a Scotty. Oh, they found Saberlight.
Fighting until next game, I'll tell you that much.
The X marks the spot. So Saberlight dies too. All the way back to the fountain they go.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Alright, GG.
Radiant's top barracks.
So there it is. Quincy Crew do even out the series. And TSM,
Radiant's top barracks.
despite having a 3-game run here against Quincy Crew, do finally slip up and drop a game. It is a good sign for the future of this best of 5 that Quincy Crew did come up with an idea against Furion. Just because I think we've talked about how this hero has been running both the North American qualifiers, but also just Riyadh, the other regions are doing a lot of Nature's Prophet. You need to find some solutions to this hero.
And they had multiple good ones. I think the Kunkka definitely helps with playing the map. The Io helps with playing the map. The Wyvern was a great answer to catch this hero, set up the fights, help your core scale into him. I really think this Wyvern hero is going to be high priority this series. Like, it's just so powerful in the current patch. His laning isn't a weakness, and if his laning is not a weakness, you're happy to have all this hero spells on your team, pretty much, unless you're versus like some super heavy magic or hybrid type lineup. Even then, the hero is still decent, so wouldn't be surprised to see this hero go up in priority. And for me, it felt like both these first games, the team that the onus was on them to kind of play a solid early game and keep that tempo going fizzled out. Like, this game 1, this Enchantress TA, they ran the game over, built a small lead, and then you lose one fight, you lose. This game, TSM didn't even really get their Undying Furion lineup going. The lane dodge shenanigans ended up backfiring, and last pick Dirge, 0-1.
Yeah, of course we say we both like Core Undying, and then it immediately shits the bed in this game too. Didn't really have much of an impact. And I would certainly agree with the Winter Wyvern increasing in priority. I mean, if I'm going into Game 3 and I'm Fada, I'm saying I'm picking that Winter Wyvern first pick if it's available, boys. Because that was a great performance by him. Like you said, strategically seems to solve a lot of issues. But that is a discussion that Quincy Crew and TSM FTX are going to be having during this break, where we are going to wait for Game 3 right around the corner.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away a fire in the dark. I know that you will be waiting again. I know that you
up forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the front, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo, or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your touch. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo, or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Tension high. Lex. Yeah. Yo. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Have your girlfriend run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yep, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay leave, no Snapchat or back chat please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat. G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room. We'll be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like. Shaking it like a twerk team. Shake it.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see.
We have an even series on our hands. It is 1-1 in this best of 5. Hopefully, we're going to see 3 more games of TSM FTX versus Quincy Crew. They're battling for a spot at ESL1 Malaysia. A chance to be able to attend a major international LAN outside of, well, the majors themselves. Very, very few of those. And probably a great opportunity to prepare on their road to TI. We talked a little bit about draft changes that perhaps are advantageous for Quincy Crew, what we want to be seeing going next. But I kind of want to talk to you, SVG, about the individual player performances so far. In your opinion, who do you think has really been playing the best for either side?
Let me think about that one for a second, you. I don't want to just throw out the wrong answer.
Yes, I know how important tests are to you, and getting those tests correct.
What the hell does that mean, man?
Well, I know about the abyssal midterms that you like to put on.
Okay.
So.
All right. I think it's been kind of a battle of the fives, to be honest. I think Tomato had a really good game one on the Alk. He definitely carried that game. But I feel like the fives impact's kind of like defining a lot of these draft picks and bans and what they want to do. The Warlock game one gave Quincy some big problems. And that Wyvern game two from Fada was just all over the place. So right now, that's what I'm looking at. And unsurprised to see Quincy ban 2 fives in the first phase Warlock Ench. Very interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to even see them just take Wyvern here like we were discussing, or something that might be good with it or against it.
It does mean Marcy's also available, so if you wanted to get your hands on, say, Marcy and see if you can get a Marcy Viper, which is something that Quincy crew like to do in their second pick, and they have Grand Marcy before. In fact, the opening game of the upper bracket finals, they open with a first pick Marcy, but instead they go Zeus.
Marcy's just fallen off for them. Like, I don't think they felt very good in the games they played it, and like, unless you're doing this Marcy Viper, Marcy Razor, or some combo lane, I don't think it's just amazing on its own here compared to some of the other stuff you can pick, like Zeus. I mean, Zeus is Zeus, you know?
Yeah, Zeus.
A man's hero. There's
just look at the bod he's ripped.
Yeah, he hits the gym for sure.
Remaining.
Speaking of fives, though,
5 seconds.
there's one we haven't seen in a little bit, but one Dubu's very comfortable on, and maybe taking a page out of Secret's Riyadh run with this Dawn Chen.
Winter Wyvern.
But it does mean there's going to be a lot of units around for Winter Wyvern's Curse to come through. We were talking about, you said Marcy, maybe Quincy crew don't actually like that hero so much anymore. It's fallen off. We discussed yesterday and the day before about Dawnbreaker's general fall-off performance when it comes to the meta. Has had bad win rates across both Riyadh as well as this qualifiers. But TSM still believing in it. And the last time they picked it was in Game 3 against Quincy crew, and they did win that one off of a really great performance, mid-performance from Bryle. So I think TSM has more flexibility in this hero than most other teams.
Yes, 100%. I think that's the name of the game when it comes to this hero. You have to be willing to play it in a lot of places and understand the roles it can provide and how to itemize with it. That's when this hero shines. It's not some hero you can just default slap to one lane every time and hope it does lane. Like, this is a very flexible hero on how you lane it, which means you want to abuse that, especially when you take it early, which is most of the Dawnbreaker picks. I mean, it's an early picked hero. This isn't like people are getting last pick Dawnbreakers that often. So when you pick a hero early, you have to be pretty adaptable with it, because it's likely going to get countered to some degree. Your game's not going to be the ultimate free game. Already, Wyvern's pretty annoying for the hero. You can ult in the global clump that she creates. You can embrace people off the physical damage. The Arctic Burn, obviously pretty nice versus tanky hero. So it's looking like a decent Wyvern game so far. You also get the outspam versus Chen.
5 seconds remaining.
I also think Zeus as a core, as a mid laner, I have to imagine the mid lane matchup is probably fine for you, but also because of the mobility of Heavenly Jump, I think you're also pretty adequate at dealing with like Dawnbreaker global ganks with the ultimate that you're talking about, or the hammer.
Turn to battle.
Yeah, I think Zeus probably does fine, as long as you don't get blinked on and smashed into the dirt. You're probably chilling. And I think another reason why Zeus is so popular in this meta is because so many of these like counter initiation fives or save fives are strong right now. If you're looking at Dazzle, Wyvern, Phoenix, Warlock, Chen, Treant, this is like mainly the 5 pool that's being built. Zeus really likes these heroes behind him, because you can bail him out, you can turn the fight if he does get jumped. And then these 5s really like super high damage cores. Zeus is a great one, so pretty strong opening from Quincy.
Crews.
It's a matter of, can TSM get this Chen rolling? Chen is a very early game dependent hero, in my opinion at least.
Second round of bans, we've got Kunkka and Bristleback. Bristleback seems to be a continual second phase ban for TSM FTX, which is kind of interesting. I feel like I haven't seen Quincy crew play it that much.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be afraid of Quincy Bristleback. Maybe it's some scrim thing or something.
Undying's turn to ban.
I mean, if anything, looking back on it, TSM FTX were the ones to run the Bristleback last in their first game against Wildcard.
Sometimes you think a hero's just really strong, and then you're like afraid to play versus it, you know? Even if some other team
10
doesn't
seconds
prioritize it
remaining.
super highly, you're just, I don't have answers to this hero, and I think it's really good if they pick
5
it, right? You
seconds
get in your own
remaining.
head, like, if they pick Bristle here, I wouldn't know what to do.
Sure.
And it could be really good, so it's kind of just, you'd rather take it out for security, insurance purposes, you know?
Okay. Call up Geico. Nyx Assassin, TA, and the Night Stalker going to be banned by Quincy Crew. And again, the Bloodseeker. I think that's another one that is routinely seen in the second phase from TSM FTX. But in this case, I think Bloodseeker Zeus is a crazy good pairing. So
Yeah. There's also bans that kind of
10
make
seconds
Chen's game
remaining.
hard. Chen's fine versus Bloodseeker, but I think the Bristle Kunkka in particular,
5 seconds
even the Timber
remaining.
first phase ban, these are traditional, like, tanky lane shovers, Vanguard builder in the Bristle, some AoE damage to kill creeps. Traditional type of heroes that can make Chen's team fighting presence pretty difficult.
Quincy Crew's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
Alright, there's some Wyvern backline close. I had a feeling we'd see this hero at some point.
why?
He's been creeping up, you know? This hero does a little creep here, a little creep there. He gets picked a little bit, and then all of a sudden,
10
oh, well,
seconds
now Earth Spirit's
remaining.
back. And I mean, this hero is very powerful in mid late
5
games.
seconds remaining.
His rough part is the first 10 minutes. You know, his laning phase got nerfed pretty hard.
Yeah.
In terms of spell impact later on, though, like he's insanely tanky, insanely disruptive, and of course, he's still one of the best initiators in the game. And like catchers post a kill. You know, if you get a numbers advantage, this hero's still one of the best at converting the extra kills on top. So it's a type of 4 you want with Chen a lot of times. Someone to start stuff and then capitalize when the fight starts going your way.
Yeah, they in general needed an initiator, right? Because Dawnbreaker needs somebody else to go in for, and you've got a Chen 5. So you kind of needed your 4 position to be one of those melee initiators. There was still Tiny and Clockwork. So what about the Earth Spirit over those other heroes?
I think Clock is rough for Zeus Wyvern. They can both get out of cogs if you play it right.
Yeah.
What was the other one you named? Tusk?
Tiny is still there. Tusk is
Tiny?
well, yeah.
I think Tiny is his initiation comes on later, and I think that Wyvern matchup
Quincy
is worse.
Crew's turn
Like I think
to
Earth Spirit's better versus Wyvern than Tiny.
Okay.
Depends on how you play it and like what your vision game is. Just in general, I think the silence, the extra magic damage in the fight is pretty annoying for Wyvern. So I kind of like that idea. And
Well,
maybe he's just feeling it, you know?
10
Just
seconds
feeling himself.
remaining.
Certainly could see that. I mean, I
Could also be
especially
mid
think
Earth Spirit.
the silence of Earth Spirit against Zeus. Like, not only do you roll and hit him and stun him, but then you get the follow-up silence, which he's so dependent
Yep.
on that heavenly jump that silence allows the Dawnbreaker ult then to land. But I really like this Quincy Crew pickup, the overwhelming team fight advantage that Brewmaster offers against a Dawnbreaker. Like, that for me feels really nice.
So your pandas get Starbreakered into oblivion with a Desolator, yeah.
Could be. All the more likely that happens
10
with a mid
seconds
Dawnbreaker.
remaining.
You know, the last thing I want to say on this Earth Spirit before I talk about the
5
pandas,
Quincy Crew's
the
turn
other
to
upside
ban.
versus something like a Tiny is Tiny can get his blink canceled by the Zeus, whereas Earth Spirit, he just rolls in. And he's also a BKB buyer. Whereas Tiny always has to deal with that percent burn in the fights. So if this Earth Spirit can just go Brown Boots BKB and just, or like Vessel, if he's having a really good game and
10
just roll in,
seconds remaining.
he's suddenly a problem, you know? Like, who's killing this guy?
Yeah.
Doing anything to him. So
5 seconds remaining.
the extra scale is there. And I think both those first 2 games showed this series is going to come down to like who has the better team fight around that 30-minute mark, who's more confident going late in these games. It just seems to be more comfortable. So that's kind of the advantage Earth Spirit gives you over
Undying's
Tiny.
turn to ban.
Like you said, Panda. Quincy does not want to fall behind in that team fight game. Potentially the Rat game. I'm still waiting to see the Panda, the 5th Spirit, the Rat Spirit come out with the Demolish hitting the buildings.
Now I want to
10
see that.
seconds
I
remaining.
want to see a shard upgrade, and it's a rat. It's a rat
seconds
panda.
remaining.
Yeah.
He just has a way to burrow into the enemy base and demolish
I'm
buildings.
just saying. Next Arcana idea.
Crew's turn to ban.
It
Oh,
is
you can have that one. You can have that one, Valve. I'm not gonna.
very, very generous of you. Yeah. It is something that we discussed at length in one of the series with, I think it was Nouns who were playing it, right? Gunnar was playing a mid Brewmaster, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
It's
something
likely
we
gonna be
discussed.
Lelis here, though.
Yeah, Lelis
5
probably going to be
seconds
playing
remaining.
this. They also paired up with a Mercy, so they've got their. They also have a
Undying's
problem
turn
where
to
they
bat.
kind of need their forward position to start fights for them because their offlaner doesn't actually do it. So similar ideas, I guess.
Yep. And the end result is, I feel like TSM gets a very nice jug pick here in terms of the healing ward. I mean, you have triple heal coming out. Chen heal, healing ward, it all getting amped, Dawnbreaker ult. A lot of sustain for this Zeus to cut through, which is always pretty nice. And of course, Jug is going to scale pretty well in this game outside of the Omni Slash and Embrace target.
10 seconds remaining.
What cuts
Quincy really
through
wants
all
some physical.
That? You want some like
Yeah.
intense single target
5
physical
seconds
damage, some like
remaining.
PA
Yes.
monkey TA type hero.
I mean, Ursa, TB, PA, Medusa, Luna are always an options you consider.
Undying's turn to pick.
What else? I mean,
Ooh, they go the morph.
yeah, there's another one. The Yawar Morph. It's his level 30 hero. Morphling Specialist. Pretty good Jug matchup. And there's not a huge amount of, like,
10 seconds remaining.
you know, instant lockdown for him.
Yeah,
5
he's just got to be
seconds
afraid
remaining.
of Earth Spirit rolls out of the trees. And that's kind of it. You can turn it into the Juggernaut in team fights, wait for him forward, go spin. There's a lot of cool things you can do with both Juggernaut and Dawnbreaker.
And what's left for TSM here? There's a Pango which comes to mind. There's I don't know.
Quaswex Invoker, and you go an early Spirit Vessel again?
Thinking about it, but I don't think they're gonna run it back after that game, and
Yeah.
I think it looks a little awkward. There's like Doom or something. Could be interesting in this game. Oh, Furion. Yeah, he's still there.
Select your heroes.
Okay,
Alright, kinda forgot that hero was still-
Saberlight, Nature's Prophet, and we're going to see a mid Dawnbreaker again for Bryle. He smashed the hell out of Quinn's puck
Yeah.
last time. We'll see if he can do the same against Zeus.
I mean, this is last pick Furion, which was doing pretty well in those other games. They do have the Wyvern. They have some okay Zeus lane shove, but that's kind of it. Furion might cause some problems in this game. It's also one of the offlaners people like versus Morph, because you can sit there and not get harassed and CS decently well versus him. And that's pretty much like the best you can get out of a Morphling lane. So they got a pretty good matchup they're happy with. A hero that enables Earth Spirit a lot. One of the best pairings for this hero, to let him roam freely while Furion, 1v2s or whatever.
Yep.
And brings up some nice tempo with like this Jug Furion Shen. Suddenly early objectives on the menu for TSM that Quincy might have a difficult time defending if they just get collapsed on and there's no Brule, no Wyvern Curse.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I feel like if there's no Brew ults, Earth Spirit can roll in on almost anybody with the Dawnbreaker and Furion both being able to TP in and the Chen global heals. Like in an instant, you've got a 4-man gank on somebody, basically.
Yeah. I'm feeling this TSM draft. I think they got the slight advantage here. To me, it comes down to Moon. I think he's like the centerpiece of this lineup.
Yes, yeah.
Prepare
If he gets rolling, he's really going to set them up well. But even if he doesn't, like, as long as he gets to mid game with some tanky items and he can start just rolling in, silencing some supports, silence a Morphling, set up for some global spells. Like, he's the guy who can drive this game, connect on the vision that he has for this draft. And like we always talk about, if Moon is in a good position to do that, that's usually a good sign for TSM. I think that's where this team wants to be.
Who do you think is that hero for Quincy crew? Is it the Zeus?
I think Zeus is definitely that late game powerhouse that their lineup's built around. You have like this Panda, Marcy, Wyvern who are designed to take the fights around this Zeus damage. And the fact that TSM's going to have to try and gap close this guy.
30 seconds to
The
go.
early game might be pretty dependent on Mojo trying to find some openings with this Marcy. Because no one else is really doing it. And we'll see how much Yawar can get done on Morph. He is a level 30 Morph. He does pride himself on this hero. I've seen him do some crazy stuff on it before. We could see some Earth Spirit steals. We could see some stolen healing wards.
Fight for the bounty runes.
The battle begins.
Tomato's going to join in. Mojo's going to try and grab it and then rebound out. He does not outclick Tomato, so TSM will actually get 3.
Decent start. Always glad to see it. The extra runes actually help these melee fours a lot. It kind of catapults them a little bit extra to, you know, another set of regen, faster earn, whatever it is. So, like already, you know, Moon's 200 gold ahead of Mojo on this melee form.
Yeah.
Pretty nice form.
Does feel like both the offlaners are in similar positions where I think they should be able to farm kind of okay, but I don't think they can really pressure the enemy carry too much. Certainly not this bottom lane. I don't think Brewmaster Marcy is going to be able to do much to Juggernaut.
Nope, and they agree with you, and Mojo's straight into pulling the waves. We'll get Penitenced up here, and it'll take a bit of a beating.
Yeah, it's actually doing quite a lot of work.
Instant small camp D-ward by Dubu too. He's going to be happy about that one. Leslau's getting spun on. There's a Penitence here. Not much more. It's going to be a tough lane for him. This is not an easy lane for Brew with a melee 4.
Do you think he lets Mojo have solo experience for fast level 2?
That's usually what you do. I always think this kind of feels bad for the offlaner. Unless this guy, like, guaranteed can get you a kill off it. And I don't think that's the case, really. So we'll see what results. We'll see if Mojo can make something happen with it. You, of course, always have the mid-gank option with Marcy. So far, though, Bryle's been taking it to him. He's not low at all.
Yeah, it seems like, well, kind of similar to what was happening last time. The big difference is that Bryle used a lot of his spells early to harass the puck, and he got the first blood for it. And that gave him a fast bottle and a bunch of regen. I think he bought a stick as well, an early stick, so... Seems Bryle does know the matchups pretty well for this mid Dawnbreaker.
Using that high damage, high armor, tanky Dawn.
I kind of like core Dawnbreaker more nowadays. The more that I've seen support Dawnbreaker and how it just kind of like runs out of mana versus the core Dawnbreaker who becomes such a great physical damage threat.
More reliable, yeah.
Yeah.
Support Dawn definitely has resource issues. You have to kind of like chain kill lanes in a way and just fairy regen. It's a bit awkward. So I tend to agree. I think mid or off lane, even carries where this hero's designed to be. And the big question to me for this early game is there a point where this Furion can collapse on mid with an Earth Spear rotation and punish the Zeus? Because Bryle is, you know, he's shipping Quinn. And if Quinn ends up being half HP 3 minutes from now, there's some collapse potential with this lineup that can really do some damage.
Yeah, certainly. Even the Chen rotation, since he can leave Tomato alone in this bottom lane. Jump forward, Saberlight is going to be bailed out by Moonmander's roll. Yawar saw an opportunity to almost get the kill on the Nature's Prophet.
My thrift
Almost up to Morbid Mask. He's going to be pretty happy after that one. And again, I don't see the TSM lineup designed to... They don't want to stay up here forever, you know?
Yeah.
The idea of this Furion versus Morph is this Furion gets to free farm and get his levels, get his items, and then it's a question of what you do on the map with that. It's not necessarily about just running into the brick wall that is Morphling. So, if they can find the punish on one of these other side lanes, that's like the big play that might really build some momentum.
Dubu is going to be run down. That's going to be your first blood. Tossed back with the Dispose to finish him off. And Quinn actually just got a huge exchange there He pushed out the lane and then went for the bounty rune and came back for the 4-minute water runes. And Brown very smartly contested him for it, but he didn't actually out-click Quinn, and Quinn ended up getting both water runes. So I feel like this actually saved the lane for him quite a bit, put him in a nice driver's seat.
Brown should have practiced the patented Eternal Envy double hand-click maneuver.
Showed up. Envy would have gotten those.
Yeah, he would have. He would have gotten all 4 somehow.
Well, Dubu TP's back. Leslau just continues to... I mean, they're just chain pulling. They are pretty much not... They're content to not fight Tomato in the lane ever.
Does give him free farm, and he's got the Midas queued. So this is probably going to be a pretty fat juggernaut this game. Mojo did make a little bit happen, and now TPing top. Trying to boost his morph.
TP out. Dispose. Okay, they get the Thunder God's Wrath.
He was going to live there.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I thought that dispose. Can you not dispose through Sprout? Is the distance too small without Aetherlands?
I don't think you guarantee get it. I think he was also like pushed off to the side pretty far, and no Quelling Blades on any of these heroes either.
Yeah, that part's a little awkward. Six-minute power runes. You know it's important. It's 2 North American teams matching up against each other, and Quincy crew have certainly brought more heroes to this one. Double damage is going to be found Fada. Fortunately for him, was contested by an Earth Spirit, but it didn't spawn there.
You know Bra would have liked that DD rune on the Dawnbreaker. They'll have to give it up. He gets a small camp block too. Early aggressive ward by Mojo, so Quincy's looking to make some stuff happen here off the back of this Marcy. Potentially another Zuzul 60. I could even see them using this Brutal mid, because I think it's going to be pretty hard to pressure this Jug, but if you get the 6 on Brew, which after this wave you might be close to, like you run a mid, take a fighter on your Zeus Brew Marcy on this Dawn, then the Dawn can't ult in to counter initiate. That seems like the best plan to me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's kind of like how you, against IO lineups, you like try and smoke gank the IO +1 specifically, because going the other way around, you kind of counterintuitive. Nice dispose out of the Dawnbreaker ultimate. That was beautiful, and now they can go for a turnaround. Moon Meander is not going to be able to roll away, that's for certain. So that kill, MSS even tipping Moon Meander, knowing that he just completely counteracted that entire move from TSM.
That was beautiful for Mojo. Absolutely bails Quinn out of that engagement. He was dead 100%. Turns around a Donald, turns around a Furion port, kills the Earth Spirit on the backside.
Awkward. Tomato. He already used his spin. Omni Slash is going to be used, but there is a creep wave up, and they'll just turn around and kill the Juggernaut as soon as he goes back down.
Didn't even need the Brew ults. Sure, he got the tower. That's a huge kill to throw Leslau's way. In a situation where he was not even remotely close to probably getting it. Some big plays coming out in this early game from Quincy. And anytime you can do this versus an offlane Furion, you're going to be super happy with it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, the Nature's Prophet does just now get Wrath of Nature, so those global rotations are going to be a lot more effective than they were previously.
Not for you.
This is the period where TSM's going to look to collapse on these towers and abuse this Jug Furion Chen. Early objective taking power. Quincy does not want to get caught in these like bad numbers fights or the the TP in 1-by-1 scenario. On top of that, haste on Dawnbreaker.
Oh, what a swing! Ryle throws out the hammer through both the supports here. Saberlight's going to join him here with Moon Meander actually catching MSS, who's trying to get away. Rebound to the other side. MSS does get out. Bryle, never mind. He's hasted.
Tower is under attack.
Oh.
Not yet.
How good are your jukes?
He jukes back into the tier 2. Roll in from Moon Meander. Actually hits Yawar instead, and the hammer comes out. Finally finishes off Mojo.
Taken by the unritual.
Lazile TP top rule.
They have the stun. Saberlight.
Saberlight.
He's going to have his TP canceled, so he is surely dead. Tomato, nice TP from him. He spun, but he didn't go for a panic TP home. He went bottom lane, so.
That was very nice for him.
They have Vision of Quinn, but they don't have the Nature's Prophet up. They're going to have to use the Dawnbreaker ultimate, but I don't think you can do that against the Heavenly Jump Zeus.
It's a hard one. Maybe you slow him.
You're going to try?
Off the back of the old
The silence is there, but he still has a Heavenly Jump. Gets over the trees, in fact, so he's well far away. But Saberlight is able to complete the TP, and now Brawl can close that distance. So they do ultimately get the Zeus. Dubu's going to be run down by Yawar. A very active Morphling so far this game, and it's doing a lot of work for him. Turns into the Dawnbreaker, uses that hammer, puts it to work to chase down Saberlight. They'll get a second kill for this one.
Yawar is owning this game. Joined all the fights 3-0 and 2, making sure they don't fall too far behind. And in fact, they're pulling ahead versus this Furion Jug. Type of lineup designed to be able to take these early fights around the towers, and Quincy's just bringing everybody. No slouching this game, nobody off the hook. Everybody on deck.
Determined not to be outnumbered. Does that mean TSM needs to put a little bit more focus on pressuring the side lanes to force Quincy Crew up? I mean, because surely you just can't 5-man all the time as Quincy Crew.
That's one way to do it. Try and, like, get... You know, as soon as they mess up 1 or 2 TPs and you back off, then you'll create an opening somewhere else. Especially with the global presence they have. I think some of these Donalds have just had issue connecting.
Yeah.
Like the one mid, he got Dispose saved. The one in the river, he walked it off. Here's another Invis rune that Lazao just walks off. Ryle's made a lot of attempts to make stuff happen that hasn't really panned out for him that well. That's kind of what's just slowing down the game. That said, it's still a very even game. Quincy's just making some decent moves to not fall very far behind versus a fast tempo lineup.
Almost got the deny on that tower. Moon Meander does jump onto Yawar in the bottom lane, but already gone off the string.
No teleport. Yeah, he's walking it off.
Yeah, he was hoping that he would catch him with the silence before he gets off the strength morph, because without a Spirit Vessel, there's no way you kill a Morphling while he's strength morphing.
No. That is another difference between Earth Spirit and Tiny, is this guy can buy Vessel, which is pretty nice in some games. Yeah. And that's definitely not why they picked it there, but it's gonna be pretty nice versus the Embrace and this Morphling trying to morph up and down.
Oh, the Arcane Root grabbed by Quinn, a Winter's Curse, allowing him to be able to reset and go for the Brewmaster ultimate. So both of these heroes are probably forfeit, and maybe even a little bit more. He does have the spin on the way down. But can they just catch up to him? Can they just right-click him down? It's close, but Tomato does live with a solid 200 HP.
The seeds
Radiant structures are fortified.
Worlds expended? Well worth it. And these runes are like death traps, man. You gotta be careful what you're going for. And once more, Quincy bring 5 to the fight.
Yeah, TSM thought they were baiting Quinn. Turns out it was the other way around.
TSM is not happy about getting outnumbered in these skirmishes. I can tell you that. Like, their lineup is designed to be the one outnumbering Quincy. Instead, this super active Morphling, super active offlane Brew, just joining everything around their Zeus. Making it work for him. Creeps being sent mid. Nice rolling.
It is going to be a really nice connection. Bada. He's definitely dead, as is the mid tower for this. Now, Bryle is being run down by Leslau. I don't think anything's really going to come of this. Or maybe it will. The Marcy's here. Bryle can't TP out. He is pretty hard to kill. He's very tanky, but in a 2v1, Moon Meander is on his way, though. They know it, too. They actually see him coming, and they're just going to TP.
Yeah, he was fighting him pretty well. Alright, well, the tier 1s are down. The map has been opened up for TSM. Now it's a issue of excavating it. They have the Midas Jug, they have the Orchid Furion. Dawn working her way towards Deso. Top of the leaderboard, still this Yawar Morphling. This is a period where Quincy has to play it really smart. Can't feed away too many kills because, again, the outnumbering is going to punish you really hard with this Earth Spirit, and the early Roshan is on the menu.
Bada's not having the same kind of fun game he was having last game. Game 2, his Winter Wyvern was decisive and impactful force around the map. Kept showing up. Every curse led into a good fight, a good pickoff. Here, he's just being food for Moon Meander.
Moon's had his number this one. I'm telling you, this Moon guy, he sees something and he's like, yo, this was a problem. I'm going to handle it.
He's like a dog with a bone. He just won't let it go. He just focuses all in on it.
Yeah, he just takes it to him. It's like the first series they played. You remember Fada Phoenix was just farming it up? And then he just picked that Nyx. He's like, nah, no more, sir. No more. He just hunted him the whole game. I feel like that's what's happening here. Oh, you had a good Wyvern game, sir? Oh, it'd be a shame if someone rolled on your ass 20 times, you know?
And it's all the more impressive that he is correctly identifying what the winning factors are. Because it does, like, it's not like he's just shutting down Fada and that alone is happening. It seems to kind of put Quincy Crew off of their pace. Not in this situation, though. Moon Meander bites off a little bit more than he could chew.
Casualties for the cause. You know, he dragged him up here. He's making some space. But like you said, I mean, these TSM supports they're decent pace ahead of Fada. Fada's having a rough game. He's not going to have this super farmed 5 we're used to seeing for them. He's going to have to catch up later.
Maybe but what do you use that advantage for? Like, what is the moment that we're going to see the impact of a little bit more net worth and a slowed down Wyvern? Is it like Roshan?
Probably. It's some collapse fight they get into the early Roshan with Penitence. You know, this Jug, Maelstrom. Again, this is Orchid Furion, so he wants to use it, wants to find this morph ideally. Might find
he catches him. A big catch. The roll-in isn't quite long enough, but they can chain the silences. They do it pretty nicely, and Yawar is dead. The Dawnbreaker, just to make sure that the big carry of Quincy Crew goes down. A curse that does actually catch the big treants here.
There's a Chen heal and mech, though.
Once again, they're going to go for the Brewmaster Ultimate on top of this one and just all in, focus on Saberlight. Should be able to get this kill, but MSS, okay, never mind. He's bailed out by the Cold Embrace. Moon Meander still going ham in the back lines, though. Got a really nice ultimate in, and now he's going to try and roll himself away. Dubu did eventually kill MSS, and Moon Meander is free and clear. He's out.
TSM's going to be happy anytime they take this morph down. He does have Manta on cooldown. Saw the illusions elsewhere. Frees up that Orchid use. I think Quinn might have died that fight too if he didn't have a haste rune. Which, you know, I mean, it's Quinn, so you got to expect that. And nice heals coming out from Dubu, just not enough to fight through the Zeus damage. Did keep Saberlight alive for a decent amount of time. That's going to be Brew ult down, Zeus ult down. I think if the Roche was a little faster, if they had this Deso up, they might have just done it here. Oh, he's not even going Deso, just rushing the BKB.
Yeah, he was definitely going Deso earlier, but it seems he's changed it up. It's probably just a timing thing, right? Like, you're now looking at a Zeus shard. You really need BKB as a strength hero.
Yeah, probably a feel in the game type thing. If he was snowballing more, he might have been able to get away with it. Just feels he's going to have enough damage. He just wants to tank up.
Catching Saberlight, Moon Meander tries to create the opening for him to TP out. It does not work. In fact, he gets himself killed too.
Save your buddy syndrome. Sometimes it's better to just let him go. Did get Wyvern ult in...
Dire's top tower.
I guess just Wyvern ult out of it, huh?
Yeah, that was it.
Yes, bounty.
Double damage, maybe something to use to keep forcing fights, or maybe to take mid tower.
I mean, this is a powerful rune. They get a fight or a couple kills here. It's a tower or Roche. Morph will shred Roche with the DD, and that's Quinn's bottle. So that's a valuable bottle, you know. Make good use of it, sir.
Yeah, better.
Quinn even went 4-staff this game, which I think is... It's pretty rare we see it on Zeus this early.
It's
trying to stay alive.
Very valuable 4-staff game, though, right? Earth Spirit, Dawnbreaker, and Furion. I mean, between Heavenly Jump and having a 4-staff, they're going to have a tough time catching him.
It's going to pay off in the long term for sure. We'll push some damage back, and Quincy want to contest this Roche. DD Morphling.
Smoke breaks. Tomato tries to get out of the pit. The Orchid up the Brewmaster to make sure he can't get off his ultimate. The roll in from Moon Meander does manage to nail the Zeus. Bryle on top of him, but he jumps away. It could have been a very good opening, but now it's going to be Moon Meander dying to the double damage of Yawar. With Roshan at half HP and another casualty of war coming soon. Dubu going to be run down as well. Quincy Crew, maybe even a little bit more. A curse used onto the Juggernaut. Does he have spin? He has spin. He has Omni Slash, but he is chain stunned. Quincy Crew. Great rotation into the Roshan pit that will now give them the Aegis.
I mean, that was a pretty influential double damage rune, I must say.
Yeah.
It just shreds that fight. I think when TSM saw it, they didn't even want to take it. And this Brutal's causing them problems too. They do not have the damage for it at this point in time. He has the Ags up. He didn't even have double for that fight. Just the one is... Felt like when that ult went off, Earthsphere's just dead and the fight's over. You can keep healing your team. At some point, you're going to have to deal the damage back.
Grabs the haste rune, forced half forward to make sure he gets it. It also means Fada is going to lose his life.
Nobody can say Fada has made the proper sacrifice this game. He is throwing his body on the line.
Oh, a flash kill? No, saved. Bailed out by the Chen. The Dawnbreaker ultimate coming through as well. The roll on out doesn't actually nail anything, and Quinn is able to kind of keep going. He needs all the mobility in the world to stay ahead of TSM, and he does use it well.
Moon, he's good at playing super aggressive and baiting when he knows the enemy does not have the rebuttal.
Oh, Yawar! He didn't get off the adaptive strike. I guess he did not get vision. I mean,
he might have lost it for the brief second. I don't know.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We'll give him benefit of the doubt, you know. We'll give him some benefit of the doubt.
Bryle is going to be forced to use his BKB here. Meanwhile, Yawar is going to keep it going. You could see all that experience of him playing so many Morphling games is paying off. He seems to have a very solid read of how active he can be in this game.
This is a strong hero in games where you can't just insta-disable him. He's definitely feeling himself. 7-1-4. It's probably the best game of him we've seen in the series. Putting in work. Joined all the early fights. Big DD rune, won him the Roche fight. Taking towers. He is asserting himself on this game.
Radiant structures are
which is how you want to see this hero be played.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very nice, you know. Taking a little Morphling out of TSM's book, who usually are the ones to be playing it.
Yeah, Tomato is a legendary Morphling player himself. The Scotty almost done. I mean, the net worth is even. Do you feel like the game itself is even? Because Dota Plus certainly doesn't.
I do think TSM is going to hit a decent period in this next 10 minutes in terms of their scale coming online. You got to remember, this is a Orchid right-click Furion. They're going to have the Vessel, Moon Meander, and
the Dispose save, the Cold Embrace as well. They do have some magic damage. A great curse, though, catching all three. Quinn is out. Quinn is away. Yawar actually turning into the Dawnbreaker with a really nice Starbreaker play. All three of them might die. Moon is able to roll through the pandas, but Mojo and the other pandas were able to catch him either way.
What an absolute disaster, and what a turnaround off this curse. I'm telling you, this Wyvern hero is destroying this series right now.
Yep.
Even though Moon did a decent job shutting down his net worth, he's still making plays.
Radiant's middle tower is
under attack. Just playing around with Tomato. Says, go ahead, Omni Slash me. I'm just going to pop my ultimate if you do. Tomato, I'm not sure what compelled him to pull the trigger on that one.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wells is happy to make that trade.
Yeah, seriously.
Even mentally, that probably feels like a win, you know?
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, what's this kid doing? He's Omni Slashing me, guys. He's mad.
Quinn setting up on Saberlight.
Dire's top tower.
Orchid comes out. He's got an E-Blade and a Force Staff. He's got so many options. Gets the vision, makes sure that Saberlight can actually TP out. But Saberlight, I mean, he kind of needs a BKB TP out if he wants to get away. Maybe he doesn't need to, though. His team's joining him. Nature's Wrath.
He wants to kill Quinn.
does, but not going to be able to catch him. Once again, feels like too much mobility for this Dawnbreaker. Really just not the same kind of performance from Bryle. Where last time he was winning so hard, he went a fast SO.
Can't catch anything this game.
Nope.
That's the power of Zeus, man. This hero's hard to get on top of. Early Force Staff, there's Embrace and Curse to bail out the extension, even a Dispose like we saw earlier. He's not interacting with the Brule yet. Morphling with Waveform. Who do you go on here? It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Another problem TSM has this game is they don't really have a way to just go on this Brew and kill him to start the fight, which is generally the best way to deal with this hero. He's just too much HP. Like, you have this Earth Spirit Silence. It's kind of it, though. Oh, Quinn.
Puts himself in an awkward position. But
Age
again,
match.
The Force Staff keeps on paying off. He puts himself in a corner and does manage to get out. Saberlight's going to be found too. Didn't pop the BKB on his TP. And he will pay the ultimate price for that.
Man, this Zeus is the ultimate Jibei hero, man. You just think you can kill him because it's Zeus, you know, in your brain you're thinking it's just a little Zeus, and then suddenly he leaps away, suddenly he forces away, suddenly there's an E-Blade, and you're dead. It's the story of this hero for me.
Sounds like Quincy crew got their hands on a couple of the heroes of this qualifiers, the Zeus and the Winter Wyvern. Both of them paying off some pretty big dividends. In fact, there's going to be some even bigger ones in the future. Fada has a Blink Dagger now.
Radiant's bottom tower has
They're powerful heroes. They're also playing well around them. You know, they're designing the drafts to make sure these heroes have what they need around them to excel, and TSM's trying to answer. It just hasn't connected. I think a lot of these connections, if they worked out for them, we're looking at a very different game. Quincy was just ready. They kind of knew what TSM wanted to do, and they're just bringing the extra numbers to every engagement.
Seems similar to the story of Game 2, where it's like they just didn't execute quite well enough in those early engagements, and now things have just gone against them so heavily. Saberlight, he's just getting baited by Fada. Noir collects the kill.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot now. They're still farming. They still have this Midas Jug he's got up to his Scotty. Does a decent amount of damage. Just not that easy for him to deal the damage. E-Blade Zeus, who he can't really get on. This Morphling's happy to man-fight him. There's an Embrace and Curse always looming in the wings. Not to mention BKB on Leslao. You're never bursting him again, and that means 2 Brew ults you're going to have to deal with. Level 3. It's a lot to cut through here for this TSM lineup that pretty much has double Orchid, double BKB on the Dawn Furion, and outside of Tomato, that's it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah,
gonna be one hell of an Orchid.
I'm just not sure these Orchids are really ever going to pay off. Not with the Force Staffs and E-Blades in play. Winter's Curse, that's going to be a short one. No neutrals around. They are going to be able to get the Dispose to stop Moon Meander. Fada's going to die at the same time, so support's being traded out. You are also got the Chen. Brown, Tomato are on the run here on the right-hand side. And should be fine.
UR is rolling this game.
Dire's bottom tower
No comment for that one, huh?
UR's role in this game? Do you turn into the Earth Spirit or what?
Alright. I give up, man. I give up. There's just no pleasing this guy. You make a good pun, he ignores it. You make a bad one, he says it's
No,
terrible.
I'm kind of serious. Are you? Did he turn into the Earth Spirit? I didn't see.
Yeah, man, he was rolling all over.
Okay. I mean, I didn't see that part.
Oh, of course not. Of course. It's
I thought
always
maybe you were
convenient.
referencing rolling waves. You know, that was where my mind went to.
Oh, you're thinking. I mean, I'll take it. You know, I appreciate you were thinking a little too far ahead for me, but
Hey, shard time.
he gets it.
Does the Morphling get it? We've seen this a couple times. We just talked about this before, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under
What
attack.
wasn't it like an offlane Morphling or something that was win shard?
I don't know about that one. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh, maybe it was a match I was watching by myself.
I mean, it doesn't increase the stun duration, so your base stun is better and you get more of them. It's a solid shard, I think.
TSM are very hesitant about using their BKBs, but it does mean they kill. I guess if Fada was around, doesn't make sense to try and BKB.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Penance.
This Wyvern, you can close out the map decently well for them here, and TSM struggling to find an answer to the
All right.
Quincy course. Here's the smoke.
An aggressive move by them. Feels like one of the first ones in a while where they've included Tomato. He's got the Iascati.
He's scouting everything.
They see Quinn, the roll. Ooh, what a quick reaction. The heavenly jump gets him away from the roll hit. He still is inside the sprout, but that's what the force staff is for. Moon Manor
again?
still gets on top of him, kicks him backwards as well. The E-Blade,
E-Blade,
a
though.
heavenly jump as well. Oh, right in front of his nose. Moon Meander misses just by the skin of his teeth, and unfortunately that means this is a bad engagement for them all around. Try and get as many heroes out, perhaps.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tomato's coming back in.
No
They
one
force
cares
staffed in.
for Quincy.
Yeah, Fada, he's going to try and fly away, but he's not actually going to make it out.
Yawar's taking mid, but he can't get here. No
Radiant
TP.
structures are fortified.
Keep going, but
Panda
Leslav
ult.
does have that BKB, so he's able to get away. Tier 3 is going to be falling soon. TSM FTX, no cares. They're going to come back now, but damage is already done.
I do feel like that's a trade you're happy to make if you get a good team fight out of it. So I
Kill
think
the
them looking
Zeus.
for that is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that Zeus kill, man. This hero is... Quinn is slippery this game, man. Like, Moon has to hit 3 consecutive rolls. I think one of those was blind, maybe. Not easy. Can't even fault them there.
Yeah, pretty rough.
Tough
I
fight.
I thought that fight was over when they missed the kill on the Zeus, and then I saw Leslow get his ultimate off. I was like, oh dear. But you are not even in that engagement, so...
That is the one thing TSM can look for. Like, if the Morphling is not there. The Morphling is the majority of Quincy's damage.
Yeah.
If they're going on the Zeus. The Brew is not the main damage. You know, the Brew's annoying. They have the heals and sustain to fight through his ult, though. It's a lot about this Morph and a lot about Zeus.
Nimbus trying to stop Moon Meander from rolling away. They spot him with the Thunder God's Wrath. He's going to silence and roll out again. Moon Meander's pretty slippery with this Earth Spirit. Honestly, he does a great job with it, but he will eventually get caught. There are too many heroes in too many places. And looks like you are also managed to run down the Chen again. They're mass heaping to the other side of the map because Yuar has that Aegis, so he's going to force him away. There goes that shard to work, and he does indeed shred the Dawnbreaker.
This guy's got a basher. You ain't keeping away from him now.
And Mojo actually went for the shard rebound, so
Radiant's middle
more and more
barracks
people
are under
opting to
attack.
get this.
I mean, it can save his Zeus as well, right? So, makes perfect sense here.
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
All right, well, the Quincy crew might just be ending the game here.
Radiant's middle barracks are
Dawnbreaker does have a buyback. Oh, no. That really is them potentially ending the game. Before, it was just a setup. Dawnbreaker could have bought back for a full 5-on-5, but now without a Juggernaut.
There's no way you're fighting this Morphling. He still has Aegis, he has Satanic.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The splits
attack.
can just end the throne themselves.
Radiant's
Sprout for your
middle
life, I
tower
guess.
has fallen.
You just keep on sprouting the throne over and over again. That's their only option. It's going to die so fast, too.
Oh, he got lifted.
They got to get outside of the base now. They try and roll in. They hit Yawar. It does a decent work, but look at him turn around and just beat into Mood Meander. They do have another round of the Brewmaster split, so just the Earth Panda by itself is going to end this game. Yawar having some fun, getting some kills at the end of this. But it is Quincy Crew. We're going to be taking a lead in this best of 5, 2-1 now.
Very solid game from them. They understood this Zeus Wyvern opening. Very powerful opening, in my opinion, and TSM just not getting that early game they wanted. Again, this is another kind of lineup. They want to build on that momentum, cruise it into a really good position with the Roshan. That's kind of where this game went off the rails. They went into that Roche pit. This is not a lineup. You go in that pit and lose that fight, you're happy. Like, that's a fight DD morphed, cleaned up, got the Aegis, never looked back. Dominating performance from Yawar. Really nice itemization from Quinn. Understood his job is just to stay alive, not necessarily deal the most damage, and Leslau never even died that game, so I think all 3 Quincy cores felt pretty untouchable. Puts TSM back to the drawing board in terms of what's actually exerting pressure in these games and what style do they want to play here. Because Quincy felt very comfortable in these last 2.
He did. They really did. I mean, just like mentally, what a comeback from them. Being in the hole against TSM FTX after losing the upper bracket final to them. And it seems like strategically, they have found some serious answers. They've now answered the Nature's Prophet with multiple times now. First with the IO, this time around, they managed to beat it out. I'm not even necessarily sure if it was one hero here. But being able to beat the Nature's Prophet all around, it's got to feel great. They beat Brow's Dawnbreaker this time, so that's another option that is just off the docket for TSM FTX when it comes to drafting. Probably don't feel as confident about that. TSM's going to have to start showing something a little bit new if they want to be able to keep this best of 5 going.
I would look towards that Wyvern, man. I would look towards Wyvern, I would look towards Zeus. These are 2 heroes. They just force you to have to deal with him. I think anytime a hero forces you to deal with him, or at least that's the feeling I get, it's very powerful, and you either need to address it hard or pick it yourself or ban it. And I think TSM did have some stuff they were going for this game, and I think it could have worked out. It's just the second something goes wrong, suddenly just too many problems to solve. Too many holes in the ship. You're leaking, and that's that.
Well, there is only one more potential ship left in this fleet of TSM FTX versus Quincy Crew. I don't know where that analogy's going, but I tried to make it work for our closeout here of game number 3. We'll be back after the break for game number 4 and potentially the ending of this best of 5 between TSM FTX and Quincy Crew.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel light lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the 2 surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up,
1,000 miles of luck,
yeah.
don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand, hey, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, 1,000 miles of luck, don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skiing alone, so hard though. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Look above your heads at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, the stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me, 'cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awakened, quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy, thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awakened, quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But so gone, miserable. Won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I might know, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
To ban. Undying's turn to ban.
Our fourth and potential final game of this best of 5 grand finals for ESL 1 Malaysia, the North American qualifier, Quincy Crew and TSM FTX. TSM are currently sitting in the hole, only one game win, and it was the very first one too against Quincy Crew. But I have to remember these guys are major finalists. They got to the Stockholm Major, got to the finals for a reason. And we'll see whether or not they have the same kind of resilience they did at Stockholm here in this fourth game against Quincy Crew. SVG, looking forward, we talked a lot about draft changes. You identified 2 heroes as being super important, Zeus and Winter Wyvern. And it seems like maybe Quincy Crew don't want to give them either option for first pick. Oh, no, they leave the Winter Wyvern.
I don't think there's any way they give him Zeus. Remember, TSM won game 1 with Zeus first pick as well. And they're going to go tiny. I mean, this has to be Wyvern +1, right? I don't see any world in which Quincy doesn't take Wyvern +1 here.
Yeah, I would be in agreement with that. What are some... Yeah.
First picks won every game, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Now, that's an interesting stat because normally second pick is the favored one, right?
And I think these teams have been taking second picks, so...
Yeah, that
maybe just points towards this, like, early phase power picks just dominating the games, which I think has been Zeus and Wyvern, pretty much all 3. Both are undefeated in this best of 5. TSM will opt for the tiny. I guess Moon wasn't feeling that Earth Spirit.
No. I mean, he did. I mean, he's a good Earth Spirit, but I think they thought it was going to be a adequate answer to Zeus, but Quinn, both through his play and his itemization, I think the itemization was very crucial there. Did a great job at stopping that. They do pick up the Winter Wyvern, no surprise there. Now, the next question is, what do they go with the Winter Wyvern? What kind of cores are left that you feel good just kind of blind picking it?
Undying's turn to
Viper didn't even give me a chance. I just think some range score is fine here. You're going to make the game super hard for core tiny, like pushing in that support role, which is, I mean, what he's angling for anyway, but still nice. And just tanky heroes, you know?
Are ranged offlaners just not abusable when it comes to these early picks?
Well, that's one abuse you can do.
Yeah?
Now, AA is not the best hero in the meta. He tends to be pretty slow, his laning's pretty lackluster, and he needs a lot of levels. That said, if you have a game like this where you have the stuns to set up for him and he can destroy the healing, I mean, he does make DP's life hard. He makes this embrace hard. So conceptually, it's a good pick here as long as you don't think you're going to get run over. Now, you really have to think about the Zoo here. And I expect to see, like, triple Zoo ban almost, second phase for TSM.
Yeah, Beastmaster and Lycan for sure, because Leslau. And then maybe... I mean, what else do you have to worry about?
Problem here is, I think Quincy is very happy with, like, DP5 Wyvern 4 here.
5 seconds remaining.
True. That's true.
Like, I would be immediately considering this because I don't think this Tiny poses any threat to those two supports. Like, it's actually two supports you're perfectly happy to have playing into this lineup because it's going to take a lot to burst them. And if that takes a lot to burst them, then you're taking it away from your cores, which is not what AA wants to have happen. So that's kind of the issue with this AA pick. I mean, cool, like, it looks great on paper, but then what happens when you have DP5, Wyvern 4, and they get 3 cores here that make AA's life hard? Because there's a lot of stuff that can make his life miserable.
Okay, so how do you enable that further going into... Because you have to show another hero first. Do you get some sort of like Dawnbreaker type hero that's flexible between support? So it could be a Dawnbreaker 4 and then Death Prophet 3, or it could be core Dawnbreaker and then 5 Death Prophet like you're talking about?
Definitely a route. You can also just throw a mid hero out there, save the side lanes. Like, you can just throw some Spirit,
Quincy
some Ember or something.
Turn to ban.
Maybe 1 or 2 bans for it. You can do the same with a carry. Like, you can just throw a Luna here, you know? And then Luna's pretty hard to counterpick. It's always going to give you pretty robust stuff for your ball. You still have a huge amount of flexibility. Like, you can just throw one of these and then keep that DP support flex open. I think that's the route to go. I think it'd be pretty annoying here. Because TSM, like, they have to ban the Zoo, right? And this is just feeling bad for them. Because there's some other stuff that makes AA lanes hard. I think the Veno Vipers make his life pretty hard. I don't think those look great with these first two. But if you give him, like, a perfect game, I think Quincy will play it.
5 seconds remaining.
Nature's Prophet is still out there as well. Is it going to get banned in this second phase? I mean, TSM FTX have probably lost some faith in the hero. They just lost 2 games with it, especially that last game was a last pick, Nature's Prophet, as opposed to second pick in game 2.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The other issue is I think A is a hero who wants multiple stuns, multiple setups to anchor the fight around his spells, and traditionally these heroes aren't great in a Wyvern DP. Things like Mars or DK, like even Kunkka, do you really want to pick them into this opener? It feels a little weird, so I'm also curious what they decide to do in terms of their cores to help this AA out. Because this is a hero you have to kind of draft around, in my opinion. It's pretty hard to just pick him and then throw him out there and be like, and do some stuff. I mean, you can. I just think it feels a little bad.
Tusk.
All right, so I actually thought about this one. Tusk. That's another example. I don't know how willing Quincy crew are to go for core Tusk, but he can be played that way. 3 and mid. If not, it's another save hero against the Ice Blast for Death Prophet.
Yeah, it definitely can help him fight through this. I also think that lane... The thing about AA is you might not care about the game if your lane's super strong, and Tusk is one of these heroes who can just chain kill AA on the lane, like over and over. You're too slow and you don't have great mechanisms to fight back. You can dodge a stun with Snowball at the end. It's a pretty annoying hero for Ancient Apparition. It's a decent pickup here. Gives them that melee guy who to go in for these 2 ranged heroes. Nice synergy with the Death Prophet. Like, huge Roche potential coming out from Quincy. 2 saves already. Double BKB Pierce. A tough trio to pick into and feel good about it.
When it comes to laning, I feel like Ancient Apparition has always worked best with the strength stunning heroes. Chaos Knight gets banned away. I think Wraith King is bad against Death Prophet. I don't see Sven being good here either.
Yeah.
I mean...
What else is up their sleeve?
An Alchemist, maybe?
There is Alch potential. It's not an amazing alchemy, though, by any means.
No, it's not.
There's things like PA, which can work decent. Could be interesting here. I don't know how bold you are to just pick that, though. I also feel like they could go a Night Stalker route. It's a hero Saberblades played a bunch in the past, and sometimes they go to that hero when they feel like nothing else looks as good. It's like that in Enigma.
Undying's turn to pick.
Faceless Void.
Oh, Faceless Void. That's the other stunner.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that definitely cropped up, but is it that good against Death Prophet Wyvern?
Not particularly. The hero's okay against DP in some ways, like in a very long fight with Dilation, or you burst her on the ult. Of course, they have the means to burst her on the ult with the AA. You know, you can't save that, so
5 seconds remaining.
it helps a little bit. Wyvern dumps on Faceless Void in general, though. You just have 2 spells, Embrace and ult, that really screw with his Chrono fight. It's an interesting pick. I understand why they went for it. I think they need this kind of hero, so I think it's okay. Quincy definitely has some ways to punish it, though. And of course, Lina, they just want to remove this mid DP option and pick another core hero that's going to be difficult for Quincy to get a very confident answer versus a lot more scale coming out for TSM. This is like some hard hitters, you know? This is not that Jug Furion, we're going to do early Roche lineup. This is a, we want to get to late game. Faceless Void, Lina, 5 slots. Good luck lineup. So a very drastic change in the strategy they're trying to employ here.
How do you combat this kind of big team fight? The wombo combo that they have of Chronosphere, Ice Blast, Laguna Blade.
Vision, jump, or just tempo. Like, if you have no cooldowns, every time they use Chrono, you just super punish them on the map. I mean, I guarantee you Veno is pretty juicy here. They might even be debating it. It's a question of, like, well, who do you throw elsewhere? That's the problem.
Turn to band.
Similar vein, though. That's an interesting pick. I mean, there's nothing dealing with the Eidolons here.
Yeah. Simultaneously, I don't know. I mean,
remaining.
Is it good versus Faceless Void? I mean, I'm sure in lane you dominate.
Remaining.
I think it's pretty good here. Like, the lane's going to be totally free for Enigma. He's going to free farm the lane, destroy the CS, and then he gets Blink BKB. You just Blink BKB hold the Void.
Quincy Cruz turn
What's
to
up,
band.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
so it looks interesting here. I was thinking these offlaners are pretty tempting. The downside is you throw this DP mid, potentially Wyvern mid, but that's pretty nice for Lina. So that was kind of the strength this Lina pick. It's like, well, if you want to counterpick our Void, then we get this matchup for Lina mid that we're probably happy with. So that's the one downside here, but it does give them that, like, summons tempo hero that they can just go in early Vlads, go some early Drum even, and just push Faceless Void out of areas.
TSM looks like they're going to be banning away some of the melee safe lane, like just initiators, heroes that can just kind of go in and force things. Wraith King and Konka.
Seconds remaining.
That's TSM 1 in their offlane.
5 seconds remaining.
Undying's
I'm actually
turn
not
to
sure.
pick.
Do they want to save for this hold? Do they want some sort of disruption? I think Night Stalker was a decent ban.
Quincy Cruz turn to pick.
Ah, the Pangolier makes an appearance.
So yet another initiator for setting up Ice Blasts. It seems like Pango can build into Basher at some point. It's unreliable. Well, semi-reliable
10 seconds
way to be
remaining.
able to cancel Black Hole. But it definitely seems like TSM wants to take
5
the
seconds
pace
remaining.
of the game away from Quincy Crew. They want to be starting every fight that happens.
Yeah, this is not a lineup that functions well when you just get jumped. At the same time, it's a lot of counter initiation and saves for TSM to jump into, so maybe that's why they felt that Pango was the best option here. Pango tends to be a hero who can just go in and can be awkward to just cast spells on him. And there's more tempo setting, more summons to try and abuse this A Void. Conceptually very good versus type of lineup. The Pango is good versus this type of stuff, but how much work can he do on his own? I don't know. I think this Enigma Furion can run this game over. Although every time I've said that this series, I've been wrong.
That is true. You're almost right for game 1, but didn't prove to be the case. I think this is going to be one of those situations where Quincy Crew's either going to be basically have won the game by 20-25 minutes, or TSM turns it around and wins towards that late game, that 45-minute timing.
10 seconds.
If it goes ultra late, yeah, TSM's lineup's going to kick in. That said, it's not even that convincing to me. Like, Enigma DP Furion, this is a pretty spooky late game team. On top of 2 saves, the Wyvern Curse. Like, it's not some super easy game, even in the late game. If you have buybacks, and like, imagine a world where you chrono some Furion, you buybacks, now you have to take some fight without chrono. There's a lot that can go wrong, even in the late game for TSM. I'm favoring Quincy here, and I think the silver lining here is this Saberlight Pango. If he goes off in this game, he can really screw with what Quincy wants to do. But he has to be the one to kind of like carry this first 15 minutes for me.
Yeah, I mean, he's not only an initiating force for Ancient Apparition, can hit the backline of Winter Wyvern, as well as a hero that deals with Zoo. If he can get farmed enough with his Swashbuckle, he can kill Treants and Eidolons with ease. So there definitely does seem to be a lot riding on Saberlight's shoulders. And, I mean, how would you judge his performance in this final so far?
I think he's been playing okay. I think some of the games have just been pretty awkward for him. Like the last game, it just felt disconnected amongst all of them with the Furion TPing in, not connecting. The last pick on Dying, I think that draft's just hard to play.
Sure.
And I think game 1, he had a pretty good DP game, so I think he's been playing pretty solid. I think Pango is one of his like old school classic signature heroes. He used to play it a bunch, like a year plus ago. Very high level on it, 25. So, very proficient hero for him. He knows what he wants to do. He's already queuing up a Vanguard. Just wants to be that tanky frontline beast. Slow the game down a little bit for his Linear Void to come online. And that said, the other thing is, Bryo could have like a quietly good game this game. There's not a huge amount of gap close outside of Furion TPing on him. If he gets to like, bots, Silver Edge territory where he's running around the map picking people off, could be pretty spooky for Quincy.
Yeah, I really favor TSM if they can get through the first 25 minutes without being, super far behind. If they can get through some of that Zoo, I feel pretty good about Brown just being able to stand and deliver out damage, and with all their initiation. I guess I always like more initiation. I'm always favoring the team that has more jump, just because I think it's easier to play team fights.
You like to run in and jump.
I mean, I am an offlaner by nature, and not one of the current modern offlaners that are actually carries, but, an old school offlaner.
Yeah, that's what you call yourself. I call it a different name.
It's also called a feeder in some cases,
A griefer, a Zeus picker. There's a lot of titles that
this is awkward for Tomato. He's used his time walk to jump away from Fadab, and MSS was on the other side. So he's going to take a lot of damage here. He'll survive, but it's not a great start for him.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one, I'm not going to lie. That's the pre-lane salve. And Quincy dodged the lanes, too. They put this Furion up top to beat on this Faceless Void. Super good matchup for Furion in general. Enigma bottom. You don't see Enigma safe lane often, because you end up like boomeranging the lane kind of in a weird way. Very interesting lane decision from Quincy here. They are really trying to punish this Ancient Apparition pick. He does not do that well in tri-lanes when he can't spam pulls and get the extra XP. So I think Duo is going to be pretty sad here. UR is going to be pretty happy.
It doesn't mean that there is even more resting on Saberlight, right? Because he's given sort of a 1v1 matchup. I don't know how long Moon Meander is going to be chilling out in this lane, so there is even more opportunity for Saberlight to pop off.
He's really gonna have to shine this one because he's gonna be the most enabled here, and I think Moon should stay down here and try and give Saberlight a lead because I don't think he does anything top with tree toss, especially like.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what is he gonna do with a tree grab versus this tri lane? Fury on TP bottom.
Warriors of the wood.
Why?
What?
I thought they got the matchups they wanted. That's what you told me.
I don't know, mate. I'm confused now, dude. I don't know. I thought that setup looked interesting for them if they get the lane back top. I guess they were having issues getting it back top, which shouldn't really happen.
Nice splitting of the Eidolons here from Leslau. Moonmeander does have boots, so he can walk away at any point in time, but it's not stopping Leslau from farming. And are they just going to keep this? Is Leslau just going to keep hitting neutrals?
I don't know. I mean, okay, when I look at the drafts, I think, okay, they want Enigma versus Void because he can't kill Eidolons. And then Prophet just sucks it up versus the Pango, who deals, like, in theory, you wouldn't want to put Enigma versus Pango. Alright, so I kind of makes sense, but the thing is, Quincy were the ones who, like, went up there. I don't think TSM did anything to try and dodge. Or really had any notion of trying to.
No.
That's why it seems. That's why I feel like Quincy wanted that setup, and then they just failed on it. When gets solo killed.
We're so confused about the side lanes, not watching the mid lane, where Bryle not only up in CS, but also first blood over Quinn. I mean, Bryle, he's been showing over the year, man. You put him in an advantageous matchup, and he will win it for you.
Definitely putting in work. First blood gold, gonna go a long way. Gonna use it to TP back and run back out with the boots. So free regen refill for him. Almost level 5. Some early lane stuff going TSM's way. I think Enigma's also kind of sad when he gets taken off the early portion of the lane. Because now this Void who, remember, had to pre-salve, suddenly got like a free first 3 minutes almost.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get abused by the Furion. You know, when they initially started it, I was like, okay, this makes sense. Treants are just going to be running at Faceless Void. I guess Enigma probably could have done the same, but...
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Very confusing to me. I'm not sure what they were trying to get. I guess in the end, they were trying to get the default lanes. Maybe they just mind games themselves, you know? Like, they thought TSM was going to try and dodge, and they didn't, and then they decided it wasn't working out. I do think Enigma is weird in the safe lane, though. That is the one X factor. Like,
yeah, I could see that. Prowl doing a really good job keeping the pressure on Quinn. Follows him wherever he goes for the water runes. Quinn doesn't get a refill. Of course, neither does Bryle, but the advantage in this matchup is still to the Lina. So MSS will be able to get the shards onto Dubu. And with the Eidolons already out in force, no chance for Dubu to survive there.
This is the best way to punish AA, man. Never let him pull, and then the second he steps up, you just kill him. Cyril's super susceptible to getting chain killed, and he needs a lot of XP. Slow him down, and suddenly you get the items to be able to deal with the spells. So Mojo wants to be doing a lot more of that. Dubu just TP's mid for the refill.
Nicely done by Fada. Use Splinter Blast to grab the hard camp wave and pull it away into Moonmeander, who's trying to do the classic cutting of waves that these double melee offlanes do.
Yeah, and he's blasting him up. Doing decent damage here. A Sprout.
Needs another hit. Moon is going to be able to get away. Once again, the boots movement speed help him survive.
I mean, Saberlight's getting forced off this lane. He's not having a happy time. And to me, he's still the hero that is going to have to carry some of this early. Now, Bryle's definitely doing a decent job of putting him in a position where he's going to be super strong. So that's a big shift in this game where he might just be strong enough to counteract some of these moves Quincy wants to be able to do with the summons. Which, if he can, is a huge deal. He even gets a D-ward mid.
Dude, this is so cool.
Contest.
Bryle They are going to be able to get the refill on the bottle, but if you die for it, none of it's worth. They throw out the Laguna Blade, and down goes the Death Prophet. Damn, even Saberlight joined in on this one. Bryle, I mean, he took the early advantage. He really is. He took the early advantage, and then they made sure that Quinn didn't have any mid vision, doubling down on the sentries. Which is
taking it to Quinn.
Oh, yeah.
4 heroes mid. No rune for you, kid. Get the hell out of here. We're tired of you taking up all these runes and getting vision and getting ganks.
Money to burn.
This could be a very fast boots of travel for Bryle. In which case, he's just going to get farther and farther ahead of a Death Prophet, who you naturally outfarm anyway.
And remember, this is core DP they opted to play here, and this is not an easy Death Prophet game. Like, not even close. He's up against AA, which destroys his hero.
Nice
He's up against the Lina and the Pango, which... long-range minus armor, yeah. Saberlight's not having a good one, so Bryle's the shining light here. He's gonna have to put in some work, because Furion's pretty much taken bottom already. And Exo mid.
Yeah, they're pressuring all 3 lanes at once. They got the kill on Saberlight top with the Nature's Wrath plus the Enigma. Quinn's pressuring the mid tower. Nature's Prophet took bottom. I mean, TSM cannot allow them to get away with this.
Their lineups, this is just the weakness of their lineup too, though. It's
Avalanche.
a faceless void AA.
Toss back into the LSA underneath the tower. Very clean combo from TSM and a bit of revenge for everything that was happening around the map.
A lot of chaos, they make the most of it. Every little kill they get is going to be very nice for them. Exo defended. Another kill for Bryle. Like you said, it's going to be like an 8-minute bots here. 3 heroes back to the rune contest. They'll get an arcane. They are really taking the emphasis to this Quinn rune control this game.
Yeah, and that arcane rune is probably going to allow Bryle to complete that boots of travel with all these stacks that are going on. Not just enabling or shutting down Quinn, they're also enabling Bryle a lot. Saberlight uses the first Rolling Thunder. The Snowball is out of range to pick up Leslau. He needs more damage, though, and Moon Meander does not have the distance nor the levels to help.
Look out for fallen rocks!
Saberlight's going to be pretty happy if he can stand up here, though. Like, the longer he's up here, just defend this tier 1, annoy Enigma, kill some Eidolons, force Quincy to have to commit very heavy for this tower. That's pretty much his job, and he's perfectly happy to do it forever because, again, it's time for Faceless Void to farm up, time for this Lina bots to go to work on the map, and of course, benefit of the early bots is Bryle can join those tower defenses regardless of where he is.
Big kill, another one. Moon and Bryle linking up again and again. Now the Spirit Siphon, it's actually going to be enough. It's keeping him alive. Quinn stays through it all. Tomato's going to go for it. And a Chronosphere on to 4. Underneath the tower, too, is Mojo, so they might be able to get a second kill off of this one. And sure enough, it is. Saberlight jumps forward with the shield crash, slowing down, too. Leslau's here. They got to be scared of not a black hole, apparently, because it's on cooldown.
He used it top earlier. What a chrono from young Tomato out here. 4-man chrono, 4-man time dilation. Time dilation is going to be a problem for them in this game as well. Not a lot of natural dispels for their heroes. It really screws with the Quincy supports, so it's oftentimes this hero's best spell. People like to look at the chronos, they look flashy, but time dilation's no joke. And what a mana from Bryle. I mean, I guess it kind of worked out in the end, you know? He's happy to make these trades if it keeps the map control and he can come back with the bots. Maybe he didn't have a choice. Another rune.
Regen goes to Bryle. 2-man smoke up from TSM to bottom lane. Vada was a big problem for them on this Winter Wyvern in Game 2. They're going to make sure he doesn't get that free farming time. Throws out the Winter's Curse, but the last bit of damage required. There it goes. Tomato finishes him off.
Tower is under attack.
Does mean the push is coming in top lane at the same time, though.
Dire's top tower
Yep, and that's AAL down, so no way to take this fight of a defense.
are fortified.
We'll be rushing Vessel on Enigma for this Faceless Void and picking up the pace.
Top tower
They want to defend this bottom. I agree, full HP tower. You have your ult sub. TSM's got to be careful here.
Tomato is going to be, caught in the black hole. The Avalanche tries to defend against it, but it was just enough disables to kill the carry. Moonbander will die for his positioning as well.
These are the types of kills you don't want to throw away, because Quincy is going to take full advantage of the time. Farm off the whole map. This Yawar Furion's having a much better game than the Furion we saw in the previous two.
Yep.
Top of the net worth, Maelstrom already online. He's cruising. So you got to keep these mistakes out of reach as much as you can.
Saberlight forced to use, and maybe not forced because of the glyph TP in. Really nice setup. Quinn, Ice Blast coming in to try and help him out, but there is not enough help in the world for him to survive against that.
Ubu gets the KS kill from across the map, and
yeah.
I mean, he's put every Ice Blast to use so far.
Another rune. Double damage for Bryle. Quinn's not getting anything, nor is anybody else on Quincy crew.
Used up all his RNG, you know.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tomato. They force him to time walk backwards. And Mojo immediately takes that. Now, the double damage on Bryle is going to allow him to kill the enemy carry, but he has to try and get out, and I don't think he's going to make it, though. Slowed down a good LSA, but not quite good enough. The Eidolons and the Malefice finish them up. Lansdowne's going to TP mid, and they're going to go for a two-man fast smoke over to the mid lane. See if they can catch any more heroes. Maybe Dubu? Yeah, Dubu. He's going to die as well. So now 3 dead, and they can go for the tower. Maybe Moonmeander as well. Silence, making sure there's no Avalanche combo until it's too late. Or is it? Slowed down a little bit more. Quinn, the final nukes are not quite enough.
Charge.
Splinter Blast, that isn't enough either. Tomato, I mean, this is a little bit desperate. You don't have to try and defend this tower. He's been silenced up. Snowballed as well. Tomato's dead again. The Winner's Curse might just defend MSS here. The Cold Embrace is going to heal him up a little bit more. There is more magic damage. Saberlight finishes him off with the Swashbuckle at the end of the Cold Embrace.
I mean, you can see the pressure TSM feels to defend these towers. As long as they could. Still, it's just not the way you want them going down. Your Faceless Void in front, like Delnina, not even in that fight, dead from earlier. Ideally, you defend these towers off the Chronos. Unfortunately, they've been forced to use some of these Chronos in weird skirmishes, and they're feeling it, man. They're feeling the pressure in this game, I guarantee it. That said, as I said, every game in the series, it felt like this, the slower draft, quote-unquote, ended up winning. So I'm hesitating to believe Quincy's in a dominating position.
The Silence makes sure that he can't get off the Avalanche as the snowball approaches. Saberlight does what he can. But again, more and more pickoffs. Quincy crew keeping up the pace around the map, keeping these pickoffs and keeping TSM down a man always.
They really want this Lena BKB. They want a good solid fight with Chrono AA Blast if they can get it. This is what TSM wants to connect right now, and Yawar's going to be rushing that Gleipnir. He has it. Pretty much in 400 more gold. Not a lot to combat it right now. It's going to be pretty effective against his Faceless Void for a long time.
Yeah, especially with his, looking at his build-up, I get it. Aghanim Shard is super good on Faceless Void, but he wants to pair it with the Aghanim Scepter as well.
I don't know, AoE for all the summons, I guess? Clear waves versus Furion?
Yeah.
That part of it makes sense to me. The part where he's going to be pretty susceptible to any form of stun or leash is going to be rough. Here's the Chrono A, old smoke. Seems like Quincy smell it coming, though.
Yeah, Quincy crew just playing very conservatively. Look at this placement of Quinn and Leslau. Placed deep behind their tier 1 tower. TSM will not find anything with this smoke, but they do have the positioning to maybe take this mid tower. And if Quincy Crew tries to
Radiant's
defend it,
middle tower is under attack.
may end up in an awkward fight. A smoke up from Fada and Quinn as they try and get their positioning right for this one. Saberlight spotted, gets off the Rolling Thunder. No, doesn't actually commit it just yet. Moon Meander is the target of the next snowball, but doesn't immediately get it off. The Winter's Curse actually saving Moon Meander in a way, but it solves up the Rolling Thunder in. He's going to be able to knock back, and they do manage to finish off the Tusk. Lightning going down, but no follow-up disables. Tomato and Bryle are fine.
What an awkward fight. I mean, I honestly think that fight is kind of hard for Quincy to take. They just don't have a good way of starting it, and then you're just going to get baited into this clump for the Chrono AA Blast, which is why Quincy was super hesitant there. I agree with them. So maybe, honestly, lucky to escape there with just Mojo dying, because I think that's a fight TSM is very happy to take.
Leipnir might kill Saberlight. First bit of damage is a lot, and he still caught him inside the Sprout. Mid-shield crash. That was a cool play. And they killed Dubu and bottom.
Such a beautiful day.
This is the type of game Quincy wants, where TSM super split up on the map. Their Furion can choose where to go. They have multiple threats on these cores, and even the supports have no dispels for like this silence. It's only Bryle that feels super confident to shove these lanes deep. Even then, he could get black holed or cursed into the setup. These 5-on-5s is where TSM's lineup can shine. As long as Quincy doesn't give it to him, they're going to feel pretty good about going in this next 5-minute period here. Building up a lead, getting their Tusk Blink online. BKB already up for Quinn. He just rushed it. Pretty much your best bet versus AA. The next fight is going to decide a lot of what this next Roshan looks like. TSM back to the 5-man.
Trying to force it again. I mean, they at least need to be able to get this mid tower down. This time, they should be able to. Quincy Crew is not in a position to defend. They're spread out through the map. Currently trying to keep those side lanes in. Especially with the shard of the Nature's Prophet. These tier 2s are going to start taking some hefty damage.
Raider Treants, you know my feeling about those. And it's going to cause heroes to constantly come back, which is going to split the ball, provide opportunities for Quincy. Maybe even just give him a Roche kill off of a single misstep here with the Exo. He's even farming their triangle with this Furion, so dragging some net worth away from them at the same time.
Yeah, it's a very nice idea. And all the space is getting Leslau to his next round of teamfight items. He went for the early Spirit Festival. Now he's going to get a Blink Dagger pretty soon. Was bottom, shows up top. Saberlight is able to use the Rolling Thunder, but it's ultimately still a big teamfight ability that is on cooldown.
Nice little bait and trap for his Pango ult. He was caught. Smoked up around mid. This is the Mojo Tusk Blink reveal. I don't know if he just wants to go in here, though.
Runs up to the high ground, plants the ward, gets spotted first. TSM holding that high ground very nicely. Will immediately punish Quincy Crew. Not getting a kill, but do get the D ward.
TSM is getting to farm up, though. If you look at this net worth chart, it's by no means some game that's out of control or anything. And like you said, their biggest goal is to just push this game into the late game, at least on even footing. They can get to AA Shard. That's also a very big item in this game in terms of him becoming a lane shover instead of, single target AA.
True.
Still got this blink coming out for Moon. It's on the courier. Kind of an awkward smoke.
Oh, yeah, not having that blink. They could have gotten an initiation onto Quinn. Quinn gets off the BKB. A lot of the damage is going to be missing in this Chronosphere, especially with the Winter's Curse to be able to disengage.
Furion died to Bryle.
Yeah, big pickup, but it looks like that Shadow Blade finally got a kill for them. Quinn is still being chased down at the same time. He has an Arcane Rune. He's got 20 Magic Wand charges, too, so he is very tanky still.
TSM's trying to bait more heroes, though. Bryle swimming in the shadows.
What a big pickup he got on Yawar. Jeez.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. And That's the power of the BKB on this death prop, why Quinn rushed it. It lets him live through these early circumstances. It's not going to happen forever, but at least for now, letting him live in that scenario. And they probably got the bigger prize elsewhere. As you said, that Furion kill. This is that, Shadow Blade going into Silver Edge Lina we were mentioning that can suddenly shift the paradigm of this game for a decent amount in terms of who is trying to pick off who.
Yeah, in a way, she's going to be kind of like the true carry. She's got 3 frontlining initiators in the Chronosphere, the Rolling Thunder, and the Tiny Combination, so she's just able to build flat damage like she's got the Chrysalis now. But it becomes a whole lot harder if they give up the Roshan. The Rolling Thunder coming around the side. A shield crash used. He has to go around to get inside of the pit. The Gleipnir does manage to grab 2 inside of the pit. Saberlight's going to go for it, trying to finish him up, but the LSA goes out, and Bryle does manage to secure it. Meanwhile, the Silence on Tomato gets knocked out by MSS in the black hole. So yes, they get the prize of the Roshan, but they lose their carry. They lose their 4 position as well. 2 for Aegis, I guess you could say, trade-off.
I feel like I take that if I'm TSM. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you're very happy to take that Roshan away from Quincy in a fight that you'll never win anyway, because you have no chrono. And Angel's not going to do a lot on his own. Whereas Quincy had everything up. That was kind of their big objective to get in this game, put it on the Furion or DP, and then be able to take the fight into the ults. Now you have this Aegis on Bryle. He's super confident. Silver Edge up, level 20. He's a monster.
Nice roll-up use there from Saberlight, dodging a bunch of magic damage.
All the hits on 3.
Really good. Moon?
They're diving
Oh, the Winter's Curse hits first. That just flat out kills Moon Meander. Bryle does too much damage. They are still holed up in a corner here. Gonna try and heal Leslau, TP out, fly away from Vada. It's Leslau who's gonna be left behind. So out of the 3 of them, only 1 dies. So far.
Sick Ice Blast from Dubu there, hitting all 3 and forcing the retreat. I mean, that's a lesson for Moon Meander, Just jump in there.
Yeah.
Next time you won't get killed by your own teammate. That's how much of a beast Bryle's been this game. He is absolutely dominating. Up to level 20 Silver Edge. So strong his teammates don't even stand a chance.
Bryle continues to low. Nice reactions. MSS blinks ahead of the LSA.
This guy's a monster. That's why they brought him out of retirement.
Certainly did. Humbled by his lack of opportunities, but the skills are still there.
Yeah, the exact opposite of my situation, so.
Sure. I'm sure there was a wealth of opportunities. OG was like, please, Avery, make our new team for us.
They were asked, I just didn't have I didn't want to burden any team with my washed abilities. So.
Stun up. No, the blink away from Quinn. What an outplay on Tomato. The snowball also from MSS dodged it. And Lesau's here. They got to be careful. Curse. There's no black hole, though. Turn around. They're going to have this Faceless Void stuck in the Gleipnir. Couldn't get a Silencer stun anywhere, but Quinn, they could keep blinking after him. They've got MSS with the Blink Dagger. They've got Quinn with one as well. Faceless Void cannot time walk far enough away.
Quinn is playing these chronos like a fiddle, man. He is just baiting him out. Knows exactly what he wants to do. Surprise blink. No chrono for you. Absolute disaster fight. Once more, this Wyvern is putting in work in this game. 2-man curse, wasting the Lina BKB duration. Ends up killing Void as a result on the chase. And remember, this is still Aegis Lina that they want to be able to use to gain some advantage. That's a nice find on the Wyvern.
Yeah, TSM, they do a very good job playing around their wards. Cold Embrace stalls out the death and does give Quincy Crew a chance to initiate. On to Saberlight, he's already dead. The Ice Blast is coming through. It'll hit MSS, knocking him out. Moon Meander, same thing though.
Nice LSA.
Nice LSA into the Laguna Blade that blows up. Quinn's Death Prophet. Yuar's going to be run down. The Lina is a machine gun at this point. The physical damage is finally here, and it shows that Quincy Crew do not stand a chance toe-to-toe against this girl.
Getting caught in the 5-on-5s It's not Quincy's lineup's exact strength, even though I'm sure they feel like it with like Black Hole and this deep heal. It's just not that easy to run into these TSM heroes. Time dilation, random vortexes getting thrown down, still an Aegis on his Lina, so you can't just blink Black Hole him. It's not going to win you the fight. Pretty awkward engagement. Maybe just some de-warding getting dragged into the skirmish they didn't want to be in. Either way, a steep price to pay, because every time you pay it, the TSM bank account goes a little deeper here, and Bryle, he's the tax man. He's the tax man extracting some extra duties here.
Tax man coming. He's everywhere too. With those boots of travel.
Tax man gets paid.
He shows up to every lane. Tax man gonna get paid. That's for sure. Saberlight is gonna go for an early basher, not actually completing the Wraith Pact, despite the Vlad's pickup. The nose that BKB is right around the corner for Leslau. It's actually not right around the corner. It's a few blocks away, let's say.
You are stunned from it. Oh, BKB, but he's still dead.
You are absolutely destroyed by Bryle once again. The physical damage difference between these two. I mean, I really like this Lina against Nature's Prophet. It reminds me of the Lina against these like Dusas and Drows and stuff.
I mean, it's super good when you're having a game like this. You know, if you're behind and you're the one getting hunted, it's going to look different. But Bryle's just played this game to a T, and when this happens, yeah, you're the hunter instead of the huntee, and Firon does not have the net worth to fight back. He's getting absolutely crushed in the man fight, especially with this Gleipnir build. No armor, no real physical right click. This is a 3000 HP Luna with a Hurricane Pike, a Paladin Sword, and almost 25. Does not feel like they have the means to gap close him.
And he's going to get a Blink Dagger as his next item? He must feel invincible.
I mean, if he just blinks in and starts hitting Enigma, I feel like you can't even hold him back, you know? He died to the attacks in the air by the time the hole goes out, so this game is looking pretty good for TSM at this point. A lot of net worth coming out for their supports, and BKB on Tomato. He's feeling confident now.
Beautiful smoke opportunity that almost netted them 2 cores. They were about 5 seconds late. But Nature's Prophet and Enigma do get back behind their tier 2. TSM will not find anything in their push outwards. But yes, there is a big team fight upgrade in this BKB. And really, like, Tomato's showing or maybe Bryle is showing, that Tomato doesn't have to do much damage.
No, just chrono and dilate as many people as you can, and then let the Lina go ham, you know? Even if you die, I feel like if the Void gets hold, you might even be happy with that, you know? That's just a free fight for Bryle. He's been cleaning it up pretty quickly.
So is that what it comes down to in your mind, is that Leslau has to get a Black Hole onto the Lina? Or they have to get a good Winter's Curse on the Lina or something?
I mean, they need some way to, like, if he gets a Black Hole, you probably take it, because it'll result in you being able to run down the rest of the fight. It's just if this Lina's in a turret position hitting you, it's going to be awkward for them.
High ground. Ward that sets up for a kill in MSS. He snowballs, but they're just going to drag him farther and farther away. He does manage to blink away almost instantly after it, but Samato with the shard that he's got, and now
he bashes
15 talent as well. See you later, says Mojo.
Feels like Quincy's in some trouble here.
Yeah, they are.
Basher on Pango. The ability to split push and play these fights through the BKB is dwindling. Not to mention how much gold this AA is extracted. He's got Philosopher's Stone, he got that shard. It's almost up to 8,000 net worth. This guy is not even that killable anymore. His spells are powerful. He's going to do a lot in these fights. These vortexes are super annoying.
Triple fire.
Don't mind if I do.
Dire's top tower.
Lina cruising around the map, blinks forward, catches Fada. Fada instantly cold embraces. He knows he's dead, or maybe he's not. Good Winter's Curse because Moon Meander blinked into it.
You could almost say that curse was a caster curse, couldn't you, kind of?
Yeah, you probably could. But listen, that wasn't on me. That was on Moon Meander, all right?
Okay. All right. Sounds like some cast or blame to me.
A little bit of copium now and then. Doesn't hurt nobody.
Radiant are scanning.
8,000 net worth lead for TSM FTX, and they've got the big team fight power. They have the easily the better 5v5 as long as they get the initiations, and they've got that. So much of that, in fact. 2-man Avalanche gets 2 kills. Mojo not able to blink away this time. Quinn is going to be caught inside the Chronosphere. Immediate buyback of the Winter Wyvern. 3 down with 1 buyback. That is still enough for TSM to check out the Roshan. It's not actually up, though. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, this game is firmly out of Quincy's control, and they have absolutely no answer for this Lina, man. Absolutely nothing. It just, the initiations for TSM are free at this point, because as long as they jump something on Quincy's side, it gives Lina the free fight. And that's pretty much all they have to do. It doesn't even matter what they jump. They could probably jump creeps, and Ryle still might clean it up.
Well, we started this game 4 saying that TSM FTX was going to have to show us something a little bit different. Boy, did they. Ancient Apparition as an early pick. Granted, it was a counter pick to Death Prophet, Winter Wyvern, but they just went the full big AoE team fight route. And it's working for them. You said it, every single time these games have gone late, the team with a little bit more late game has walked away the victor, and it seems like that trend is continuing here in Game 4, unless Quincy Crew can turn it all around with the right jump from Leslau. He's got his
smoke, though.
He's got his BKB. The smoke breaks on some of these heroes.
He's looking for the Lina.
Oh, he found the Lina.
Here.
That is a big one. Bryle, do they even have the damage, though, to kill him? Uar's coming in. Uar should be able to help him out, but it's not good enough. He got bashed by the swashbuckle. Bryle, Winter's Curse, laid out onto Saberlight, allowing Quincy Crew to be able to reset here. Tomato is also in the mix here. Without a Chronosphere, is going to go for the Winter Wyvern. Immediate cold embrace there. Leslau caught inside the constant pinball effect. Quinn's going to go for Bryle. He spotted him again. He's got the... Oh, no, the lifesteal is too much. Bryle heals up the full. Quinn challenged the wrong mid laner as Bryle is now the king of NA mids now.
Just like that, huh? He takes the throne.
Just like that.
We were both questioning if they had the damage there, and maybe they were at the very end because they did not have enough. Maybe the Sphere on TP just a little late. I don't know how much faster he could have gotten there, and like you said, he got bashed. Bryle healing up with the Paladin Sword, then flies in the Satanic. Quinn was not expecting it at the end, tries to finish him off. They probably have to. If they don't, they lose Roshan. That's probably the game. God damn, what a Lina, man. This hero looked unstoppable.
Yeah, she really did. Shard's still in the pit, if anybody cares. I know Lina doesn't want it, and the other two already have it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess it's literally between Lina and Tiny, so...
Lina one's not bad.
Yeah?
I mean, he doesn't need it now. It's not really going to change much, you know, but...
Sure.
This Shard's a fine Shard. Like, it adds a pretty okay amount of damage over a long fight.
Ryle's not slowing down. The man is a freight train, single-handedly taking down Quincy Crew. Look at him, blink forward, immediately goes for Leslau, and that's the physical damage you're talking about. No opportunity for a black hole, no escape for Quinn either. 2 cores dead on the side of Quincy Crew, inside of their own base, in fact. Maybe Saberlot dies for this with the Winter's Curse? Yep, it does. But either way, do they really need him? Feels like the only thing they truly need is a stun and Bryle.
Maybe not even the stun at this point. He's just going ham. Even in defeat, Thought is making this Wyvern look okay. And
oh, what is this? Bryle is just diving in front of the fountain, and they can't even turn around and kill him because of the Satanic. Inside of the fountain, a Chronosphere. Are they really going to be able to kill him inside of the fountain? There's no way.
They tried. Damage test.
It was a good damage test. Nature's Prophet did survive, so I guess Bryle failed that damage test for now.
Yes. Quite a failed test of his strength this game. Disappointment. And they shall flee the base in shame.
True. Not able to dive fountain yet. Shame.
He'll have to buy even more items. A sad fate. He's got Strength Link queued up. 1,000 away.
Yeah, why? Just make yourself tankier? Is that the only reason?
Yeah, I mean... What, it'll push him to, like, near 4,000 HP? with a nice little slow on the blinking and stuff. Seems decent to me. I mean, they didn't have damage on that last black hole, right?
Yep, yep.
Good luck.
Yeah, really, the only way he dies is if they chain stun him and prevent the Satanic from going off.
And a lot can happen in there, right? Like, you can get chronoed during the hole. You can
Look at you all day.
You can maybe even just, like,
Radiant's top tower
I don't know, toss this guy back at the end of it. The Enigma can always get bashed off this Pangolier. That's the strength of this matchup. Pretty high probability. That's the problem. Lawless can't just hold his Lina. Like,
Radiant's top tower
the chances he gets countered are just way too high. At the same time, kind of have to hold a Lina.
Especially since Bryle isn't really giving him another choice in the matter. Leslau trying to dodge. Does have a blink up in a second, but no, Tomato stops it. Well timed. They're just making sure he doesn't get a black hole off, nor does he get to blink away. He does not have a buyback for a minute. So, TSM, do they actually know that? Has he blown his buyback? No, it's because of gold, so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bryle is taking it to the Death Prophet here.
Yeah, look at him go. MSS, he will punch the Lina to give Quinn the opportunity to escape back to the fountain. But again, it's Quincy crew constantly playing around the fountain because they don't have the damage otherwise to play in these team fights. Nice snowball dodge on the LSA. Fod is going to suffer a fate that is worse than death here in this corner. A dieback, in fact. GG is called, and we are going to a Game 5. The NA qualifier for ESL 1 Malaysia is going to go the distance. One game is left between TSM FTX and Quincy.
Would you have it any other way?
I would not. Not between these two teams, that's for sure.
I mean, this series is heated up. We are at maximum capacity. Maximum mental damage has been inflicted. Going to a Game 5, test the resilience of these two squads. It's been a long day for Quincy, and now they're getting pushed to the limit here. All I know is, it seems like every time I think some team has the potential to run over an early game, it doesn't happen enough and they lose. So if I'm going into this Game 5, I'm treating it like some land-style Dota. Pick some team fight, pick some scale, and hope for the best, you know? Because that's what it seems like it's coming down to. And Moon, he's like, I'm done messing around. I'm not going to try and play some Furion bullshit. I'm just picking Void. I'm picking a try and out team fight me. They come at me, bro. And it worked out for him here, so Wyvern defeated.
Yep, the first time the Wyvern is lost in this series. Very important because it is one of those big team fight heroes that you're talking about. But TSM FTX, they just brought more team fight to the table.
I mean, they also brought this Lina. Let's be real. Bryle absolutely dumpstered this game from start to finish. Solo kill on this DP. Pushed him almost 1,000 ahead off the lane. He got every single power rune. This team prioritized the hell out of him. And he delivered it back with spades. MVP of this game for sure. Might be the series if they can turn around in Game 5.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I don't think there was a more clear MVP performance in this entire series so far. Just an individual game performance by Bryle certainly carried TSM FTX easily over the finish line and into Game 5. So we are going to take a break. I believe, Avery, you said you would be disappointed if this NA qualifiers went any less than 10 hours, and we're at hour 9 right now. So looks like, my friend, you are going to be a happy man at the end of this. And I think we're all going to be happy seeing a Game 5. It'll be right after this short break.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark, I'm a line more. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark, I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm a light up. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I do what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
see a purple butterfly is flying by. A little tension in your jaw, let your teeth shine. Put on your blue dress, it fits just fine. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. Halfway through, you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end, there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I was dancing on my own when you spilled that rum and coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. the shadows. I've come to make a name, ready for battle. Cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble? I'll show you your mistake.
And it all comes down to this one final game between TSM FTX and Quincy Crew to determine who is going to be going to ESL 1 Malaysia to represent North America. The only team from North America that will be going to ESL 1 Malaysia. And we had before, we were talking about the what has been setting the trends in this series, SVG. And in this Game 5, we have to do another coin flip, because I think we do it for Game 1, Game 3, and Game 5. Quincy Crew did win the coin flip, and they opted for Dire Side. And Dire Side has won every single game in this series. So, I mean, if the trend continues, that might have just been a coin flip for Game 5.
Quincy Crew's turn to bat.
I know anything about trends, though. It's once you think you figure out the trend, that's when it backfires. So I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket. We'll see if it pays off. Maybe the Dire Side Roshan is just too strong. I don't know. Could be the trend if the games are going later and later.
And every single time the opposing team has taken second pick, but maybe first pick is more powerful than these teams are quite realizing. I mean, it feels like the first heroes that we're getting out of this early heroes, the Zeus, we've seen the Winter Wyvern, like these heroes that are getting their hands on are very good in these openers. They are making a big splash in these fights.
I also think that some of the last picks haven't been that impactful. Like the last pick on Dying that just kind of fizzled out. We had a last pick Slardar, or was it Slardar?
Yes, it was Slardar and 2 Nature's Prophet. The last 2 games have had a last pick Nature's Prophet.
I think those kind of just petered out at a certain point as well. So you're not getting a huge amount of value out of that very last pick. It's not doing much for you, you know. The middle phase and that, especially that first phase, are pretty even or better. So it could also be a big factor why. And Quincy look like they're gearing up for Puck here with this Nyx ban. Maybe Zeus as well. They're probably expecting TSM to ban the Zeus and they'll take the Puck. That's my guess. Going back to the tried and true,
5 seconds remaining.
The fairy in blue, Puckles.
Yeah, and Quinn, again, had one hell of a performance against Wildcard with that hero. They're going to leave both options in on the side of TSM FDX. So they say, you want the Zeus? We can take the Puck and potentially... I mean, my go-to is always Marcy when I think of that hero, but...
I don't think TSM even wants the Puck, though. They haven't been playing it at all, and I'm not sure it's even that good for Zeus. My guess is it's like Tiny +1 here. They tried Fury on earlier, I think, and it didn't end well. I don't know. Moon's probably got something up his sleeve.
The Warlock. Dubu's going to get his hands on that, which looked like a game-winning hero for him. I mean, we said that some of who was setting the pace for these games was these 5 positions in Game 1 and Game 2. Fada had a great performance in Game 2. Dubu killed it on the Warlock in Game 1. So we're going to see them potentially run it back again because there's still the Winter Wyvern available.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, there's still Puck if they want to get the Puck here. Depends what they want to do. Even a Dawnbreaker doesn't necessarily look too bad. They banned that Warlock as well, so they felt the impact. It might have been something Quincy forgot about or think they wouldn't go back to. I mean, if these games are going late and they're turning into these heavy 5-on-5 late game teamfight scenarios, that is where Warlock shines, you know? You're not afraid of getting run over, which doesn't seem like either team has been able to run the other over here. I can feel this Warlock pick, and they're just going to go back for the Zeus Wyvern. Makes sense. It's worked for them before. These heroes, Fada's been playing well on it. Can't fault them.
Yeah, this was Game 3's opener. The Zeus Wyvern, last time it was against the Dawnbreaker Chen. So very different opener from TSM FTX in that regard. So we'll see what alterations they also make going into the second banning phase, because a lot of what did make that Zeus work was the Marcy Brewmaster that was picked in the second phase. Those like just jump in, team fighter, and initiation heroes that just created a lot of chaos for Zeus to be able to chill out in the back and throw a bunch of magic damage around.
That's a consideration. The other consideration is I'm pretty curious if they end up banning this Lina just because of how much damage it
10
did. Like,
seconds remaining.
maybe in theory Lina isn't even that good for TSM here, but sometimes you get to game 5. Remember, this is the 7th game Quincy's played today. They've been playing for like 8 or 9 hours. It's hard. Your body is in adrenaline mode. You're in fight or flight. You're straining your physical, mental capacities here. These guys are tired out. Like, this is the 12th round of the boxing match, right? You threw the gloves off. Now you're both bruised. In a game like that, sometimes simple ideas reign supreme. Simple execution.
Quincy
Something like
Cruz,
Lina that
turn
just
to bat.
pushes waves, farms the
Turn
map, and
to
right
bat.
clicks people, you know? Nothing too complicated. And if TSM's feeling that hero, if Bryle's feeling that hero, obviously it's a much different scenario than when he saw DP and he knows that matchup's good. Still, I wonder if it's going to slip through here and maybe get a second round. At the same time, I
10
do feel like they
remaining.
want some Fatal Bonds combo. That Warlock game 1 a long
5
time ago that
seconds
worked out for
remaining.
them. That was the Zeus Warlock combo where we really saw that Bonds go to work with the Zeus hold. It's ideally the way you want this hero to function, so so some things that come to mind are like Veno used to be an old school combo with this hero. Timber's banned.
I mean, there is
Bounty Hunter Shuriken. Just get something, you know.
I don't want to, like, he's lost 3 games in a row at this point, but Nature's Prophet, Nature's Wrath is kind of similar to Zeus Ultimate.
I don't know if either team's going to be bold enough to pick NP off the back of triple loss in this series, but yeah, he's out there. He's lurking.
All right. Well, it looks like Quincy crew is trying to protect this mid Zeus by banning away TA, Puck, and I mean, if they are going to go for the mid Zeus, he did kind of get messed up a little bit by that Dawnbreaker initially.
5 seconds
They
remaining.
won the game ultimately, so maybe they don't worry about it. They
Undying's
ban
turn to
Alchemist
battle.
instead.
I don't want to see Dawn here into Wyvern Zeus. I don't think it's going to end well for TSM. I think
That's true.
I had some hero in mind. I just completely blanked on it with your distraction.
Well, that's what I do best, provide distractions. I mean, I do like the
hell was
Alchemist. I do like the Alchemist band
5
because we talked
seconds
about how the
remaining.
laning phase is super hard. Like, Warlock just kind of enables the Alch, is able to play the lane out, no problem.
Yeah, that got me in one. Oh, the hero that came to mind was Bat Rider. Now, I don't think you take it out of phase here if you're TSM, but I think Bat on that response pick second phase could be pretty nice here. They do go for the Dawn. I think the Bat is still on the table, though, because you obviously can play this Dawn in a lot of roles.
Yeah, Saberlight is a very proficient Dawnbreaker, so...
Because I think they want a hero like Bat that goes in, starts the fight, pretty
10
annoying for Wyvern,
seconds
pretty
remaining.
annoying for Zeus. Like a backline jump initiator that anchors the fight into
5
the Warlock
seconds
Dawn spells.
remaining.
Like, now they really want a hero like this, and I don't know if you're going to get it from the offlane pool and you have a 4 tiny. It's especially not really what these offlaners have been playing. Like, what do you want, a Sand King or something? You know, it doesn't, like, disgusting. So, you got to get it from... I would like to see it from mid. I think it could own here if Quincy doesn't prepare for it. And is this IO Lesh round 2?
No, IO
Bristle.
Bristle. So, it's kind of interesting because I thought the IO was ended up being... No. They did pick it before the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, this is when TSM FTX did Nature's Prophet Tiny. So
10
I thought it was a really good
seconds
response to that global threat, but it seems like they still value the IO for
5
other reasons.
seconds remaining.
Are you going to get Vipered here?
Yeah, that looks pretty good. A Viper Tiny lane against Bristleback.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a pretty decent hero for the Warlock to fight behind. You lose some initiation power between the Viper Dawn, but are you that concerned if you're in this mode of, like, play for the late game fights? And yeah, I don't know. I feel like Quincy kind of walked into that one, to be honest. Like, that was a pretty easy pick for TSM. They get the break, they get the goo, they get the stacks. Wyvern Io are not good at dealing with this Viper. He can even rush the Vessel in this game. Do some serious damage to
10
these heroes.
seconds remaining.
It's a hero we even saw picked up for Zeus earlier on today, if you remember.
Yeah.
People liking the extra magic resist, and I mean, this looks like a fantastic Viper pick. TSM, I feel like they're pretty happy here. Now, Viper is not some guaranteed, destroy Bristle card. Like, this is the 21st century Bristle, right?
10
He ain't just throwing
seconds
rocks around in the Stone Age. He's got some upgrades. He's got some technology. He's hitting for 800 a pop with that Ags.
Yeah,
so you gotta watch out a little. But it's still a nasty Viper game.
We're living in the age of Warpath. We have the technology to make Bristleback a true hard carry now.
Yeah, he's still swinging that rock around, but it's attached to a taser. You know, some extra damage.
Yeah, it actually is. It kind of looks like a taser.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking now that I look at it.
Turn to ban.
All right, that is Nature's Prophet is going to be banned, just in case. Just in case.
I feel like they banned it just so they wouldn't pick it, you know? I don't want to be tempted.
Yeah, true. I mean, in their idea, right, it would be IO Bristleback would dodge, and they would do Nature's Prophet carry against Viper,
exactly.
right?
So it makes sense. They're trying to eliminate the last possible side lane cores that Quincy can pick here to bail them out of this Viper situation. Furion would be one of the better ones. There is this Drow hero that Yawar likes to play.
Okay.
Pretty risky pick and not a lot of synergy with their lineup. He is an option though.
Yeah, that
it's
sounds...
also like Weaver.
I could dig a Weaver a little bit more. Drow sounds super questionable to me.
Yeah. There's also like another long range here. Like you can go like a sniper route. Maybe you get out of there. That one's pretty risky too though.
Sniper with the, especially with the shard pickup against Dawnbreaker. Feels pretty good, but
yeah.
That is, again, very risky. And you don't have the best frontliners here. You've got Bristleback, yes. But Winter Wyvern, Zeus, I feel like you need another hero that, weirdly enough, does go into fights, but also doesn't lose.
A Brew's banned. They actually got that Brew banned, so...
Yeah. Second phase.
I mean, Dispels are good. They can still go that Legion route that I thought they were going to do earlier with the IO Legion. Just the Bristle lane's rough, but you stack for him, he comes back, and then you have some extra Dispel for the bonds and the goo in the fight. Could see them go that route.
5 seconds remaining.
Not an easy pick.
Undying's turn.
Quincy crew, they need a hero that's going to salvage their draft. A Wind Ranger was not on our list anywhere.
It's a Viper counter. Might be carry Wind Ranger, I think.
Does Yawar play Wind Ranger?
He does. It's actually one of the heroes he always wants to play, but no one ever believes carry Wind Ranger's good.
5 seconds remaining.
So maybe convincing him in the game 5 here to bust it out versus the Viper.
All right,
I told you, man. I told you. You believe me now? You believe in my analytical capabilities?
I believe in you, yes. I always believed in you. I just push you for more.
No, you didn't. I knew it was coming, man. I could feel it.
Man, I can't believe this. Yawar carry Wind Ranger. They pull it out. I mean, is just the difference between Fada and SVG? Is Fada unleashing Yawar's crazy ideas, where SVG kept him down?
Let me tell you something, kid. All right, let me give you a little lecture here. I picked this hero for him once upon a time.
Oh, really? You did?
Yes. I do not know if it was in an official. I picked it in a scrim versus EG. They're probably not happy about me leaking these results, but whatever. It was a scrim like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
And Yawar went ham. He went ham, and then we lost horribly.
Oof.
And I don't know if we ever picked it again. But he went ham. His Wind Ranger's good. Like, he plays this hero, he's confident on it. It's a Yawar specialty where, like, he asks for something, he's really feeling it, you give it to him. It can pop off. I mean, remember, like, they kind of have Bristle Zeus too, you know? It's not all on his shoulders here. They have 3 cores who can all do pretty high damage in this game. But that last pick, Bryolina.
I mean, I think that's... Like, in my mind, I'm trying to, like, think about carry Wind Ranger. I'm thinking about all the mid-Wind Rangers that really pop off. Dawnbreaker, Viper, yeah, you can absolutely deal with those heroes and crush them. But Lina, I don't think that's a hero you do crush, right? I mean, Lina's a hero that is great for getting an early MKB.
I mean, if this game goes late, this Lina looks pretty juicy this game with the Silver Edge break. The long range damage with little gap close.
Well, it just looks like at the end, TSM FTX have just went with what they have managed to win with in this series, and Quincy crew are throwing all caution to the wind and going with the most YOLO pick possible. And that is going to be the context of our game number 5. Let's go over who's playing what for one final time. We got Moon Meander on the Tiny. He's been having a hell of a time on these 4 positions, just jumping in, not caring about his life, and tossing people back. Bryle, excellent carry Lena from last game. Saberlight's going to be playing one of those real icky offlaners that he's known to be able to pull off. Dubu had one hell of a performance on this Warlock in Game 1, and he looks for a repeat performance here in Game 5. Tomato pulling out the carry Dawnbreaker at the end. Meanwhile, on the side of Quincy crew, Fada playing the Winter Wyvern that has had so much success in this series, but did finally lose a single game. Quinn on the Zeus has been super slippery with that 4-staff build. We'll see if he goes something like that again. We've got Leslau and MSS on the Bristleback IO combo. Look for them to be just playing around each other constantly. And last, and certainly not least, our carry Yawar Windranger. I'm super excited for this series, Avery.
I'm telling you, man, you get to these end of the series and these best of 3, best of 5s, long days. People just go with what they feel. Strategy out the window, analytics out the window, the coaches for what, the preparation for what. Just pick what you think is good and outplay the other dude. That's what Dota's about. I like to see this because this is not going to be a clean game. It may not be a pretty game.
It's going to be messy. It's going to be
something entertaining is going to happen. I guarantee you that.
We're going to see Dota. It's Rost.
Its purest form, distilled to raw emotion, hunger. Who wants the slot? Goddamn, I love NA Quals, man. I absolutely love them.
All right, well, it's fitting for our final game in an even series. Then we get an even split of the bounty runes. We're going to see, keep a close eye on this mid matchup, which Bryle has been doing really well so far against Quinn. And I think that Lena does beat Zeus, right? I mean, he's got the range advantage at least.
I think Lena can beat anything in the game. I mean, this hero's just an absolute monster laner. If you play well, you play the good harass, good CS, long range, pretty hard to trade well versus hero. I always have faith Lena can at worst go even in almost any matchup. So yeah, you should have a decent time here. And big question to me, I guess, is does Tomato play Dawnbreaker?
That is a good question.
I don't know.
I mean, I feel like I've seen, we watched Bryle just play Dawnbreaker just yesterday, and I've seen Saberlight play it a billion times. I can't think of a time that Tomato played carry Dawnbreaker.
I don't remember it. I mean, he's a Bronze Dawn. Whatever that means. Maybe nothing, but he might just be taking it for the team. You know, they saw the opportunity, seize it. Can you play it? Sure. You know, Yawar's playing Windranger on the other side, so sometimes you gotta bust out the creative stuff to get the dub, and wave pulling from both sides here. Melee 4 is back in the meta. Well, Io's not a melee hero, but he's not doing much on the lane, so...
Yeah, I feel like this meta was most notably set from the missing team in this NA qualifier, Evil Geniuses, where Crit would very often, they'd be running a double melee lane, and Crit would just every single time be doing this pulling, and seems like that's just going to be the trend, which makes things really messy and does leave opportunities. I mean, look at this giant wave that's pushing in right now. If they manage to, like, actually push Leslau out, he's going to miss out on a healthy amount of golden experience.
I don't think Leslau's too happy about what's happening down here. He's getting massive regen burn. He's still a long way from ring. He's going to have to keep dragging here himself. Tomato has this triple wave under the tower. He can drag it through here after killing some of these and deny another full wave. Dubu might even get the full connect on the range creep here. That's what he's aiming for. He gets it. Pretty annoying for Lelis here.
Oh, very nice. Moon Manor snipes another courier with the tree grab. It's just kind of the way it goes. The urn already complete for Saberlight, so if they can get an early kill, Fada's going to have to be really careful with this positioning. These urn charges can really snowball a lane.
Yeah, you have to be careful about the toss
there
backs
it is.
As we talk about it.
He tries to fly over the trees. He's not going to make it far enough. He is dead. That's going to be your first blood. That's going to be your urn charges as well.
That's a rough one. what it means is this Viper gets to buy extra mana regen on top of boots, on top of the earn charge to refill his goo stacks here. It's not the hero you want to be giving this first blood to. Upside is you get some solo XP for Wind Ranger, who's a pretty nice hero to get it on. That's like a silver lining in a very dark cloud.
Considering the fact that 99% of the population either runs it as a support or when it's core as a mid laner, where it gets solo experience the entire time, that does make sense.
You're just a Wind Ranger carry hater, man. I'm feeling it.
I'm just,
I
saying
hope this kid shows you up right now. You got to take some notes and learn some lessons.
Okay. We'll see if that happens, though. Tomato is doing a little battle once again with Leslau as he is not afraid, and nor Dawnbreaker. You never should be afraid of challenging anybody. Your stats are just kind of crazy at the start of the game.
Yeah, he is having a free-for-all down here. Absolute free farm. Bristle opted for the boots to try and do these pull-throughs, and if he dies here, narrowly escapes. But he's not a happy camper.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He is pretty much scrounging in this lane. But cutting like this does mean that you get to occasionally TP back to base and then just run out to lane. So that is one upside to it.
And of course, Bristle's more about those stacks for the acceleration than the actual early lane, which Mojo's trying to make sure of. And Dubu, reading him like a book, comes in here trying to get the double block. Sentries both of them. Nice. Very heads-up play. Shutting down the comeback potential for this Bristleback.
Quinn pushes in the mid lane and then heads back to base, especially with Ryle harassing him so much. Ryle is ahead in experience, 34 and 5, so he is definitely taking the CS lead and hits his level 6 first.
Did you see the tip he threw out earlier?
No, I didn't.
Got that one.
Ryle
threw a little tip Quinn's way because he basically got both water runes from him.
Okay.
And I think that's a little, you've had enough runes this series, sir.
Yeah.
You can afford to lose a couple, so that is why Quinn had to walk the base there. Getting beat on the regen a little bit, then Ryle's having another pretty free game on this Lina.
Yeah. I love to see it. It felt like just the longest time of watching NA pubs, watching in-house leagues. It felt like Bryle was always on the receiving end of a Quinn beatdown. It's good to see him winning these matchups in the mid lane and, getting a little cocky with it, throwing out some tips. He gets a double damage rune. Once again, Quinn's going to be denied a power rune. MSS should be able to tether away just fine, but they may just have to TP out if Bryle keeps this pressure up.
He's looking. He wants to kill him on the next cut. Or does he? He just run. Yeah, he does. Popping the DD.
There's show now. See if they can hide away into the trees and go for a TP out. Bryle's holding on to the LSA, though. MSS is going to be chased down by the hammer. And Leslau, well, you could see Bryle's just making sure. Now he throws out the LSA, but at this point, nothing but a point and click that is going to be able to get that kill. Top lane looks like Yuar got gone on. Viper actually hits level 6 before him.
It's the benefit of this Viper in this game. He can be left alone, and he's sure Wind Ranger's not dying, but Wind Ranger's not going to pressure him until later on in this game. So Fada's stacking the jungle. There'll be more stacks for this Bristle to catch up, or Zeus to accelerate. But Viper's chilling. Moonmeander can take mid while this Lina runs around and steals enemy stacks. Maybe even kills some supports here. Out of mana.
Moonmeander's on the other side with the toss over, and the Fairy Fire keeps him alive, but the Dawnbreaker ultimate, that will ensure the kill. And Tomato makes sure that there's also no response from Quinn or Fada.
So they steal that triple hard camp. TSM being pretty efficient in this early game, making a decent amount of use out of their cores and moving them around to the right places. Again, Leslau has just been forced off the lane. Did get those stacks, so it'll propel him back to an okay position. Still, seems like TSM is, the flow is in their direction for the moment, at least.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like that. Leslau's going to spend a little bit more time in the jungle, maybe finish up his Vanguard. Quinn, he really wanted a power rune. TSM FTX really did not want to let him have it. They take a haste rune away from him. And top lane continues to be a bit of a menace. Even if Saberlight's not getting the kill, he keeps on forcing Yuar away from the creep wave.
Another Viper Strike going out, just burning his regen on a hero that does not innately buy a lot. Moonmander stealing some stacks, forcing his Bristle off even more. Sends him back bottom. I mean, has TSM given up a single rune in the last, like, 1.5 games here? Feels like they flipped the switch and said, alright, we're done giving Quinn anything in this game. Sends him back to base for a second time on the Zeus.
Trying to hold their safe lane tower here. Moonmeander has joined them up here. Quincy crew just playing inside of the trees, though. It seems like they're just kind of biding their time. I don't know when, Carry Windranger, when you start making moves. I'm not sure when Quinn's going to be ready to fight either. Leslau certainly just wants to farm. I think every Bristleback wants to hit that timing where he hits the Aghanim Scepter.
All about Vanguard Ags for this hero. Even after that, he's going to have to fight into this Viper, into the Bonds, Alina poking him from far, and Bombbreaker, no slouch. I worry for the impact this Bristle's going to have. He kind of got shafted to the offlane after that Viper pick for a decent reason. Puts more emphasis on this Yawar Windranger to make some magic happen.
Yeah, and what does a Windranger do? Like, Windranger is not a proficient jungler. So when he gets shoved down a lane and his tower taken, what do you actually do? Tomato? A level 9 Dawnbreaker is not going to be easy to bring down, especially with a Viper. Saberlight has already made this rotation over, and Leslau is going to die. Quinn joins in on the fight, but unfortunately Tomato didn't even take enough damage to commit for the kill.
So early Viper rotation to clean up this Bristle while the Lina was chilling top. Tier 1 tower gone. Map is being constricted here for Quincy, and a 3k lead out of the laning phase here at 10 minutes. Significant amount. As you said, this Windranger is not a flash farmer. She is slowly crawling through these neutral camps, but pretty far behind at this point. Almost in double up territory with this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I can't, like, looking at this support duo of Io Wyvern, like, you don't have one of those, like, melee stunners that can help the Windranger get some damage out. So I don't know exactly how they get into engagements, whether it's team fights or small skirmishes. Either one seems to be in the favor of TSM FTX.
It's hard. I mean, there is nobody to start anything for this lineup right now. Which means these types of siege fights where TSM post up, you get to look at them, and that's about it. Because you're not starting anything. It's just keep farming, split push the lanes, try and abuse TSM's lack of catch for now, which, you know, is also pretty limited. It's pretty much on this tiny tumbler toying in. But I think TSM is happy with the pace of how this game is going and what they're getting. Because I don't think this Carry Windranger is spooking them too much, you know?
No, certainly not. Not when they've got the Lina on their side. And they've got a great lineup with dealing, like, even if they're not catching these heroes, they can easily farm the waves that are pushed in. They've got a Boots of Travel Lina, they've got a Dawnbreaker, who's a naturally global hero, can just sit in a lane. So I feel like they've got the side lanes pretty well addressed.
I guess the one upside here is you've got Zeus, you know?
True.
Zeus is Zeus. This hero does some unique things, one of them being perhaps the highest damage in the game, so as long as he can get to decent item timings, which he's keeping up here pretty well, can always win fights off the back of just the raw damage this hero pumps out.
They're gonna go for it. Really nice use of the toy tumbler again. Tosses MSS over to the side. MSS needs to retether on out of here away from Tomato, and they do manage to get the kill on Moonmeander and TP up, but the curse is going to go down. The Viper and Warlock are on their way, but if they can get this kill fast enough with the Shackle Shot, but here comes the Golem. Locks down 3. They get a really good Fatal Bonds as well. They've all got to get out of here, not with the Bonds on them. Bristleback's the first to TP away. The hammer cuts through and catches Yawar. A beautiful hammer from Tomato with a little bit of damage on top. Yawar is going to live. It looks like the urn is not going to be enough.
What looked like Tomato getting caught just turns into run for the hills for Quincy, and after that Golem Bonds hits like that, again, no dispels on this lineup for a long time. It's usually what you want to see versus Warlock hero. Just going to come down to Mojo healing people through the damage with mech and trying to get to these later BKBs. They're a long way away.
What have we here?
a shard soon for Quinn. Pretty significant upgrade in damage. And, I mean, that last fight was pretty okay for them, right? The golem got used. They only lost the wyvern for it.
Acceptable casualties. The problem is, Carry Windranger doesn't really want to join fights and not get kills off it. Like, you need to be getting kills with this hero for you to feel really good.
Radiant's bottom
Because
tower is
she
under
just doesn't
attack.
farm as fast as this Lina chunking down ancient stacks and waves. The Viper clearing through, you know, creep camps. Dawnbreaker is a pretty fast farmer, just throwing the hammer around. Like, you're not going to keep up the same pace. And
Dire's middle
I'm
tower
worried for
is
Yawar
under
at this
attack.
point. I'm getting worried. He's level 8. He's at 4.3k net worth. This Dawn and Lina are a very long distance ahead of him, right? We're looking at level 11 and level 12 compared to this level 8 Windranger.
I've seen 4 Windrangers look stronger than Yawar's currently.
Yeah.
Kills for TSM FTX with that one, slowing down that Aghanim Scepter even more.
Go to the IO. If you go on the IO, you can't reload out. You can't reload on you. It's the oldest trick in the book, and just as we were saying, this bristle's getting to a decent timing. It's going to be set back here. Good target prioritization from TSM. Like, this is the biggest kill they can get in the game right now. Yeah, this bristle's countered by, you know, some Mina Viper. He's still Quincy's best bet to take some mid-game fight and try and get a Roshan out of it if they win. I mean, it's like their best bet is his Bristle Ags. I don't know if he can ever just run in, though. Maybe he needs BKB too, I think.
I think he might, and I'm not sure if they could stall out the game long enough. And even if they did, like, they don't actually have better late game, I don't think, right? Not against what is very strong team fight from TSM FTX and a good carry in Lina.
Does kind of feel like this Lina reigns supreme in the late game. Again, the Zeus factor. I never want to bet against this hero in a late game scenario. He's just so insanely powerful. The vision, the global Nimbus stun, damage.
You know Quint's losing his mind. Tried to go for another power rune. Guessed wrong. Braille guessed right. Arcane rune for Alina.
Win the runes, win the game. That's what Moon Meander's chanting the entire time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I could actually see him doing something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he totally
That's the
could.
best part. Alright, Aghanim Scepter is done for Leslau. Can they do something with this, or are they going to have to stall until they get BKB? I mean, we have yet to see an offensive relocate from them, right?
Yet to see basically anything. I mean, they have one kill, so basically just been farming it up and hoping at some point the opportunity presents itself where they get to that right item timing. They have an Aether on Zeus, Ags on that Bristle, and Maelstrom Windranger. So this is about as good as it's going to get for a while. I would expect them to try and find some opening here.
Dire's
At least
bottom
maybe
tower is
try and
under attack.
capitalize on some mispositioning or a mistake from TSM. And I think Fada agrees. He's got some smokes on him. He's got some wards. Solo
One-man smoke. All right.
Interesting. I mean, of course he can set up a curse into a relo, right? So he doesn't need everybody, and there's the global Zeus spell.
Yeah. And
But he
probably
just wastes it.
Ooh, things feel like they're crumbling a little bit for Quincy crew. If they lose this fight, you get real nasty out there. But Leslau does spot him immediately. It was a 180. Bounced away from them. And he's pretty fast with this constant maxed out warpath.
Another rune. Quinn wants it, but he's not going to get it here. And double damage for Tomato.
Can
Wants
they
it in real
Roshan?
hard. Yeah, he has BKB too. I think they can.
It's tempting, but you just might throw away the game. I mean, you probably feel like you're in a pretty comfortable spot if you're TSM. Roshan is always a dangerous predicament if everybody on the enemy team is alive.
You just have full vision control. You have the Warlock. You have BKB Dawn. I mean, it's such a hard fight for Quincy to just run into this Bonds Golem right now. Yeah. No BKBs on them. Aegis for Bryle. This is looking similar to last game.
Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is. Quincy Crew just give that one up in exchange for a little bit more space to farm. I mean, it almost feels like they're just going to give everything up in this game until TSM tries to go high ground or something.
I don't know if TSM has to, though.
Yeah, I don't think they have to either.
I'm pretty happy just farming here if you're TSM, too. I don't think they're on much of a timer. Like, you've got the Warlock, you've got this Dawn Tricore, which I think we've all seen the power of Dawnbreaker in the late game. That is not where this hero suffers.
Dire's top tower is under
Tomato went
attack.
for the Echo Saber, Break Apart, go BKB, and then Mage Slayer build. We've seen this a couple of times. It's not the most damage coming out from Dawnbreaker, but it's a huge amount of sustain, especially if you get on top of the backline magic damage dealers. Hit him with the Mage Slayer, hit the Zeus with one. It's going to feel really, really good for you. This smoke was intended to be able to find somebody in the triangle, but Quincy Crew do dodge it. Now they have to try and get a relocate out on Leslie, perhaps, because the scan did ping him. Moon Meander's on his way, leads off, Avalanche does manage to catch Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in, MSS hiding in the corner, goes for the relocate out, Tether last second, oh, the golem drop! Nicely played by Dubu. He knew that was the only way out, was a relocate. Nicely played. Moon does die in return, though. He died to the overwhelming amount of quills sprayed around the air.
Maybe he was holding the toss for the reload, but I feel like he wanted to toss him into that Dawn ult. Either way, again, finding this IO Bristle pair, and there's just so many stuns for this reload out. Mojo's life is not easy. The Golem, the LSA, 2 tiny spells, the Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker.
Oh, they're going for it. They saw, I guess, Dawnbreaker mid, and they say, now's the time to fight. The first time the Quincy Crew is going to get aggressive. And the damage is coming through. That carry Wind Ranger is online, boys and girls.
I mean, you saw that Viper. He got shredded.
He did. He did.
Put him through the paper shredder. And he's come alive, man. That's all it took. You gotta get through this early game with this hero. This is the roughest part. Farming up those neutrals, you feel bad. Get a couple of core kills here and there. Suddenly this Wind Ranger is going to become pretty annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a world 5 minutes. Well, maybe not. Maybe 7 minutes from now. You are.
It's saved.
He actually is going to get out. I thought he was dead for certain there, but no Laguna Blade didn't have the mana for it from Bryle. So that's a little bit sad. That would have been a big kill because it would. I think the BKB timings for Quincy Crew. I could see a world where they turn this whole game around off of BKB Bristle and BKB Wind Ranger. Nice toss back with the upheaval as well. A beautiful curse. Quinn trying to play inside of that one away from Tomato is going to get cold embrace, but he is certainly dead. But Leslie can use this time. Oh, the relocate out. He actually got the Zeus away. What a save from Quincy Crew.
Double damage.
God damn. Operation Save Quinn. Nobody left behind. He's even TPing back.
And they do manage to get the tether away. Tomato didn't time that correctly. Now the shackle shot landing. They have the focus fire onto Tomato. He's forced to use the BKB and run away. Bryle throws out the Laguna Blade. Yawar, he's going to get burnt out from that one. The physical damage is racking up. Bryle keeping his distance from the Bristleback. And they pick him apart. Quill by quill.
Damn, that was a hype-ass shackle. I thought maybe they're going to be able to commit on that. This Lina is just... still has Aegis doing so much damage, and hard to commit into the fight there. Into this Bonds that's waiting. This Mage Slayer Dawnbreaker is pretty tanky. You can see the glimmer of what they're trying to go for, though. And
Quincy Crew, they showed that they can like get out of fights and they can get pickoffs, but it still seems like the 5-on-5 is lacking.
That's going to be the hard part for them this game for sure. And this is a Viper Warlock Dawnbreaker ball. A lot of HP and resistance to cut through. On their way to BKB on this Viper as well. Gonna make it even harder.
Is under attack.
Once again, Bryle's just having the second Lena game of his life here. The other one was the first, and
Yeah.
level 20. Already up there. Full Silver Edge completed. He is well ahead on that net worth chart, and this is a game where he's going to put that net worth to use. It's going to make this Bristol's life very difficult. We saw there just how fast the Viper shreds him alone. You get broken on top of it, even without the Viper break. Leslau really needs this BKB now. You're not fighting until this is online, which 400 gold, he'll have it.
Yeah, it feels like if we want to go back a few hours, that game 1 where Quincy Crew was winning and then TSM hit this timing and won 3 fights in a row, it feels like Quincy Crew need that, if not even more than just 3 fights in a row, once they get these BKBs. The BKB on the Bristleback, the BKB on Wind Ranger, it feels like they're going to have to do so much work in such a short period of time.
It's the name of the game. You have to win these fights because your Wind Ranger is not going to get the farm, and she's, more importantly, not going to get the levels anywhere else in this game.
They will not have BKB on the Wind Ranger for this fight, but they do have it on Leslau. He's going to be tossed back, trying to go for the Chainstone, doesn't actually get it. The toss LSA didn't work. They get the relocate out. It looks like the Tiny is going to be power shotted down. Nope, the Wand keeps him alive a little bit longer. Zeus is looking for it. They do manage to get Dubu on the back line. Spada kept that one, and he can blink forward, maybe catch a little bit more. He doesn't have the curse, but he has the slowdown. Yawar just needs the vision for the shackle shot. Nice use of the illusion rune. Gets rid of the shackle shot, and Fada has to jump himself away without the BKB. Leslau has to reset. Buyback. They know they have to get away from Tomato right now. The hammer goes out. Nice shackle shot, but they cannot turn around. Not with a swarm of TSM heroes running down the line.
TSM getting kited super hard here.
Yeah, they are, and Saberlight was actually out of position there a bit. Forced to use his BKB to TP out.
All right. I mean, some shackles landing. The kiting potential. That's one way Quincy can take these fights. Play the ranged game. What's the gap close for TSM? It's all on Moon, and Fada's just waiting for him to go and counter-initiating. It resets the only initiation TSM have. Moon forced to buy back.
They go for the Bristleback. They know he doesn't have BKB, and they shred him. Oh, he was facing that Lena and just got burnt to a crisp by Bryle.
No curse to bail him out that time. Fada stuck in the base. On cooldown anyway. Some glimmers of hope here. They're going to need to connect a couple more of those.
That's a little awkward Moon. He put himself on the high ground, and there's a fresh Nimbus up. They will kill the Nimbus, but it looks like Moon will eventually... I don't know if he knew the Nimbus was up, but that was just a sad, sad fate for him there.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he has a 4-staff more than he really does, because that's a dieback. He's dead for 60. And again, he's the only stun, really, for this TSM lineup. So, a decent window for Quincy to maybe take advantage of it. Wait for their Bristle to be up here. Potentially smoke and try and find something on the map.
Yeah, you could see Yawar was at least willing to get aggressive, and they'd land the right shackle shot. They could relocate the Zeus in. Don't think I've ever said that sentence before in my life, but MSS and Quinn are apparently hanging out as a duo now.
Yeah, drop the Nimbus Relo on top of it.
I guess so. That's
It's like he bolted in from heaven, you know?
Like Thor coming down from the sky.
Yeah, the hammer of justice.
Bryle needs to be careful with these covering up some of these split pushes that are happening. And he does do pretty well, pretty conservative, just pushes out the lane, farms back. He is getting close into a Scotty, which is going to be a massive upgrade against any IO lineup. Bristleback is going to be harmed by that quite a bit, and make him super tanky, too.
Yep, the more tankability they have, the more they're going to be able to fight into the kiting and the Zeus spells that are causing them problems. Also, Blink on Tomato, a huge item in this game. Very important for him to be able to jump, not just rely on this Moon Man or tossback.
A massive fight. They've got the scan up to the high ground. Leslau may be forced to use his BKB, not where he wants to. A relocate to the side here to make sure Leslow's okay. They keep the BKB intact, and that's very important because they need it to contest Roshan. Whoever wins this fight will likely win both the Aegis and the Aghanim Shard.
You really want that Aegis on Browell.
Oh my god, he got a double damage.
This is the power of power runes. You were questioning me earlier, but I'm telling you, these things are insane. Map control equates to rune control, equates to Roche control, equates to qualifier control, maybe.
Yep.
It's a lot of control.
That is a lot of control. Control squared. Quincy crew. Now, in this kind of lineup, I mean, it felt like they were reaching a sort of peak.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I feel like their heroes, they do continue to scale. Don't get me wrong. But Bristleback is an insane late game hero. I'm just feeling like that was one of their bigger peaks. I thought that was a Roshan they could contest.
Zaya's middle tower has fallen.
They wanted to fight away from the pit, I think, ideally. And TSM just were willing to give up a little farm to make sure that didn't happen. Sitting on the high ground ward, sitting in the pit. It's just hard to run into them, you know? There's just this Lina Viper sitting here. Like, would you just charge in, tank the brunt of it so your Zeus can wait until BKBs are out? There's not an obvious way to start these fights outside of a crazy good Shackle, which, again, Yawar's just poor, man. He does not have the levels, he doesn't have a blink. Now they're trying to catch this Bristle pair again. Forced to BKB.
Yeah, and Leslow is actually... I don't know if he realized it or not, but it's a good thing he didn't TP out. Otherwise, Dubu was ready to go with the Golem. That was a nice TP in from Dubu.
I mean, what is the point where Quincy feels confident enough to take this 5-on-5? It might just be forced into them trying to go high ground. At the same time, TSM can just control the whole map, and they're building a sizable advantage here. I don't think they're in any rush.
No, certainly not. Seems like Quincy crew are just going to have to wait for opportunities. They spot a potential one here with Moon Meander trying to backdoor the tier 1 tower. Nothing comes of it, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Bryle, ever on the hunt. And he gets big like this, he's got a killer instinct.
Dire's bottom tower.
He's definitely feeling himself on this hero. That's why they went back to it. Round 2 of this Lina. It's working out pretty well for him.
Has been killed.
He's got a Mindbreaker too. Amazing item on this hero with the attack speed. Might even be able to silence his Zeus and not get a leap off. Bloodthorn on this Dawn.
Dire's bottom tower is under
There's
attack.
a lot of net worth coming in. I know Zeus is a god, but money might be more powerful than a deity.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, dollar bill wins every time, I think.
What is the power of a god in the face of raw capitalism? Nothing.
You ever watch American Gods or read the book?
I watched some of it, I think.
Yeah. That's the new gods right there. Money, capitalism.
Yes. The new pantheon.
Refresher is going to be built by Quinn. I mean, just like theory crafting going late game, all of their heroes do scale. It's just a question of whether or not they can scale well enough to beat this Lina, who has a sizable amount of team fight around her. You are still working on a Blink Dagger that he's been working on for, it feels like 10 minutes now. AC next for Leslow. And again, the refresher for Quinn. I mean, I think Quincy crew don't have any options here. I think they just have to wait for TSM to mess up. And TSM has no pressure on them, so the chances of them messing up, I think, are pretty low.
I guess they agree, and they're going to take the risk to move out here and try and take the fight. Asia's still up for a minute.
Move underneath this ward. The Nimbus is going to be able to catch Moon Meander. A good way to be able to initiate. The Dawnbreaker's going to try and stop this. The Winter's Curse not actually throwing on from Fada, and he actually gets healed. Bloodthorn is going to be able to finish him off very easily. Bryle loses his first life underneath this ward. Mojo goes for the TP out. The Golem's going to be able to stop him, though. And a Laguna Blade just for the finishing touches there. Bryle breaks Leslow. Shackle doesn't land. Nothing there. Lotus Orb also available. They got to be careful of where they're throwing these spells.
precarious fight for both sides. They get the Wyvern buyback, which is going to be huge in this game for a long time. No fat fodder as we're used to seeing, and this Wind Ranger does kill the Lina. Like, they have the damage to kill this Lina if they get on top of him.
They're still trying to fight around this ward. The curse goes down, but nothing close by. They actually push back the golem into the curse. Cute play, but does absolutely nothing.
Out for 70. I don't know if TSM can force the high ground here. Probably not. Probably just going to take their opportunity to farm up the entire map. Work towards this Brile Satanic that might just push him over that edge of killability. I still think if he gets shackled for the full duration and beat on by the Quincy cores, he will die. That's probably the route to victory in one of these team fights. You know, I hope Yawar's Wind Ranger is as good as he said it was.
Oh, look at that damage. They go for the relocate out. It's needed too. The Bloodthorn actually stopping that, but they did give up on the kill either way. Moon Meander, blink on cooldown, sadly.
I think it's kill this Lina or bust, man. He's doing way too much damage. It's going to take you too long to chunk through these tanky heroes, I think. I don't know. That's my bet. Either that or land a crazy curse, which Vada's game has been pretty hard. There's just not a lot to go in for him.
Nice shackle shot. They have been looking for this opportunity around this ward so many times. Saberlight isn't dead just yet. And there comes the Lina. Yawar destroyed by that one. The double Nimbuses weren't enough damage. I mean, they got the Viper, yes, but the Dawnbreaker's still alive. Brown's going to chase away Quinn. Looks like he might be able to get him. What a hit from Tomato for the double kill godlike, while Quinn is chased away by the Lina. Leslau's going to be finished off as Brile comes back to play.
Lina or bust, man. Lina or bust. This hero is just out of control if they do not stop him in these fights. Great shackle by Yawar, trying to take advantage of the little vision they had. I can understand the play. It's just he is dwarfed in net worth here, doubled up by this.
Oh, the blink dagger forward with the double Starbreaker hit. Beautiful play with the Bloodthorn. That is going to be enough. Quinn is dead for 80 seconds, and now the base is fully available for TSM to take advantage of.
This might just be the game. I mean, they're going to get Megas here. No Zeus for 70. Unless you can shackle 4 heroes here.
Where's that refresher?
Yeah, where's the Grim ult? I mean, maybe not Megas. Maybe TSM's going to play conservative. There's a DD waiting for them in the river. I think you Megas him here, though. Push the Zeus by.
Yeah.
Victory on hand for TSM on a game 5. Pushing Quincy to the limit here.
TSM might be just trying to play it safe because they do have potential Roshan respawn and they don't know that Zeus doesn't have buyback. I mean, they could probably have an inkling because they know he just spawned a refresher, but they are not willing to push it and see what happens.
Only way you lose this game, it feels like, is if you overextend in a base death and give them Rosh, so I don't think there's anything wrong playing it safe here. Aegis is likely going to end this game on top of an Ags, most likely, or a Refresher Shard.
Yeah, either one is good.
You're up 30k. I don't think you're sweating too much here.
Double damage in Tomato's bottle as they wait for the Roshan, and if they're patient enough, they will be rewarded.
Waiting for shit, man. They're waiting for their tickets to Malaysia. They're smoking in. Zeus
God's Wrath, that's going to be able to spawn some heroes. They're going to break through onto Dubu, but look at that. Saberlight jumping in, immediately forcing the reaction. Moon Meander all as well. They do have the Dawnbreaker jumping into the Winner's Curse. A little awkward, but it's fine. Saberlight ultimately is able to push back some of these heroes, and Leslau cannot stand toe-to-toe. Back turn, it doesn't matter. They have the break, they have the damage, and they have this team fight. That is it. TSM FTX win your North American qualifiers. They are going to ESL 1 Malaysia.
That Viper pick, man, it was just absolutely too nasty there. I feel like Quincy, it just slipped their mind a little bit, and they got caught in that situation when what is left to lane versus